Queen Walkers and Tom and I coming back, but obviously there's just so many teams in this one.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams I think that people were disappointed in not seeing, but we have newcomers in the lineup, some that are familiar that we've seen in the tournaments, and teams that you are going to have to keep an eye out. And some of my picks here to keep an eye on are teams like RVNT, the former Rest team, Italian under the VN logo. We've got War and Glory, which has Nick, formerly from Space Station Gaming and Tribe Gaming, in his lineup, and Gensen Clan, a Brazilian team that has been topping it off. But equally, we have the Aphelion name. Now, while Aphelion played in the World Championships last year, this is a completely different team. This is a former German Titan Global Gaming team, and they have been making waves as well. So here you cannot underestimate any of the teams coming in, and we are certainly in for a massive matchup today.
Yeah, that's right for sure. But since it's a Swiss system, and I think not every Clasher is familiar with this one, we should take a look, how does this work? So you can see on the far left, that's where all of those 16 teams are starting. And then with every single round is going to be based on your win record. So after the first matches, with 16 teams starting, we have 8 teams with a record of 1-0 and 8 teams with a record of 0-1. This is moving on with overall at the end 8 teams qualifying, and overall you can say 3 wins and you're going to be in the next round in the playoff phase, and 3 losses and you are out. That's how easy it sounds, and that's going to be the bracket which we're going to follow along today to find our 8 teams.
And you're good to see tons of war action going on with a plethora of streamers covering each and every one of the matches. So we will be covering our own match here, but you get to see the list of other streamers that will be covering some of your favorite matches to keep an eye on. And we will go through this throughout the day so you get the best coverage as possible, since these wars will be happening all at once. But Itsu, I think we are getting quite ready to get into the battle and talk about the war that we have at hand here.
That's right. We want to get into the action as quickly as possible to make sure that you guys can enjoy those awesome attacks. And obviously, like, watching those pro players is always so crazy, because when you're trying those attacks on yourself, it is obviously completely different. And we have our first match, which is going to be Absolute Zero versus Strat. 2 incredible teams who so far in this year already had a lot of success in community leagues and already in quite some of the official tournaments so far. So it should be a good one, right?
I think so. We've got Ayase, Chichin, Komokun, Mario, and Takana coming in from Absolute Zero. These are some OGs facing off against the newer lineup for Strat, which is the former 2020 World Championships, that have been trying to fine-tune this new lineup. But I think in any of these situations, it's going to be anyone's war. And this is going to be what's so exciting about this format, is that it's not a one and done. They do have the opportunity to try and face it out and build their way back up into it. But Absolute Zero is a team that you have to keep an eye on. Ayase, definitely one of those top players here. But of course, we've got Tryhard, which is that new addition for Strat, who has definitely been proving a strong addition to the team.
Yeah, that's right. And especially now with the first golden ticket on the, or like, with this coming down to the World Championship, every single team is going to put everything into this tournament, because, I mean, everyone wants not only to go for the $50,000 prize pool on this one, but as well, I mean, overall is $1 million on the line for the World Championship. So you really want to have your A game when it's coming down to base building and offense. So I'm really looking forward to see if we see something new. I think offense-wise, we might be a bit limited, but I think especially defensive-wise, we might see something new base setup wise, because that's going to be kind of interesting. I feel like so far in the last couple of weeks we had seen a lot of similar bases, those anti-2-star legend type bases, which are kind of symmetrical. That style, a lot of teams use that. At the same time though, a couple of armies worked really well against that. So maybe we see some adjustments. Really looking forward to that. Maybe we can copy some bases as well for legends. Let's see.
Yeah, and it looks like I think we are already kicking into some of the action, or ready to go with Absolute Zero kicking off this war. And this is the action that we want to start taking a look at and see how these teams are going to fare against each other. So already underway, we've got AZ Uzi coming in, and you can see he has wrecked the opening of this base, bringing in the log launcher. We still have the Queen going strong with that charge, but the King was part of it. Now he is going to support the Lalo position of this with the Warden, but Royal Champ has already been expended. This Warden needs to help carry these loons coming through the Town Hall position, as it is one of the last remaining components coming into it.
Yeah, now the Warden ability to cover the majority of those loons, but there was only one loon of the Town Hall. Still now the Tornado Trap, we have not seen if it got triggered maybe earlier. There's one loon actually taking down the Town Hall. Now there's a Tornado Trap getting triggered, but maybe that was already too late. 25 seconds though, only left in this one. Wizard Tower might be the last defense which has a chance of fighting back, but with only 17 seconds on the clock, it's going to be a hard race, but I don't think those storages are going to give up quickly. So this might be our first time fill of the day.
It looks like it. Those storages really take some time to get down, and despite the swarm of minions and pups surrounding, it is not going to be enough, but percentage is going to be high, and this can often play in the favor of these teams. If you're not hitting that 3-star mark and you're getting into those mid to high 90% marks, this really could set the tone of the war, because we do often see a lot of pressure on the line here. And that's where it makes a difference. Having that extra edge over percentage at the end of the day could make the difference. But again, we're in a different format. We're not talking about single elimination. There still are opportunities to rise and fall up the rankings and play off against those teams in the Swiss bracket based on your standing. So plenty of opportunity to get back in it regardless. And what I want to showcase and shout out is that scoreboard below. So as the wars are going on in between, you can keep an eye on the other wars coming through and see what's going on with those stats. And of course, always tune in as well and switch back and forth between the various streams going on so you can catch every single minute of it.
Yeah, that's right. It's going to be plenty of matches at the same time. So just pick your favorite match and join that stream. And I think if I saw this right, we had Aphelion versus War and Glory, another top match of the day. And if I saw this correctly, Aphelion already started things off with a 3-star. So let's see if Strat and us can do the same thing with the Sui Lalo onto one of those box bases. One of the best things you can typically do. Wait a second, that King is getting looted to the outside. Hopefully he is coming back into that scatter compartment, because that's where you want him to have. Taking down the scatter, taking down one of the air defending heroes. And then meanwhile, have that Queen taking down the Town Hall. But there's the Clan Castle coming in. And the Queen is having some problems with this Tesla farm right there. But the Town Hall is the target on the line next, and that means the Town Hall should go down.
Yeah, and the ability just enough to carry her through. Drops that invisibility spell to get more value out of the Royal Champion. That King does provide the power when you try and push this deep coming into the base to take it on, but not quite enough to take down that scatter shot and the multi. So the position of the Stone Slammer is going to have to try and come into play. As well, another Lalo, but we've got Mass going in live, so let's dive in and catch the action as he starts off with the Queen charge. Lalo, we're seeing a lot of air in the mix today, Itsu, and this one starting off from the 9 o'clock side, pathing the Queen quite a bit of ways from that Town Hall.
Yeah, I think Queen Charge Lalo is getting more and more popular at the moment, with always, like back then, having to fight for that top spot. With the Queen Charge Dragon Rider army, but now it is the King right now, not only a legend but as well, since so many legend type bases are getting used in those pro matches, it's obviously incredible good to take down those bases as well. The Queen Charge so far, he's charging in between of those two elephants, so that can be risky, and right now Queen is skipping both of those, so let's see what the next plan looks like. There's now the Wall Breakers coming in, but exactly what I said is happening with this one elephant at the top side. The Queen should beat that wall now, since she's getting lured so far to that top set into the elixir storage. Is she coming back? Oh, I want to have that Queen as well when doing my attacks. That is some really nice and smart Queen right there. And with that wall break, she should be able to reach pretty much everything.
Absolutely, and taking down the multi is going to be huge. These are the damage zones that we do worry about for Lalo pathing, where we typically do see a lot of the air traps along the way, plus the damage from the multi can really wreak havoc on your loons in pathing. But the beautiful addition that we have adjoining here is the connection of the King and that Royal Champion crossing paths and helping out. King to take on the scatter shot, also taking on the splash. Don't underestimate what that splash damage can do from those wizard towers to your loons. Queen has been able to hold on to the ability along with the Royal Champion, and I talked about coming in from the opposite side of that town hall, but they have made that push almost to take it on, but it will be the Lalo to push its way through, which means the Warden ability has to be held off to carry those loons straight through.
Yeah, the Lava Hound flying across to make sure that if there's the tornado trap, it should get triggered. And now the back end slammer pretty much from the complete other side. Because he had so many free spells into this army, he was able to completely, non-stop freeze the tunnel, so there was no chance of fighting back. And with 40 seconds and the slammer not even opened yet, this attack is looking incredible and should be another 3-star on the list for Strat, which means they would take the lead for now with 6-5 after the forest defense, after the time play which we have seen in the first attack of Up-0. But that attack was a beauty. You said it, Queen charging from the other side of the base, taking the risk, but it's getting rewarded with that 3-star, so nicely done.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, they do claim the lead on this, but it's at 96%. That always makes it a little bit tight when you're in these kinds of wars, because any small slip up can really make a difference here. And often when we talk about percent, you as a team, you want to hit anywhere between the 90 to 99% range if you're not hitting the 3-star mark. And the higher up you can get, the more pressure you put on the team to slip up somehow. We do see a lot of these teams, particularly when they're facing off against teams like Tribe or Tompanai or Queenwalkers, who are so often featured these days, taking advantage and finding ways to bait these teams and getting lower percentage along the way. So this is where teams like Strat or Tompanai do have to stay on their toes and have these nice clean runs so not to fall short. That 96% really, I would be worried if I were in Strat's position, that could turn around against them.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. The match is incredibly close. Any small mistake can cost a lot, obviously. And we now have the next attacker coming in for Up-0. And they need to keep 3-starring. That's pretty much how easy it could be. Easier said than done, I guess. But coming in with another Lalo. This time, though, 2 Ice Hounds and a lot of loons. This means no space for any heaters. So this is just going to be a Sui Lalo trying to take down as well some buildings. So lightnings are in the mix as well. But those heroes, they are the main force which has to get that town hall down. Then we're going to have 2 Ice Hounds with overall 28 balloons for the back end of this base.
Yeah, this is getting some really nice value because we've taken down the defending AQ, we've taken down the scatter shot position, opening up a course for the King to work into that town hall compartment and provide the tank for the Queen, so we can clear out a huge chunk where we've already connected what we've started off with, and that's going to shape up for a much more narrow path for the Lalo. But what I love about this is the Ice Lalo. This is something that we see a lot of skilled attackers using because they can find the creative value in which to use that freeze radius, typically where we see scatter shots and heroes like Royal Champions and air defenses all close-knit together. So that's what we're going to keep a focus on.
Yeah, he has still 2 super minions to deal with, and he needs to take them out. At the moment, the Unicorn has to suffer because there's a lot of damage on the 2 Unicorn. There's the poison now coming in. It would be huge if he could take down the 2 minion right there, but they're trying to escape the poison. They're trying to get out of there. I think one of the minions actually made it, so the question now is, how annoying are they going to be? One minion is staying alive, and as long as there's no more minion from himself which can take that out, will deal quite a bit of damage, but maybe the Owl is going to turn into MVP and take that out.
Yeah, that Electro Owl needs to come in handy. Great timing on the Warden ability also to keep those loons clipped nice and safe through a lot of the traps along the way. Here comes a freeze from that Ice Hound. Nice rain over top from the AD. And of course that Wizard Tower, so covering up some of the splash item here. And the Stone Slammer coming in from the back end, providing that extra tank as it works its way through the Eagle and the the Air Defense with the Ice Hound still at bay here. There is a lot of time left on the clock, but he needs a good spread out for the cleanup to make this work.
Yeah, the Inferno Dragon trying to take down the King, and actually it's getting there, nicely taking that out, and with not too many beatings left. I mean, except like this one giant is collecting every single skeleton in this base. But I think it shouldn't matter. This is going to be the exact same thing what Zero has to do to stay in this match and challenge Strat and keep the pressure up. Because as soon as they're failing again, it's going to be an easy time for Strat, you want to say. Because this means there wouldn't be as much pressure anymore on them. But with this attack, one fail, one small mistake, and Zero would be back again in this match. Only 4% being the difference right now. And obviously the 1 star, but and fail lower than 96% could change the entire match, and that's obviously not the objective Strat is going for. They want to keep 3-starring. Looking forward to see if they can keep going with their streak.
Yeah, and I was just taking a quick look at some of the stats below, seeing that we had a Aphelion and Warren Glory tied up on stars, but it looks like Warren Glory is in the wait, no? Is it? Oh, it might not be. Warren Glory may not be in the lead with this, as we have a 3-star that's come up from Aphelion. Another GB holding a 1-star lead against Perumania, so you can keep an eye on the stats below, see what your favorite teams are doing as we go along. Hold up though, Itsu, we've got Boom coming in with the Skelly Donut. I feel like he's been practicing this one quite a bit, going for a lot of value in the core here with the CC and getting that multi taken down, getting every bit of value he wanted out of this to start shaping up the course for his Lalo.
Yeah, it's such a strong strategy. At the same time, though, as I said, it's not easy. So those pro players have to invest a lot of time into practicing it, because if this is falling short, it's such a heavy investment for not anything which you're getting in return. So let's see. And the next interesting thing is that he's coming in from the complete other side of the town hall, not investing anything into taking down the town hall at the moment or getting even close to that. Obviously with just the heroes, it's a bit harder to get there, but he's giving already the base a nice shape with taking down the Eagle, taking down the Bitter Huts behind there, and taking down this scatter at the top left. So now the question is, where is he starting off? Is he starting into that defending queen at the bottom side? There's a lot of headhunters coming in. Is he going to invest anything, or is he going to take down the queen without any problems? So far, it's not looking too great with taking down the queen, to be honest. There's the Lordship ability, there's the freeze, but I think the freeze was a bit too late. Queen going down!
Yeah, Queen went down nice and fast. The last dying breath of that Royal Champion, able to take it on. So nice quick reflexes coming in here from Boom, but we do have to keep our eye on the back end scatter shot. Notice the position of the Stone Slammer though, as the Lalo pushes in from the outside edge of the base. We bring in the Stone Slammer to work its way through the core, take that inline edge again for the defenses, but also to soak up any possible traps along the way, and could eventually open up for the scatter on that back end. Now we don't have any spell composition left to try and help through. No freezes for that back end scatter, so trying to clear up and distract with those back end loons. And is it enough to sneak them over? Oh, Itsu, it just is.
Yes, indeed. And we have seen this now many times with people using Lalo with the Slammer, but separating the Slammer completely. Like, I feel like a few weeks ago I saw a lot of people using the Slammer with the Lalo, but today we already have seen multiple times that the players are using the Slammer completely separate, trying to improve the pathing for the Lalo squad in sending it from an angle which is not with the Lalo together. We can see at the bottom side, Boom is happy about that. I mean, obviously he's happy with that. A nice attack right there. 100%, 3 stars on the board, and this means Strat keeps their lead for now, which is obviously the position you want to be in. And Zero, they have to keep hoping, and at the same time keep 3-starring to stay in this match and stay close. At the same time, though, we want to repeat with the Swiss system, every team has multiple tries of staying in this bracket today, because every team, they can, like, as soon as you have 3 losses, then you're out, which means you have 2 losses kind of open. So it's not as harsh as the single elimination bracket. So way more nice to play, let's put it like that. But still, you do not want to drop early on into this lower bracket. That's not where you want to be.
No, the easiest way is going to be fighting it out from the top bracket. Get your day done quick. But it's a little bit less forgiving, and it does match you up with the teams that might be a little bit more suited for you where you're going up against. But that's also randomized between who you're faced off against, because this was a random matchup in the teams that we're facing. And again, looking down below at the scores coming in, we've got MSC Esports with 8 stars to Torla, who's already at 9 stars. So 1 star ahead of them. That is huge. We might see some big changes coming through after this matchup. But let's take a look as we have Morio coming in for Absolute Zero in with the Ice Lalo. But we've got the Zapquake combination, the 7-1 coming in. So we're looking to take on, typically, I would say, ooh, there we go. Coming in straight forward with that scatter shot and knocking it out nice and fast to open up the position to lead in with his hero dive.
Yeah, I feel like that's the way to go for Absolute Zero. Those lightnings for the Queen and the Scatter right next to it. They have done this already. 3-star with that attack, so let's see if they can repeat that performance to get this next 3-star on the board to stay in this match. He's investing every hero except the Warden in pushing into that tower, which is a really heavy investment. But because there's the Tesla farm, it should be okay-ish to take that huge of an investment. Now the Clan Castle is in front of the tunnel as well, which means a lot of damage is getting put out there. Except if you keep freezing, that's fine, but still, it's a lot of investment. So let's see if it's worth it at the end.
Yeah, so heroes are able to take down that town hall. Still wants to push in a little bit deeper, but the poison bomb is going to restrict what they can get out of this now. So it's up to the Lalo with a huge U-shaped push. This is not the easiest way to go about a Lalo, so let's see what kind of skill Morio can bring to the table. The one good thing that he has in his favor is the tank and power of the Stone Slammer to come in. Could be a good position to come in for that Eagle spot, force everything through the core of the base, but we have already used the Warden ability coming into this. But indeed, the Stone Slammer does come in for that Eagle to keep everything right on course in the core with a freeze for the multi.
Oh, are there any more red mines? There's a couple of red mines coming up. Red mines in the core could be deadly to those runes, and yes, indeed, the Bitter Hut is staying alive, but is this going to be enough for a defense? That's the big question. Oh, there are even more red mines, but the minions are tanking though. Since he has more than 1 minute left, I don't think time is going to be the biggest factor in this one. So as long as those minions are triggering those red mines, that's going to be great. But he's not sending another loon onto the single Ferment Tower. That might be a good choice because there were already a lot of red mines right there. So a 1 loon onto the single could be a game changer. But with the haste spell left, I don't think that should be a problem. The Slammer should open soon. But with so many loons still remaining, that should be another 3-star on the board with 35 seconds. Cleanup loons are in, red mines are triggering, but it's not going to change anything with that. Morio is getting that next really important 3-star for Absolute Zero to keep that in this match. And it's like a back and forth. Yes, the first attack for Absolute Zero was falling short, but after that, it is a non-stop 3-star battle between those two teams, and it is crazy.
Yeah, and it hurts because it was a time foul. It came down to a matter of time being so close, and this could be their undoing unless they are able to find a final defense to come in. But both teams coming in strong, and that's exactly what we expect to see at this level of gameplay after 2 qualifiers to battle it out to get here. And this is just the 3rd step to try and work their way in for that final ticket. We expect these teams to bring it it all, and they certainly are. But taking a look again, you can keep an eye on the brackets below, see what's going on with all the rest of the wars simultaneously, and you can always tune in to watch these with the various other streamers that are covering it, so we can bring you the best action that we can possible all at once.
Yeah, it's always fun to watch those results at the bottom. We have the next attack coming in. Strat is in with Tryhard. Another Lado, but this time with the Blizzard, which we have not seen so far today. So the Blizzard for the Eagle, taking down even the Tesla, which were surrounding that Eagle. Now the single Inferno Tower as well. And in a second, he's going to do up the Clanker. So that entry is looking awesome for him so far. And then he's going to, I think he might even go for the town hall with 3 wall breakers. I think, yes, that's going to be his target with the Ice Golem, and most likely every single hero except the Warden. Should be doable, but let's see how the traps are placed.
And really nice thing about this is getting that CC lure. Most of it taken down. Queen can take out the Hound in an outside corner. No defense is obstructing her. So it's a nice, easy push coming through and picks up a massive amount of value. You can see the spread that he's already cleaned up to start shaping up where he wants to go for the push. King and Ice Golem working together alongside of that Queen. And as you mentioned, those 3 super wall breakers just to get that straight line path into the town hall is going to make this for a much easier Lalo.
Yeah, that's right. But as we have said, he has still a long way to go since he wants to get to that town hall. First wall breaker is opening the first compartment to make sure this wall break into the tunnel hall is working. Where's the next wall breaker coming in? There we go. Wall break should connect. There's another security wall breaker just in case if the first one dies. It's not happening, and this means King and Queen should go towards that town hall. 1 minute 20. He's starting with that Lado. He knows otherwise time is going to be an issue, and he's having to multitask like crazy right now. Queen is not going for the town hall just yet. There's the invisibility spell. Queen ability not used. And now we have the Lado keep going. Warden ability used as well. Queen ability now for the town hall. Town hall's going down. This is looking crazily good.
The multitasking going on here. That invisibility spell was key to ensure that the Queen could take down the town hall, but also getting those wall breakers in the time that he did. But look at the surround of the Lalo coming through. Created such a beautiful course to push along, narrowing out the path for these loons so that he doesn't lose a single drop along the way, and even the King celebrating in the victory to finish it off at the end of the day here. That is the 4th attack in for Strat. They have gone 4 for 4 and not letting up on absolute 0. They've got 1 final chance. Well, let's say 2 final chances, because they still need to come in with a 3-star, and they need to hope that they can hold a defense. And is it Yo-Yo that we've yet to see come in with that final attack?
Yeah, I think so. But at the same time, I think if I have the statistics correctly in my head from Chase the Ace on Twitter, I think so far from the first qualifiers, the last attacker always had the worst hit rate. Or like overall, the last attacking position had the worst hit rate in those qualifiers. So things can happen. Obviously, good or bad for Strat, good or bad for Absolute Zero, because both of them have this last attack slot open still. So let's see which of those two can do a better job of finishing the job for their team. It's not easy to be the finisher because there's so much pressure on you. Obviously, sometimes you can just YOLO because your team already carried you. But sometimes everything is on you. So let's see how those two players can make it for both teams performing to the best, because everything is on the line with trying to have a good start into this Swiss system. You want to get into this upper bracket as quickly as possible and not fall short already in the first match. And we have the first of those two in. Komakun is in with Lalo and 8 freaking bats. What is happening?
Well, listen, he said, we don't YOLO, we Lalo here. So coming in with the blimp to kick this off, and the bats are going to be an interesting approach, considering he's got a really big send for this Lalo position. Zeke Gobs to take on the Town Hall, and I cannot wait to see the cleanup that he has in store with these bats. A nice, easy takedown, and we send the CC across to that 3 o'clock side of the base. Again, when we do this, we're looking to take it on into an unobstructed area for a nice quick takedown. We've got the baby drag that can actually be used, but instead opts for the queen to start off her course.
Yeah, I'm still confused a little bit because, I mean, obviously the base is having 3 single inferno towers, which is awesome for bats. But at the same time, if I would think, okay, he's going to use those bats in the core, there's 2 sweepers who are going to push them away. So really looking forward to how he's going to use that. Most likely around this bottom side, he's trying to take down the wizard tower. So far has not worked. He found already a couple of tests out. In a second, he's going to send another wall breaker to get access towards that scatter compartment, would be my guess. Yes, indeed, there's the wall break. There's a skeleton trap as well to make things at least a little bit harder. But the king should walk inside and he should get that scatter out of the way. The wizard tower on the left fall as well. So that's going to be most likely where those bats are coming in from this bottom side and then the ladder from the top side. That's my guess. But let's see how this is going to play out.
Yeah, this looks like easy pickup on that splash, all on the northern side of the base here, especially with the scatter shot up top. So this is going to be interesting indeed. A beautiful spread coming in from the Lalo, extends a little bit more help from the heroes, and we do still have that Royal Champ to come into play. Here come the bats from the 9 o'clock side, limiting where the splash is and working for the cleanup. This is also going to force the Loons to come into the core of the base in those singles where we don't worry as much of the damage, but we just don't want them crossing over, taking down the air sweepers, helping out these Loons quite a bit, Itsu.
Yeah, I was a bit scared for a second because of the eagle targeting those bats, and the red bombs are going into those loons. The bats are just cruising through, and the Royal Champion, I mean, it's pretty much swag, right? So it's all about time now. It's still a little bit more than 30 seconds left, and on the top right, he's getting this Dark Elixir drill, and that should be another 3-star. What a beauty of an attack. I mean, we see so many default armies, I want to say, like the classic Queen George Lalo, Sui Lalo, like those default armies, but this army was really, really specially designed to take down this base with 8 bats during a Lalo. You don't see that any day. It's a really beautiful attack. So now there's a lot of pressure on this last attacker, on Yo-Yo most likely for Strat, and that's not going to be easy. I mean, obviously, he would be okay with 2 stars and maybe 96, 97%, depending on how the time looks. But overall, that's pretty much a 3-star. Like, you cannot plan for a safe 2-star 97%. That's not possible. That would be kind of crazy. So, yeah, everything is on his shoulders. And if Strat can actually, get this first step into the upper bracket of the Swiss system.
I'm looking at the scores. It looks like Aphelion claiming the win over War and Glory by at least 1 star as well. Just keeping an eye on what we have going on in the stats. Tristella also taking, actually, it might not be the lead. It looks like X Team Esports is going to claim the lead over top. Gensen Clan with the 12 stars. Empire Gaming has an opportunity. MS Esports, though, look at this, 99.6 overall average, 14 stars on the board for them. So MS in a very good position. This is going to be interesting to see where everybody lands after this final attack, which we'll get to take a look at shortly. But this is where it finishes off for this first match. Yo-Yo with the pressure on the line, 97% 2-star or go home. Sends in the Yeti Blimp, and it opens up just a little bit too early, but wall breaks to try and pick up as much as possible.
I mean, it wasn't just a Yeti Blimp, it was actually a cloned Yeti Blimp, so a huge investment for him. And I'm really looking forward to see if that was enough value. He's going to take down the Archer Tower, that's great, but still, there's a long way to go to get that out of, to get that 3-star. But still, let's see. We have that queen slowly closing in, but she has to take down the Lava Hound first. There's an archer supporting, but the Archer Tower is on that queen as well, so there's a little bit more damage. The Unicorn doing his thing and keeping that queen alive. The king is going to be added in just a couple of seconds, most likely, but the queen, take a look at that queen HP. You do not want to lose the queen ability that early. The king is coming in to take over the tanking. The queen is staying alive with the clutch freeze, but this means 1 freeze down. Let's see how much impact this is going to have on the rest of the attack. Yeah,
so as he knows that the queen and king are working together, gets the Lalo started here from that 6 o'clock position, heading straight for the Town Hall. Now we know we're going to have to save that Warden ability, help clip it through and drop either the Rage or the Haste to sweep everything out. Coming in towards the Sweeper initially, needs to take that down, but then will be coming out with the Sweeper on the back end. Eagle's down, but the multi still stands. That Queen needs to come back in, otherwise these Loons are getting absolutely wrecked.
Yeah, and so far it feels like the Loons are playing Town Hall's Lava because nothing was going there. This means the vulnerability had to be used really early, and a lot of those Loons are dying. He's coming with reinforcement from this left side, but you can see all of those Loons are going down. And now it's relying on this Royal Champion. Can the Royal Champion finish things off? The Royal Champion ability can be used in just a second, but the Scatter is still standing strong. Can the Scatter defend this? Are there any more air or ground traps? If the Scatter is going down, is the third problem? Yes, it is. He is celebrating, getting that 3-star in and giving Strat the 1-star which they needed in, more than absolute zero. What a match, 14-15, and that was just the first match of the day. That's just crazy. Strat taking home this first victory, and that's obviously a nice thing to start in the upper bracket.
Yeah. So perfect war coming in here for Strat to get that going. I think we have the numbers slightly mixed up here with 100% going to Strat, but 99.2 for absolute zero. A very impressive push. That invisibility spell was absolutely OP, but let's take a look at the overall stats that we have. It was that 96% from Uzi that came in, which was a time fail that set them back. This ideally could have been a tied perfect war that we would have been looking at time overall, but in the end, Strat coming in strong and moving into the 1-0 bracket. So we will need to see who else is going to be in contention in those brackets, but also who absolute zero will be facing off against in the 0-1 brackets.
That's right. That's how this Swiss system works, and I cannot wait to see the results of the other matches, and we cannot repeat that any often enough. If you have your favorite team, if you want to follow along to your favorite team, we have so many amazing casters trying to cover as many matches as possible. So make sure you look on Twitch or on YouTube or whichever platform you're using, and see if you can find your favorite team to watch, to spectate, and follow along through this really intense day, because only 8 teams can get into this next stage. And obviously you want to cheer for your favorite teams, because trust me, the players are going to notice, and they're going to notice your support, which means the world to those players. So make sure to do so. And I mean, Lady, what a crazy first match we had.
Absolutely. This was definitely a way to kick off the war, get us hyped up and ready to go to see what's going to be coming next. And as we've seen the stats coming through below the screen, we know that there are going to be some big changes, big upsets. We know that MS Esports has made their way through. I believe it was Warren Glory also making their way coming into it. So that's also what we want to kind of keep an eye on. So this is going to be a fun day with tons and tons to come. And I think it's anyone's guess who is going to make it into those final 8 spots for the playoffs and the chance at the $50,000 prize pool with a golden ticket on the line for the World Championships.
That's right. And I think we should take a look at one of the attacks which we have missed, unfortunately, due to some errors in the beginning. So let's take a look at one of the attacks which we missed off Clinching, and we're going to take a look at what exactly he is coming up with. We have another Lalo. We just saw this in this match. Both teams love their Lalo, and that's so scary with this strategy because it's so consistent in the hands of those pro players. And he is using another Sui Lalo onto this base, where most of those times you want to have on those box bases take down the Town Hall, take down the Scatter, which is right next to it, but he's just flipping that. He sees, okay, the Eagle is just kind of, since the Eagle and the Town are always on opposite sides, it's kind of a way easier approach than the Town Hall, because on the Town Hall side we can see 2 Expos, we can see the King, we can see the Warden, which is not that easy to get through. So he makes sure that he's saying, okay, I have the same approach, going around this corner, taking down the Eagle instead of the Town Hall. And then we have seen this many times today from those players that he's going for the Town Hall Lalo, which is not an easy thing. But if you're quick enough with your spells, if you're quick enough with your pathing and everything, you're going to have a really good shot. And that's exactly what he is doing, taking down the Witch, which is surprisingly in that defending clan castle. We normally see like lava hounds, super minions, things like that, and he's starting off with the lava from the complete other side, which is kind of crazy. Approaching from over there, more reinforcements are coming in from this right side, and that's what we're talking about when we're talking about this pathing thing, because you can see the Lado group from the top left finally making it through, and then it's getting pushed in from this right side group into the Town Hall. There's now then the more spells coming in, and again we're seeing the back-end slammer. The reason for that is because we see so many people. You can see it's kind of scary with that tornado trap, but we can see with those players using the Lalo from the Town Hall, you want to split the slammer. You do not want to have as big of a group of loons taking damage in their Town Hall poison, so instead he's using the backhand slammer. Beautiful attack, and that was one of the attacks which we missed earlier in this match, but what a wonderful attack it was. So I think for sure we had to show this beauty, and with the slammer, it's not even opening, guys. It's not even opening, and still getting the job done with the chasing of the king, and then the last couple of seconds is just going to be cleanup. So yeah, that was the one attack which we missed, unfortunately, in the beginning. That's no problem. We have many more matches, more attacks to go today.
Oh, we certainly do. And I think that's going to be the exciting part of this, is keeping track of who is working their way up those ranks, who is fighting their way from down in the bottom to try and get back into it, Itsu. And that's what we're going to be keeping an eye on, and making sure we can showcase you the best matches. And of course, we've got many streamers that you can watch all of the matches coming through, so you don't miss a beat of them.
That's right. So I think we should take a small break, and when we're coming back, then we will have our next match, and we will obviously show what the results were looking like for the other teams. So we will see you after a really short break, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Ooh, there are those rocket loons coming out of the Flame Flinger. Queen takes on one of the air sweepers on the back end, which is of no consequence, but does do some damage to the wizard tower. They're the battle builder, bringing it back to health. But look at this massive swarm of loons he has. Look at what he has coming into this with 43 seconds left to go. There is no worry, no question that Synthé is not going to get this done. Pick up the 14-star war and MCES advance on.
And okay, here it is, the moment of truth. He did use the jump to open up access into the town hall compartment, though. A handful of his troops have walked north with the king. Come on, Flexi, hold together here. Get the hound down. The queen is beating on it. She's inside of the rage. He pops the hound. The P.E.K.K.A. out front there is getting burned up. The queen's still holding the healers here. He has no healing support down at the bottom. The hogs come out of the CC. They will go to the multi-inferno. The percentage is low. His bottom flank is getting absolutely hammered down there. Rage up his queen. He still has the warden. He has the queen ability. He'll lock onto the town hall and he'll take it down. And ladies and gentlemen, Tribe Gaming take down Vatang and will advance to the next round.
Try and help it out. Queen's going to be slightly distracted. Drops the invisibility spell because of the single targeting Inferno. King's taking on the lead from the ground bow for now. Bursts through that ability. Comes in for the other single. Did the Barbarians take the lead? They did not. King goes down mighty fast, but the Town Hall's down. Queen can keep this under control, considering she has her ability, and he's got a rage. Loons have already started in from the bottom side of the base with about a minute left on the clock. Royal Champ following suit from the outskirts of this base to go in, take on the outlying defenses, freezes up the single. That's going to help the Royal Champ, but she's hung up with the Skellies. Drag, ooh, Baby Drag coming in to keep this moving along. Queen with that ability makes this the solid 3-star for Bomb. And Strat goes on 2 for 2 and holding those defenses on the board.
The Lalo sweeps in for the top side. She'll just pop her ability and round around the multi. She doesn't really need her healers at this point here. If they can just hold the attention of that multi-inferno while the Lalo makes his approach, he'll take the beams off of them and use the healers as tanks for the Lalo. The Queen will survive the rest of the way through, and it does look like Amualin is going to land this triple here. Wait, not yet. I don't want to call it too early. Defensive World Champion still standing on the backside. Kai's in trouble. He's at that multi-inferno. Oh, Defensive World Champion holds the line with the multi-inferno, and he's not gonna make it through. Minions and pups are all the stands, but they will not have enough punch to take it. It is gonna be a 99% here. He does not get the multi down. He's got 3 freezes though. Freeze again at the Wizard Tower. The pack has to survive to lock in the win. Oh, we're gonna come down to this. Even one building left up gives Tompanai a chance to still the war. One more freeze to go. Headhunter deploys as the cannon goes down into the defensive Queen. Working on it. Double giant bombs go off. Doesn't get the... Wait. Does he get the Queen? Does he get the Queen? Yes! Does he have the time? I don't know. 20 seconds. Ah! Come on! I don't know if this is a triple or not. Bats can move fast. Archer, we're chipping away at the bottom here. Sneaky Goblin step in over there. 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh my God! 98% to go in and tank the Wizard Tower. Hits a Black Mine up top. It all comes down to this. These Blues have to make it through. Warden trying to fight off the air skellies and attacking him. If it gets the Expo down, the Warden can finish it. Takes the Expo. 12 seconds. He's got the cleanup moving. Warden's working. Oh, no. No. Warden, take it. No! War and glory.
Welcome back to the Queso Cup Golden Edition Swiss bracket. We've had some incredible action that has already kicked off. More to come. I am Lady B, and of course joined by Itsu. Itsu, what are we looking forward to coming up next now?
Yeah, I think obviously we have our next matches set, but I think we should take a look at the bracket and at the standings right now, how those first matches turned out, because obviously we had a lot of good matches, but take a look at that. We had the first match with Open Glory taking home that victory, and take a look overall at the bracket as well, because obviously with this system, it means every single team has a lot of chances. After 3 losses, you're out of this, which means, 2 losses and you can still get really far, which is way nicer for the teams because they're getting to play, and only 1 bad match is not going to be the end of the world. But, overall, we had so many good matches. I think the most surprising result might be actually like the biggest upset. Maybe Toro Tavantan versus MS Esports. Would you agree on that?
I would, because I especially called them out as MS Esports having that win, seeing the 14 stars, just assuming with a 99.6% that they were in there in the close, not realizing that Torla had the opportunity to close out with the perfect war. So superb performance there from Tori coming in and moving into the upper bracket. But there's another one here that is actually surprising, and that would be Queenwalkers and MS Esports facing off against lower bracket here in the 0-1 section. That's another surprising one.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the match which we're going to take a look at. Queenwalkers versus MS Esports. That's going to be a really crazy cool match. But overall, the results were kind of mixed, with a couple of teams having 15 stars. Overall, 2 teams getting this result. Otherwise, we had, let me double check, 4 teams getting 14 stars, with 2 of those results being in Aphelion versus One Glory, because that match was decided on percentage. Otherwise, it's kind of mixed. Few results, like 2 results actually with only 11 stars. Otherwise, some with 12 and 13. So it's kind of mixed. We're already seeing result-based who those top teams are to look out for. So that's going to be a cool day because we have obviously a lot of rounds coming. You just saw that bracket. And the next one is going to be, I think, a crazy one as well with Queen Walkers versus MS Esports.
I agree. This is going to be an interesting one indeed. Two very formidable foes. Queen Walkers has been on fire since the start of the season. And for MS Esports, this is the former MCES team, we've seen some changes in their lineup, and they've started finally getting into a groove that has been working well for them. So I think the interesting question is how these two teams are going to face off against each other. We often talk about the differences of the teams that are streamed a lot that have to go up against teams they don't know as well. Well, these two have an equal advantage knowing each other quite well. So this puts up for a very equal matchup.
Yeah, that's for sure. Both teams know each other really well, and it's going to be, I think, a really intense matchup, especially with Queen Walkers recently being really on form. I mean, so far with Queen Walkers, most of the time they're showing up later in the year. But this year, they were showing up from the beginning, like really, really good results. And take a look at those two rosters. It is crazy stacked. On Queen Walkers, Stephanie's side, we see Gaku, Klaus, Stars, and Yuta on the roster. And that's just a stacked roster. But I mean, take a look at the other side, Lady V. It is as stacked.
Yeah, we've got Alec, who is one of the newer team members, along with Nachoa that joined in. And then, of course, the staples, Arium, Kingsman, and Synthé. I think everybody knows what we expect to see from Synthé today, though he could switch it up. But if you're in the mood for some skelly donuts and some hogs or maybe lalos to follow that, you for sure are in for a surprise. What I'm curious to see what we could come from Queen Walkers, though, is some of the creativity. We've seen a lot of these players in Carbon's Creative Master Series just playing around, having a lot of fun, enjoying the game quite a bit, and actually bringing some of these new skills to the game, which does change the level of it. So we could see some exciting attacks coming in from both sides here.
Yeah, that's true for sure. Even though I feel like the majority of the creative attacks have serious entries. So I feel like you're only allowed to barge a base, as Klaus does, when you're having an entry which is kind of like getting the value to like get you to the position to actually barge a base. I don't think we're going to see barge. I think we can still see the same crazy entries from those guys on both sides. But overall, we're going to have a lot of fun, I think, watching this crazy match, and I'm super excited to see who is going to come out on top, because this is not where we would have expected those two teams to be, right? We would have expected, seeing this matchup, that this is like an upper bracket matchup. But no, instead, both of those teams are staying 0-1. So one more loss and only one, like after that, it's for them do or die in this tournament, because after that, they cannot lose anymore. So this is really important for those two teams to have this second chance kind of like still going on for the last few matches, because, I mean, we know as a viewer, it's a long time. And for the players, it's even more exhausting to make sure that you're concentrated over such a long time period, and that's not easy. So getting those wins early is really important. So later on, where you're kind of like not as concentrated anymore, and maybe some mistakes are happening, that's where you want to have like this second chance coming in. So let's see how that goes.
Yeah, and that's why we want to follow this particular bracket, because this is the whole beauty of the Swiss bracket. It is forgiving in ways, but you can wind up being one of those top teams that still winds up in the bottom, having to crawl your way back to fight really hard to get back in it. And this is what we want to see. We don't want to keep the focus solely on the upper bracket teams. We want to keep the focus on those teams that still have to work their way through and struggle. But equally, there are many opportunities to watch these teams that are doing phenomenal work, like Torla, who just came in with that perfect war. You can check the list of streamers over on Twitch and take a look and keep an eye on what's happening. And of course, we'll be keeping you updated with the stats on the scroll bar below as well, so you can see how your favorite teams are doing. And we will start updating you as we go through with some of the matches there. But so far, we're definitely in for quite a big surprise from what we saw from the start there. Perfect war coming in from Strat. Absolute Zero going to have to face their way down. But this Queen Walkers versus MCES, I'm not sure if that's exactly how many people would have predicted it. But we'll see which team is going to fight their way to get back in slightly further up into the upper bracket of this. And I don't know. Judo and I often try and put each other on the spot. We don't do this enough with you. I would ask who you think would potentially have the favor in this matchup.
That's a hard one, but I think at the moment, Stars, Klaus, I think Gaku as well, they're so active in Legends that they just have like this advantage over there with like the routine which is coming in. And right now on the screen you can see which matches are getting covered by which streamers. Make sure to follow your favorite teams out there and watch those streams, and you can see it right there on the list which streamer is covering which team. And it's going to be a crazy fun day because it's so many matches which are getting covered, so many matches which are getting streamed. And after you did me the favor of asking who I think is going to win, and I'm kind of like leaning towards the Queen Walker side. Now I return the question: who do you think is going to win in our match, which we are going to stream?
I think it's a tough one. I do think that Queen Walkers do go into this as the favorites, knowing how strong they are and the confidence that they've brought in this season, but I would not underestimate what MS Esports is bringing. They do have some fresh blood coming in with Alec and Ochoa. I do think they have the talent and the skill, and do not underestimate a player like Kingsman, who comes in with some of the most incredible hybrid. For all those players out there and viewers that are waiting to see some ground attacks, this is where you might get to see it, because we've seen a lot of Lalo coming in. We do know that Synthe and Kingsman are more of those ground style attackers, especially since we've seen Stadra switching up from ground and going to air with those super drags. We should see some ground coming into this mix, so this will maybe bring a little bit more balance. But you see the leaderboard on the table here to see what other wars will be streamed. Suzy Gaming will be covering X Team versus War and Glory. For RVNT versus Genshin Clan, we've got Eric from One Hive. We've got Strut versus Perumania, which Waspman will be covering. Carbon will be covering Torla Tavatan versus Repotted Gaming in that upper bracket match. And Lexness, of course, streaming Empire Gaming versus VN Tompanai. And you'll get to see that Queen Walkers versus MS Esports war with us here live, and we can keep you up to date on the stats. So a lot of action to be covered. Full score here on the English language. So I'm excited to see what's going to happen with all of these matches today and who's going to be battling it out. But we're inching ever so closer to find out who those two teams that will make it into those first playoff brackets will be shortly.
Yeah, that's right. I'm always trying to like lean over and see what the chat is saying to the question who they think who's going to win. I think the majority was like going for Queen Walkers, which is no big surprise. But there were actually quite a few as well who said MS has for sure what it takes for them to win. Because, I mean, overall, MS Esports didn't play bad. They lost 14-15. It's like yeah, of course, like sometimes the other team is just a bit better. Like this one, like those few more buildings. And so MS Esports did not do bad at any means. Queen Walkers, we have not seen them play today, so that's going to be interesting if all of the players are ready and to go into this match, because it seems like obviously if you're not fully like if this is the first match and there's so many things on the line, it's not easy to get your head into it, and it takes a really true professional. I think Queen Walkers are those, but still, it's not easy, as I said. And one thing you have to keep in mind, both of those teams, as we have said, were favorites overall, right? Like we expected them to be in the upper bracket, and whoever team is going to lose is in the bracket of the 0-2 teams. And that's the point where the head is kind of like going in your way with like, oh my God, what are we doing here? We have to win this, otherwise we're out. And like that's where the problems are starting. So I really hope that that's not going to happen. But that's another thing which you have to take in consideration when talking about those top teams, because they're top teams. Most of the time, they're not in this position. So it's a different story for them sometimes.
Yeah, and I think the one thing with these teams is there's so much predictability within them, so it can make it easier to try and find ways to defend against or even bait these teams into certain habits. But what does work in some of their favors as well is the creativity that they do bring into the table, because they're not always looking at it straightforward. A lot of times they're looking at it, okay, am I going to be baited? If I am, what other way can I go about it? And their versatility to adjust on the fly, that does come into play quite a bit with many of these pro players that we do get to see on the scene. But it is a little bit more equal because both of these teams we see streamed quite often, so we know often what to expect from them, not only offensively, but defensively here as well.
Yeah, that's for sure, right. And for me, another topic is always, which I already mentioned, like how active are those players then in, for example, Legend? And we're starting with Greenwalkers. We're like the prime example of being active on Legend. It's getting you quite a lot. And when it comes down to like practice and everything, we have Gaku starting things off actually with maybe it's a bit of a surprise. We typically see him with those Queen charges, but this time he's coming in with 10 Inferno Dragons. No Super Dragons, no, instead those Inferno Dragons. They had a small comeback after a lot of people are trying to defend those Super Dragons with single Inferno Towers. But now, well, there's two multi-Inferno Towers on the other side. Maybe he wants to take those out with the heroes. Looking forward to see how he's approaching this. But he's starting with his Queen, and most likely there's the Inferno Dragons coming in as well, early into those multi-Inferno Towers.
Yeah, so this is often where we see the early ability clipped regardless, and the rages coming down to sneak them through. Loon's taking the lead to actually protect the front line of your dragons, but also absorb some of those traps along the way. So he makes a nice, speedy, quick push through into those multis, and we've got those skelly spells down to help protect through the scatter shots from all that splash coming in and the defending heroes, while the King and Queen work along the outside of the base, keeping this train through nicely.
Yeah, like for me it's always so hard to tell how it's looking with those Inferno Dragons, because I feel like it's so trap dependent, right? Because if there's now a lot of black mines or red mines coming up, this can still go horribly wrong. But at the same time, so far we don't see too many of those traps popping up, which means the expos are getting taken down, and with that the Royal Champion is going to have a super easy time to clean up the rest, and that looked just way too easy.
Yeah, and coming in, I mean, he took a lot of risks on this one, knowing that the air sweepers were also pushing in the direction to try and sweep back the Inferno Drags and Drag Riders, but keeping those freezes at bay. He still has one more left over, dropping it down to keep that King alive, protecting the Queen, who still has her ability, and so does that Royal Champ, launching off that Seeking Shield, just knocking this one out of the park. You can see the smile on Gaku's face. He knows this is exactly the way Queen Walkers wanted to start off this war, going into the lower bracket, just absolutely seeking, destroying, and picking up the 3-star start.
That's exactly, as you said, the one start you want to look for. And that's typically when he's the first player for Queen Walkers, he's using typically one of those Inferno Dragon style attacks, because otherwise they always have the same attack order, right? With the Stadra going first, then Gaku, and then Klaus, and then Stars, and then Klaus. So this time they're mixing things up and adapting those strategies. And at the same time, we're seeing at the bottom again, like the Stars going through Tavantan, having the first fate of the day. They got 15 stars just before. Repotted are going to hit next. As we have said, make sure to follow all of those streamers on Twitch or YouTube to watch your favorite match. And we can see as well Tom Pinay getting their first 3-star on the board. That's awesome to see as well. Already the first 3-star for GB2.
Yeah, GB2 coming in nice and strong. We've got RVNT as well with a 3-star on the board against Genshin Clan. And that's another clan, I think we briefly mentioned, Brazilian team that has been a powerhouse coming in nice and strong. But X team also coming in with a 3-star start against War and Glory. War and Glory is a team that you cannot underestimate because we've seen them. They retired. We had Nick and Agent coming in, but they seem to have just like this breath of fresh air coming in after their retirement and coming in super, super strong. So that's a team that's going to be fighting hard to get their way into potentially the playoffs for a chance at the golden ticket.
Yeah, that's right. And we just saw, I think, Strat with only 2 stars in their first attack. Let's see how that's going to keep going. But now we're in with the next attack. Elec is in. Seems like he's going to go for a Blizzard onto the Expo, onto the Town Hall, trying to get as much value as possible. Keep using those invisibility spells to take down that Town Hall. Another invisibility spell in place. That should be able to take down the Town Hall. And even the single Burn Tower is gone. That was really nicely done. The Client Castle is getting loaded as well. So the perfect start for a Blizzard attack. Question now is he going to get enough value with his heroes?
Yeah, so pulling the CC to the side, Queen's going to take on that Hound nice and simple and start weaving her way in. Now, we've got this open path where the Wizard Tower is to connect the Queen, and we can already see that we're shaping up the base to kind of work our way through. This could force the King to come inside, help work along, and ease up to pick up a huge chunk of value for this Lalo push, which I like. And we also have the Ice Golem to take that frontline lead. This is a beautiful opening. We're starting to see more and more of this and taking advantage of these inline direct pushes, but the jump is what's going to be huge here to force along into the scattershot Eagle compartment with the defending Queen, while the Royal Champ ensures that there is nothing to redirect the focus of the Queen coming in from that outer edge.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, we see already Queen charges where the Warden is getting used with that King, but now a Blizzard where the same thing is getting played right there, which is a huge surprise, I think. But take a look at that hero value. That was just incredible. Taking down the entire core, taking down every single Inferno Tower right there with those scatter shots as well. The Lalo just has to do the cleanup pretty much, it feels like. So a beautiful attack right there from Elec, getting things even out again. And oh my god, that was such an overkill. Like, incredible attack with that jump. I mean, I have not seen that too often with a jump spell and getting the heroes that deep into the core. But that was a really nice attack. I think he's happy about that as well.
Yeah, he looks very happy about this. He has not lost a loon in the making of this Lalo. And for Elec, he is one of those new additions to the MS Esports team this year. He's been a priceless addition because we have seen him coming in with very strong attacks, very different thinking. And what he showcases is the power of the heroes, bringing in that Warden to get the extra value in the core of the base to narrow out the path. Sometimes it's just adjusting that thought process. I think many of the casual players think that you always need to use the Warden to come in with your Lalo. That is not necessary. If you're taking down the Town Hall, if you're taking down some of the key defenses like Eagles and scatter shots, you really can push your way around with just the loons as long as your heroes can pick up that huge amount of value that we saw Elec coming in with today.
Yeah, that's true for sure. I mean, it's quite risky because if you're not getting exactly that value, then it feels like it's like impossible to kind of save this. But at the same time, if you're getting it, then you're getting a beauty of an attack like we have just seen. So really nicely done. At the same time, we can take a look at some of the results with Repotted coming in with a 3-star as well. So it's good looking for them. At the same time, no second attack done so far in the Aphelion match, but as well a lot of cool, like overall a lot of high results. And we can see as well another close one with the start in between of Empire and Championai. I think it's going to be a really cool day with a lot of Clash action, and I'm just excited that we're just at the start. I mean, there's still so much left of the day.
Yeah, another GB2, also 3-3 against Absolute Zero, who just faced off against Strat. So let's take a look. We've got Stadger coming in for Queen Walkers, and hold up! Hold up, I think he heard me talking before about the Super Drag, that he's been going air lately, and he is coming back to Ground Town. So for all of you players out there that have been waiting and missing seeing ground attacks, Stadger's coming back into it with the Super Bowler Smash. Now leading this one off with the Warden to start shaping up the path of what we need. Typically, we try and avoid the pass to the Town Hall, but cut either across from the back side of it, where it's the last thing remaining, or cut along to the outer edge and reach over it. But either way, we've got that log launcher to open up the direct pathing coming in, and that is exactly what we're going to do for the Eagle side of this base.
Yeah, he's using the first jump and then using the lock launcher later, it seems like. So jump into lock launcher. Unfortunately, the lock launcher cannot jump. That would look kind of funny. But he's getting those troops into this big Eagle compartment. But he's then in between of those two scatter shots, which can be kind of scary. So it's depending now on this lock launcher to open up the walls quick enough, and those super bowlers not getting distracted too far, like too much from those outside troops. But exactly that is happening because the lock launcher is creating too good of a pathing, and this means all of those other troops are breaking out. There's no jump to get them back.
No, but the Yetis are coming in to try and help take on the surrounding defenses for the Town Hall. Queen is behind, has her ability intact. King is taken on the opposite scatter shot, so those are down, and it's the Yetis that actually clear out the Town Hall. So Queen can reserve her ability, help take care of the cleanup on the back end. The thing is support now. We've got a freeze, we've got an invisibility spell, and we do have the Royal Champ, while she's burned through the ability, has enough power to get through these back end defenses and finish this one off. So while Stadra might be rusty on the ground approach, he is still coming in strong with those 3 stars, with the smashes, and coming in strong for Queen Walkers, trying to keep them to see another day in this war.
Yeah, nice having those Yeti and the Queen following this path in the core. And then it wasn't too bad that those Yetis went to the outside, actually taking down the scatter and the Royal Champion to finish things off. Stadra with that 3-star. That's in more pressure now onto MS Esports to get that thing done as well for their side, because so far both teams only perfect attacks, and that's the meta right now, right? Like, that's the meta. A lot of those matches in between of the top teams is really high scoring, and this means every mistake, every fail matters and is having so much impact. So you really do not want to be that guy or girl who is failing the attack for the team. So there's like a lot of pressure on your side regarding that. But either way, both teams perfect so far. And again, we have the results, or like the in-between results coming in at the bottom side.
Yeah, so we've got X Team, who has gone 2 for 2. They've got 6 stars on the board to War and Glory's 3-star for now. RBNT also picking up another 3-star. These guys are keeping it close. Strat, though, coming in with a 2-star. Could put Perumania in a good position if they pick up the 3. Tori is now taking a downslide here with 2 defenses. They've got the 2 2-stars on the board, so Repotted Gaming in a good position. Aphelion and SG Tristella are tied up here on stars, 3 and 3. And, it looks like Avia and Tampanai coming in with that 2nd, 3rd star on the board. But let's take a look as Arium pops through now. We've got the Blimp coming in to take on the Town Hall position with the Blizz, and needs to get this down nice and fast. Gets a CC lure at the same time as well, and clearing up those surrounding defenses.
Yeah, I think he wants to take down the Warden as well. Warden always a great defense to take down. And maybe even get some more damage onto the Lava Hound, so he only has to invest the poison. Is he going to get it? No. Lava Hound surviving pretty much with 0 HP. Another question is, where is he sending in that Queen? Queen sent onto that Archer Tower. And then later on, he has no wall breakers, so he wants to force her into that long channel maybe. Maybe that's the idea. Getting the Queen into that channel, getting that Queen towards the defending Queen and versus that scatter shot. Let's see, Giant Trap over there is giving him a lot of problems. Let's see where the Queen is going. The Queen is going, I think, as intended, because that's kind of how things look like. The Queen is now following this channel into the core of this base, into the scatter shot, and that's a lot of value right there.
It really is. I was a little bit worried about the multi pulling her out of the way, but the King bringing her back on focus. His King actually coming in, clearing out the entire compartment and working along with that Royal Champ who launches her Seeking Shield. We've got the entire core of the base taken down now. If she could take down the Wizard Tower, that is huge, but not the... she does! And I was going to say, not the end of the world, but taking on the Splash is huge, huge value. Now, the only other resistance here is the Air Sweeper that's going to force those Loons back, but the Haste will sweep them in nice and neat.
Yeah, the vulnerability is super clutch, getting things completely through that defending queen compartment. But the question is, where are the headhunters to take down that queen? Now the king somehow ended up in the core with his ability to take down the queen. The last, one of the last few freezes is getting invested onto the Inferno Tower. And with that, it should be another overkill. Really nice attack. There's another freeze coming in to have the loot from the other side. And can you explain, like, wasn't there like the tornado trap, the Tesla farm, everything at the top side? How did this king end up in the core of the base with the ability not even used? That was kind of crazy. Really nice attack right there.
It's absolutely stunning attack. And, you know, I know that a lot of players out there look and see all these Lalos and they're like, why are there so many Lalos? But you can see with certain players, it is absolutely dominating the power that it offers when you know the right approach with your heroes. And as we can see, with a lot of these open style bases where you have those small narrow compartments to work your queen through, you can get so much value out of this with the use of your heroes to shape it up enough that your Lalo has such an easy narrowed out path. You get so much more value out of your spell positioning, especially when you're using hastes, which are a much more narrow radius, that you want to keep it nice and compact. So this is why we're seeing so much success out of these Lalo pushes, and probably a lot more, but it's the pro players that they just make it look so easy, Itsu.
Yeah, I think one of the main reasons as well is like the different traps which we have on ground and which we have on air. It's really hard to bait like an air attack because there is black mines, but you have the vulnerability, so you don't really care about that, or like red mines, and you use the vulnerability and you're done. If you're thinking about a Queen Charge hybrid, which then again would be a ground attack, there's spring traps, and no vulnerability in the world can protect your miners or hawk riders versus spring traps. So that's kind of like why air is so much better, because you cannot bait it. Like it's really hard to get baited. Let's put it that way. Obviously, to some degree you can bait it, but it's really hard. And this is why pro players obviously like to run the maybe harder strategies to execute, but at the same time, the strategies where it's less likely that you're running into baits and falling really short, because the matches which you have seen so far and the results which we have seen so far are really speaking for really high scoring matches. So ending up with like a 70% 2-star is already nearly like the guaranteed win for the other team. So having a Queen Charge hybrid and running into a bait is not the most fun thing to do. So now let's see, because we have another Blizzard coming in, and Stars is going for the Blizzard. Is he going for the gold storage, or I think maybe just for the Royal Champion platform? No! Oh, I'm not sure. I think he wanted to go for the gold storage.
Yeah, I think he wanted to get in a little bit deeper there, but does get the scatter taken out, able to take on the Expo as well here. So getting reasonable value, plus the CC lure, which is always important. That's that extra double duty that you get out of it when you're bringing in any kind of blimp. You want to try and get as much as you can out of it. So Headhunters have been taken care of. Queen can take care of the Hound, drops the poison over top just to encompass the pups, and we may even see an archer or a couple of minions to help protect, make this move nice and swift and get things going. But the king working from the northern side of the base at 12 o'clock is going to help shape up the path for the queen to start pushing her way along right into that narrow compartment that we talk about.
Yeah, that's right. And like we said already during the analysis part in between of those two attacks, those open channel giving those queens a really nice pathing into the core of the base. And take a look at that. The queen is still going with her ability not even used yet. So that's a lot of value. The king now is at the top side. I think it's obviously still some way towards the town hall. If he's going to get that, just think about that. He just took down the eagle with his queen. What is going on? Stars is doing Stars things. Now the town hall has to go down. If that's going to happen, it's not looking that great for the base, I think.
No. With the invisibility spell of the king, I am surprised he started the Lalo so quickly. We'll have to use this warden ability unless he wants to sacrifice the very few loons that are coming through, but it doesn't seem so. 2 freezes and 2 haste to try and force his way through. He's going to have to hold off a freeze combination for the Wizard Tower scatter shot on the back end here, but for now, the Hound is tanking for it, but it feels like he's losing a lot of power from these loons as they are not coordinated together, dropping the haste to give it any bit of semblance he can get out of it, and dropping the freezes. We've got one more freeze haste combination, but it is not working out. I do think that he did not give enough credit to the King that was working his way through to take this on. And this could be his undoing now, as he's got no more support to get out of this. This is going to be potentially the first defense that we see now coming in on the board.
Yeah, really surprised that he went through the town hall with that Lalo. I feel like with the Warden, with those headhunters especially as well, not having to go through the town hall poison, this would have been an overkill. Like the hero dive, there was no base left pretty much, and then he sent a huge part of his loons, of his headhunters, of like the Warden itself through the town hall. So really big surprise over there. Maybe he wasn't really convinced that his heroes can take down the town hall. Really unfortunate. But this means the first defense of this match, and it goes to MS Esports, and they now can take the lead in this face-off, which would be really important, especially considering that this wasn't the highest percentage. You said earlier you want to get above this 90% mark, or even higher if possible, if you're failing, to make sure that at least the other one is still having a lot of pressure, as we have seen earlier with the Strat match, with the last attacker having to like go for a 97% 2-star, which is pretty much the same as going for a 3-star. But with this attack, it might cost way much, or way more, let's put it that way.
I think it really will. That is a bit unfortunate, you know, and it's these quick decisions that do happen ultimately, that you try and make a judgment call, and not trusting your heroes could be a big mistake. But let's see if Nitro will take advantage of this as he comes through with the Queen charge. Lalo, we've got a nice early start here, setting up the Queen push to come in towards that Eagle compartment. We've got an additional wall break, but we also have a jump to lead into the core where we have the multis. These multis being eliminated from the core do help set the cores for your Lalos. The multis are some of the biggest threats to your Lalo with that big spread out, especially when you've got two close knit together like this.
Yeah, there's another Rage coming in with 2 Expos and the Warden on his Queen. And so far, he has the Slammer selected, so no fancy Flame Flinger, Lock Launcher, things like that. But he has the jump as well, so let's see where exactly he's going to jump. He has to freeze, because the time with the Headhunters were not really perfect. Now it depends, where's that Queen going? I think he wanted to jump on top of that Queen platform at the top side. At the moment, it seems like this Queen is having not the interest in going to the top side. Maybe with the King clearing out this bottom side now, she should get pushed back, and there's another jump indeed coming in to take down those 2 multi-farm towers and take down the sweepers as well in just a second. The Lalo now into the Town Hall. We have seen that many times today. Lalo into the Town Hall. Let's see how that works, because the Town Hall's not activated yet, and the Warden ability already got used.
Ooh, so this could be problematic. Ooh, the Hound, though, picking up all those red air bombs. Nice power through. Tries to rage up the loons to get past the poison bomb, and it does save them slightly. We do have the Stone Slimer still going strong, and the Queen, who's still alive with the healers intact for now, unless there's more air traps to knock them out along the way. But the Stone Slimer is going to have to be the saving grace on this one. A couple of extra loons to bring in for some added reinforcement and distraction on the back end. Queen's got her full path open for the support and the Drag Rider to try and help, but no more spell support to help this one. So it is up to the Queen, and this is a lot of damage incoming, but the King is still alive with the minions and headhunters. There is the opportunity to clear this one up and finish it off, Itsu.
Yeah, it's 40 seconds. Minions are coming in from the top side to make things a bit more clear. And he has the powerful barge left. 1 Archer, 1 Barbarian getting placed into the mix as well. This Queen is going to finish things off. And he is still going to a 3-star. What a comeback. Crazy, crazy good jump right there from him. And this means that Shore is getting things done for MS Esports. And this means there is the lead for MS Esports in this matchup. Both teams so far with 3 attacks each, but only one team with only the perfect score. So really nicely done by him. And Queen Walkers, they have to go perfect now as well and hope for a crazy good defense.
Oh, they definitely do. That small slip up here does mean quite a bit, and it would be surprising to see Queen Walkers slipping down 0-2 into this matchup. That would mean that they need to get a win in that next round to try and get their way through. But so far, MS Esports, like I said, they're not a team to really put too far under the radar because we have seen them coming together quite a bit more recently with these new additions, and I think they've been watching a lot of the Queen Walkers to try and get their number, but a lot of creativity and a lot of quick reflexes coming in from these new players like Alec and Nachoa. They're definitely they're earning their keep, so to speak.
Yeah, for sure. Those were really, really good attacks. And now we have Klaus coming in with, I think, a Skelly Bat Donut, because I don't see the poison right there. So yes, there it is. The bat and the skeleton spell right there into the center to take down the multi-phone tower, take down that clan castle. And that's looking good. The clan castle should fall. And this means the beginning of this attack so far, when it's coming down to the spells, is successful. The heroes now are getting sent in from their top side. Again, like the same approach as all of those sweet Lalo attacks, which means Queen for the Town Hall, King for the Scatter Shot right next to it, and most likely this Royal Champion in between to take down the second multi-phone tower in the core.
But I do see the log launcher, so I'm curious if we're going in with a big dive for this. Maybe bring the Warden in to come into play, unless we are going to switch this up later on into a Stone Slammer or a Blimp. King is just charging through with the early ability of Royal Champ, picking up as much value as possible. We've got the Town Hall just about to go down, but the multi going down in the core as well. The Air Sweeper would be a nice push, though it's not going to be detrimental to the pathing of the Lalo from either direction, since he is starting in, and that means the Warden can come in for the power play, working along with these loons. But again, I'm waiting to see what he brings in for the siege barracks, because I can't imagine we're going to keep that log launcher there.
Yeah, the last ability spell, I think, was a second too late, a millisecond too late, you want to say. The Tesla form is getting completely overwhelmed, but there's still quite a lot of base still left. With the freeze, though, onto the Eagle, onto the multi-phone tower, it's not looking too bad. With, again, a separate Slammer coming in. The Sweeper would have been nice if that would have been taken down. No Warden ability left, but a nice Loon portion completely overtaking this base. And one thing which I'm always so which I'm finding so crazy about, for me it's always the Queen Walker players, so like in overall the Lado players. Those free spell placements, I mean, it looks easy. It looks like, yeah, sure, no problem, freeze the Eagle and freeze the multi-phone tower. But I have seen as well so many people, and especially like the casual players, like when I see normal regular wars, I see so many people that would just freeze the multi-phone tower. That would just freeze a single building, but instead optimizing your spells so nicely that you're freezing so much in the base. That's so impressive to me, because it's as well this quick thinking, which is not as easy. Like, it's easier said than done. So that's really impressive to me, like with all of those Lalo attackers optimizing the spell placement and getting so much out of their spells, which are costing only one spell housing place, right? So that's really cheap, but getting so much.
And that's something that you look at, you know, ahead of time as well, where you can get that huge freeze value, especially when you're bringing in things like bats and, you know, where you need to know where that placement is going to be. But we are still taking a look at some of the scores coming in, and it looks like Strat and Perumania can still be tied up. But Perumania would, if they pick up the 3-star, have the percent advantage. Torla still coming in strong with 9 stars on the board, holding over Repotted Gaming. These are pretty tight matches that we have coming in, and some impressive, oh my goodness, wait, was that Tristella and Tori coming in tied up completely with star count and percentage, and Vian Tompanai in a good position. Even if there is a 3-star coming in against them, they have the percent lead. So a lot that could be changing quickly within these matches, but a lot of these teams keeping it nice and close that you were talking about. This is the biggest problem, is you really can't have too many big slip-ups in these kinds of wars.
Yeah, only a few mistakes. And we have talked about ground and air, and we have talked about how not forgiving ground at all is with those spring traps, because if your troops are hitting spring traps, they're out, they're done, and they're out of this attack. With, for example, then the air attacks, you can still use the Warden ability and block those, but spring traps, not as easily. So now we have the King of Hybrid coming in with Kingsman and a Queen Charge and a Hybrid right into that Town Hall compartment.
Yeah, and the one thing I always remember you saying about the approach with the hybrid in general is when you can pick up some value getting a bomb tower within it, and we can see that in close proximity to where the town hall is. That could be huge for this, eliminating some of that damage. We'll see if that's if the queen's gonna be on course to actually take that on and help out for the pathing of the hybrid if he does send it in from the 12 to 1 o'clock side and force that queen down and around. But I do see the baby dragon already shaping up a funnel down at the 6 o'clock side, so it might not be the case. Either way, we need to make a nice, easy, narrowed out path. We always talk about the radius of these spells and how important they are that you get everything covered within the splash. So an early heal coming in is ideal with the oncoming slot of the Scattershot and the CC troops along with the defending RC.
Yeah, but there's so much damage right there. Warden Bleach now is getting used as well, which means for the entirety of the rest of this base, he has only one heal spell left. And that's not going to be easy. Spring Traps are hitting hard as well, and defending King now is coming in. There's the first freeze. Hog Riders from the Siege Barracks are coming in as well. The Queen did not go for that multi-inferno tower. There's another heal spell. Nice, where every single group is, like every single troop is grouping up, but that Queen is going for the most interesting wall ever. Let's put it like that. Just go around the corner, please. There is an open wall. Instead, she's choosing that wall. There's a bomb tower right in front of that scatter, and that's a deadly combination.
Yeah, and he's already burned through the freeze that he had left. I mean, the invisibility spell could have helped those healers maybe round that queen to the corner, but we still have the invisibility spell intact. We've got a little support left. Queen has her really strong ability, and so does the Royal Champion. So at the end of the day, Kingsman's not worried about recovering this one. This is why he's known as the king of the hybrid, because he can recover almost any plan, no matter how risky or how hard it seems. And MS is still continuing to go in strong, claiming that lead over the Queen Walkers. There's still one more attack to go left on each side, but we've got MS Esports, who is really putting Queen Walkers' backs to the wall today.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy, and Utah has to perform now. At the same time, though, it's always so impressive to me how Kingsman is getting those hybrid attacks done. It looks so easy. I mean, it's kind of like everyone knows what is coming in those hybrid attacks, right? Queen charge the town hall, hybrid the flank, always the same thing. But even though you're kind of knowing what might happen to your base, it's not easy to defend because he is having his own way. As you said, King of Hybrid, he's having his own technique, approaches to bases as well. And those small things can have a huge impact. So really nicely done. At the same time, I think we should take a look again at those stats right there and take a look at that Strat. That's close. Only a few percentage in between of those two. Turretavantan really struggling against Repotted with 2 stars lower, especially after just having 15 stars. That's surprising. And then Aphelion Esports as well in there with being kind of close because Tristella has one more attack to go. So overall, still a lot of close matches at the end of all of those matches. We obviously will show you every single result, but we are in for the last attack of Queen Walkers, and they need to 3-star this one to have a chance in staying in this match. And Utah is the Queen Charger legend himself. Can he do it? That's the big question.
That is the question. He's known to be in this position as a leader. He often takes he always takes the final position, leaving that responsibility on his shoulders. Yeti Blimp to come in, rages up to help carry through the defending heroes and ensure that he gets the full cleanup of the defenses within this compartment. We've got the wall break opening up. This also sets up the path for the Queen to charge her way through, and we've got nice easy access leading her through into the town hall. Nice straight line composition coming in, which is also going to narrow out what the Lalo is going to need here as well.
Yeah, we have that Queen keep pushing forward. Like, he wants to get towards the town hall. It depends now on the wall breakers wherever they're going. And we all know wall breakers have their own mind. This wall breaker actually is really well trained because it's directly going where it's supposed to go. That's nice. Next wall break is going to go onto one of those builder huts, if I guess that right. And then we're going to have this Lado from the top side with still his king, his warden, his royal champion not even deployed, but there is a damage clan castle. Let's see if the Queen is going to disappear. So far it's looking good.
Ooh, so gets the poison down. Also freezes up those minions. We're wasting some of these freezes, but it's not a waste considering all the damage coming in, and he needs to ensure that the queen survives. Plus, we've got that single surrounding. Drops the invisibility spell just to ensure that the town hall and the single go down, and the queen gets full access. We've got that open compartment, a little bit more to the outside or inside edge of the base, but not as much to the outside. But the minion is actually going to ping away and help with some of these ground defenses to pick it up so the queen can get more value. Lalo coming in with a wide spread, but we do have the king helping to narrow it out from that warden position.
Oh, red mines. Is the queen going to stay alive, or more like going to the healers? And they're gone. Now the queen on defense is going to get taken down. The queen has still her ability. She's getting really low right there. But this again, huge group of loons coming in. The queen is trying to help to take down the scatter. The scatter, the last important defense to take down. The king is coming in as well. The royal gem with her ability, and that's going to be another 3-star, 14 stars for Queen Walkers. Now the question is, can Sinti, the man himself, going to finish off this match with another 3-star for MS Esports, or is this match going to end up on a crazy other result? We're going to witness in just a couple of seconds, but that attack, another really nice one. But 14 stars. It feels like 14 stars for the majority of teams, that would be already enough to win. But in such a crazy high-level match, it means like nothing. I think Boom has said it on Twitter once, you have to go for the perfect war, otherwise you're not safe. 14 stars, good percentage, does not mean that you're going to take this victory. And that's exactly the case in this one. The question now is, can MS Esports finish off clean how they started, or is this going to be a bit more shakier? And we have maybe a 14-14 score with percentage having to come in clutch or maybe not clutch, depending on which side you are.
Yeah, that's and that pressure is on Sinthe to produce with this. We know he's known for the Skelly Donut and can often switch it up between Hogs and Lala. We'll see what his poison of choice is going to be in this one, but definitely pressure is on to perform with this. We've seen some amazing hits coming through from both sides. Definitely a well-fought war, and both teams need to keep their head high, but it does come down to just getting that 3-star on the board. Let's see if he falters. We do have the Skelly Donut, indeed, coming through. And we also have the Flame Flinger coming in for the Town Hall.
I think, isn't that something which he's using as well to push in Legends? Or like he's using that with Hawk Riders in Legend. But still, going for the Skelly Donut, and then it's at the same time for the Flame Flinger for the tunnel. I think that's what he's playing in Legend, but he's using mass Hawk Riders after that in Legend. This time though, he's going for the Lalo. The one thing which is a bit more, which is a bit stronger. Let's put it like this, because Hawk Riders, it's kind of like a meme. It's his thing. It's a lot of fun to him, and he's quite successful over there. And take a look at that. He's using archers to distract the multi-mortar to make sure that the Flame Flinger is not taking too much damage. What a genius move right there. Nicely done by Cynthia, and this means the Town Hall is going to fall next. And now it's Heroes can be sent in from the top side, can get a lot of value over there. The question is this going to be baited with the Heroes, or is he getting all of the value he needs with the Queen getting funneled again into one of those open channel of the base?
Yeah, I mean, he's taken down the CC. He took down 2 of the Infernos in there. Going for the Town Hall, he is going for full value. And again, we're talking about these openings that we push the queens through to pick up more value. King sectioning this off, pushing a beautiful funnel with the Royal Champ supporting, getting down the air defense, which is going to help support the Lalo. Queen, wait, coming back around. She's not going to go for the core of the base, not going to get the air sweeper and the splash of the Wizard Tower. This is not exactly what we want because she dies out through the poison bomb. A bit unfortunate, but we've got the Royal Champ to actually take this under control. Has her ability, which gives her a regenerative boost to come in. Can she get the multi down as well and get these loons working their way through? Itsu, just about.
Is looking really good, I think. Yes, indeed. All of those red mines already got triggered by the rocket loons from the Flame Flinger, and that's going to be it. He is, we can see in his fire cam, he is happy, he is relieved, getting the pressure out of, like, from his shoulders and showing off that he's Well, he's just the Skelly Donut King. Really nice Skelly Donut. Beautiful attack with the Flame Flinger, showing why this siege is so strong. Another 3-star, and this means 15-14. And that's just crazy. I think both of our matches so far in the live broadcast, both of them were 15-14. Incredible high scoring. And this means MS Esports taking home the victory. Nice match.
Oh, a beautiful match at that. So another perfect war on the board. Queen Walker Stephanie, unfortunately, winding up now in the 0-2 bracket, but MS Esports will put their way in 1-1. So we'll take a look in a little bit to see where they're going to face off against, how the other teams have done. But let's take a look at the player stats overall. We, of course, had Gaku in. I think we're missing a few of the stats, but it was Stars who came in with that 89% that actually caused the biggest problem for them getting this closer, unfortunately. And that was a small, tiny error, Itsu. Like, that was just a small error of call because the King had that Town Hall under control with the invisibility spell. Had he waited just an extra second or two, waited to get the Lalo going after the Town Hall went down, he would have gotten the 3-star. So this does put them in a precarious position, but they still have the opportunity to fight back.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, would be easy to fill the gaps, which we just said, right? Because everything else was just 3-stars. So easy as that, 100%. 3-stars all around for all of those attacks. And one thing which you have really seen, a lot of those teams, of the top teams, are using Lalo. It is so crazy how good those players became with this strategy, and it is just kind of scary how they're even saving attacks sometimes, which are kind of looking lost to that point where we're at that. And it's kind of crazy. Really strong match on both sides, but at the end of the day, this means Queen Walkers is now 0-2. I don't think anyone would have expected them to be one of the 0-2 teams. There is not many teams with this scoreboard at the moment, and the same thing obviously on the other side with the 2-0. That's more likely where people would have thought they would come in, but that's just crazy.
It is. It really is. But again, there's still opportunity. We'll talk a little bit more about the brackets later and where all the teams stand. But why don't we take a look at a replay first? And this one I definitely want to highlight comes from Synthé. This is something that he is exceptional at doing, and that is the Skelly Donut. He's known for this. Watch the multitasking ability, because he does come in with a Flame Flinger at the same time as dropping down the Skelly Donut. And within that, you have to be very mindful of the placement of your Flame Flinger for the risk of mortars. So there needs to be some distraction out of the way. You need to keep it out of range, and expos as well, but keeps us on point while he focuses on getting not only one, not only two, but 3 buildings down at the same time with the multi-single and the CC there right in the core, which connects everything to the Town Hall position. This is opening up the pathing and creating a great big push coming in. And at the same time, we are worrying about taking down the Town Hall. The simultaneous defenses that do surround. You can see the Loons coming in to help eliminate any threat to the Flame Flinger from taking that on, because the Expo and the mortars are the only things that can work in range of those Flame Flingers. Now, coming in from the opposite side, we've been talking a lot about these open paths leading the Queens in. In order to do this, we need to use our heroes like our King to help set up that funnel. So drops the King in from the 9 o'clock position to take on that scatter shot. This essentially forces the Queen into that open position of the base. And while it was not enough to force the Queen to get in that splash damage from the Wizard Tower and the Air Sweeper right in the core, the King provided so much power and tank for the Royal Champion, who comes into play here because we did bring in the Ice Golem for the extra boost. She's able to then take that on and take some shots to the multi. So what we've done here is we've set up a very nice, easy, narrow push while it is wide for the Lalo to bring its way across from the back end. Oh my goodness, and look at those Loons, of Rocket Loons sweeping through from that Flame Flinger. Never forget the troops that you have come out of there and the value that it brings in. We have the push coming in with the Warden ability to clip them through nice and neat, but it's the freeze spells and the haste that you always have to watch out for. These freezes are something that are very important if you do leave any multis on the back end to try and help spare your loons, but he had like 5 million loons left over anyway, and it wasn't going to be a problem for him to finish this off at the end of the day. But the key takeaways from these are thinking about the position of these outlying town halls where you can get the value from the flame flinger, and when you have these open core spaces, how you can use that in conjunction with your heroes to force your queen along and create a much more narrow path either for your Lalo or for your Hogs. And that is the winning win for MS Esports at the end of the day to advance on further into this bracket, going 1-1 Itsu.
That's right, and I just took a look at the results. I think we're going to be back after a really short break with an incredible next match, and obviously even more interesting matchups, because the next round means that the tournament life for some of those teams is on the line, and it means that some of the teams already can qualify after the next round. So a lot of important things are going to happen next, so do not want to go anywhere, because we are going to be back after a really short break. So see you in a bit. In the next stage of the Clash of Clans Queso Cup Golden Edition, we have overall 16 teams battling it out in a Swiss system. Now you might ask, what exactly is a Swiss system and why was this format chosen? So the main difference for a Swiss system and a knockout system is that every team is having the possibility of playing multiple matches. This means as well for you guys out there being the fans of specific teams, you can cheer for your team a little bit longer and have the hope of maybe they're getting a crazy comeback, which is always possible in a format like this. But how does the Swiss system work? Well, overall in round 1, you're going to have, with 16 teams, you're going to have 8 pairs. Those are going to be randomly matched, and then you're going to have, after this round, 8 teams with a score of 0 and 1, and 8 teams with a score of 1 and 0. So moving forward, we always have the teams with the same record matching up against each other. So for example, the teams with the score of a 1-0 are going to go up against each other, while the teams with the 0-1 are going to match up against each other in round 2. For round 3, we now have overall 4 teams with a record of 2 and 0. We have 8 teams with a record of 1 and 1. And again, we have 4 teams with a record of 0-2. Again, we're keeping the same way with always matching the teams with the same record and moving forward with that system. The question with this system is, when exactly are the teams qualified? When are they allowed to move to the next stage? Well, that's pretty simple actually. The first teams who make it to 3 wins are going to be qualified. This might take 3 rounds, this might take 4 rounds. It's really depending on how quickly you get there. And if you can follow this accordingly, this means after 3 rounds, we're going to have the first 2 teams making it into the next stage guaranteed. After that, we're going to have more teams following with round 4 and round 5. Once the tournament is over, we're going to have several teams tied with the same record. For finding the seeding for the playoffs then, we're going to have the same procedure as every time, which means stars, then percentage, and then the average time. So make sure to cheer for your teams, make sure to push them, because every single star can matter. So what are you waiting for? Set the alarm for the Sunday, 3rd April at 1 PM UTC to check out the stream, cheer for your teams, and push those players to the limit. We will see you there. Until then, clash on.
welcome back to the Queso Cup Golden Edition Swiss bracket. We are heading into the third round. Things are heating up. We're seeing some unexpected changes. And I'm Lady B, of course, joined here by Itsu. Itsu, my goodness, we've got some crazy action going on today. And we're going to be talking a little bit more about where people are ranked and what we're going to be watching next.
Yeah, I think that's the thing what everyone is waiting for, right? So let's get right into the bracket, see what are the standings, how are the teams ranked right now, and we can see the results. We had in the upper bracket, we had X Team beating War and Glory actually 13-13 on percentage. It was a really close one. RVNT being in the upper bracket because they won 14-11. Strat actually lost 14-14 after their first match where they beat Absolute Zero 15-14. And now we have as well Tavantan losing to Repotted 11-14. On the lower bracket, with as well some crazy matches with Aphelion Esports winning versus SG Tristella, Empire Gaming losing 12-13 versus Tom Pinay, and another GB2 winning 14-13 as well versus Absolute Zero. So I feel like Absolute Zero is really unfortunate. They had 14 and 13 stars, where you would think that's not too bad, but they're actually in the lower bracket with the 0-2 record, which is really unfortunate. And then we had Queen Walker Stephanie versus MS Esports, where MS Esports won 15-14. So a lot of crazy high matches. You can see it on your screen right now where every single team is. And we're going to take a look at RVNT versus Perumania. I think that match should be crazy. Both teams had 14 stars in their last match. I'm ready. I am ready to see what those teams have, because whoever is going to win this match, they are guaranteed in the top 8 of the Queso Cup Golden Edition. That means they're in the top 8 to get the golden ticket for the Clash of Clans World Championship in 2022.
It does. We're going to see our first two teams qualifying, but at the same time, we're going to be keeping an eye on that lower bracket in the 0-2 in the stats as well, because two teams will be eliminated because of 3 losses, and that could either be Empire, Tristella, Absolute Zero, or Queen Walkers, teams that I think that no one expected to see that quite far down. But what we do find very interesting is that we're going to have Perumania, a team that I can say both of us don't know too much about, that are sneaking their way in, making it through, and RVNT, which is a team that actually just recently won the Torneo de Fuego Fire Fiera Grand Finals. So they have been on fire and could have the chance, but we'll see what Perumania is made of. And if you're looking to watch some of the other wars that we have going on, you can see the list of casters. We've got West Maniac, who is going to be showcasing Repotted Gaming versus X Team Esports. We've got Eric, who's going to cover Strat versus Torla Tavatan. We've got Carbon Fin with MS Esports versus another GB2. And we've got Susie Gaming, who's covering Absolute Zero versus Queen Walker Stephanie, one of those 0-2 bracket matches. So a lot on the line here. And of course, you can stay up to date while you watch our stream as well with the stats on the board below during the matches. But this is going for glory. We're going to find out who one of the top 2 teams to advance on is going to be. And I would ask, if you're a betting man, who you would go for, but we've got Perumania coming in as this dark horse against RVNT, who we do know fairly well from the community, the former Rest team. And as I mentioned, they took down Space Station Gaming in the Fire Fiera tournament in the grand finals, actually twice over.
Oh God, I think before I answer that question, I think I want to have the chat getting involved as well. Let me know what you think, who is going to win this. And now we're getting back to our jinxing power, because I think we both predicted Queen Walkers to win this last match. And I mean, who lost? We all know it. So, yeah, so what did you predict, MS? Was I wrong?
I think I gave more favor to MS than I did for Queen Walker. So maybe a
then my jinx power is just stronger. That's fine as well.
We're handing that crown over to you. But let's take a look at the team roster lineup that we have for RVNT. So this Italian team we have representing Bombador, Joker, Kingpin, Trotino, and Yegan. And for Perumania, let's talk through who we have here as well. Itsu.
Yeah, we have Alberto, we have Kronos, we have F, we have Carlos, and we have Mr. Jeff coming in as well. And as you said, for us, we don't know much about them, and that's why I feel like it's so cool that we can stream them in this upper bracket, because I really want to see how good they are and what strategies they use. I mean, at the moment we see a lot of super dragons as well. That might happen. Maybe they're just really good with those super dragons, but maybe they use those fancy strategies as well. So we're looking forward to see what they're coming in with, because so far, like, just based on the stars, on the performance which they showed in the results which we have seen so far, they were crushing it. So we're looking forward to see which of those two teams can get this victory and be one of the first teams, one of the first two teams actually, who's getting into the playoff phase, into the next stage of this tournament.
And we talk about like how the Swiss bracket almost makes it a little bit more equally matched, and in this sense we definitely get to see it with the 14 and 14 star performances and the teams being able to face off against teams that are basically within their standing, but again some just ups and downs and surprises and turns to see Queen Walkers in that lower bracket but still with the opportunity to fight their way out against a very strong team with absolute zero, you know, and Strat as well being knocked out by this dark horse. RVNT could be in a similar position, but we've also seen some incredible plays by Torla Tavatan, which I think has taken some other teams by surprise. So you never know where you're going to be, but we are inching closer to find out which of those teams are going to advance on into the playoffs, where we have the $50,000 on the line. And not only that, but the first place walking away with $30,000 of that prize pool and the coveted first golden ticket for the World Championships.
Yeah, and if you're wondering why I'm always like looking onto that side, I'm trying to read you guys in the chat what exactly you are saying. And there was actually someone saying, okay, only one Super Dragon hit so far versus Strat. Okay, that's interesting. I'm really looking forward to see what they're coming up with, like what their strategy type is, because I feel like it's every single team is like having their own identity when it's coming down to attacking. Obviously, the Lalo the most famous one, but even with that, different teams are opting into different, I don't know, like variation of Lalo. Some people prefer the Ice Hounds more, some teams prefer the Queen Charge more, some people really are into the Blizzard. So that's really, really different. That's what I love about those teams, because every single team has their own identity, has their own approach to the game, what they think is the best at the moment. So that's really cool to watch. So I'm really looking forward to. And I heard already that some teams actually use Queen Charge Rocket Rune, so I want to see one of those as well. That would be really cool later on. But yeah, super excited to see what strategies those teams are coming up with and what the go-to is as well. Both teams defended really well in the future, like in the last couple of matches. So let's see what type of bases they're running, because we have seen completely different. We have seen box bases from Queen Walkers or MS Esports. We have seen anti 3-star setups already. So really looking forward to see what their understanding of the meta is and how they ended up being 2-0 so far in this really, really crazily stacked bracket.
Absolutely. I can't wait to see what we have coming from that. Now, because you have solicited the chat to give you more information on Perumania, where do you stand on this? Who do you think is going to have the lead in it? Let's not say get the win, but who do you think has more of an advantage coming into this match?
It's hard to say. I think at this point it's really hard talking about like adapting to the enemy team. So even though RVNT is more known, I don't think that this is an advantage or disadvantage at this point. I think it's all about just playing your game and trying to go with it. Still though, since RVNT have the experience they're playing at this level with winning this cup you said earlier, I think they are having the upper hand. But let's see. We have the first attack in. Sammy is in with one of the only ground attacks which we have seen so far. P.E.K.K.A. Smash it is. I love it. We have not seen P.E.K.K.A. Smash in ages. I feel like, I don't know, Super Bowler Smash? Yeah, sometimes. But P.E.K.K.A. Smash, actually, that's cool to see.
Yeah, so we did get to see the Super Bowler Smash. We, of course, got to see some hybrid, but Pekka Smash we don't see as much of because of the power of those Super Bowlers. Now we do have the Warden leading the way here, clearing up the path, gets the opening coming in, working along with the Queen. This provides a lot of power with the oncoming defense because the Warden can't handle it all on his lonesome, but also speeds up the process coming in and clears out a huge portion of this base. We've already opened up the 9 o'clock portion of the base to start leading our way through with those Pekkas, with the Super Wizards, and all meet up, pushing down towards that bottom side of the base where the Town Hall remains.
Yeah, and so far it seems like being more like a Queen charge into somewhat of a Pekka Smash. So really interesting approach so far. I love the idea, but there's now the Rocket Loons coming in. The healers are transitioning over to the Queen. Oh, he barely saving that Queen with that Warden ability. That was really last second. Nicely done with the reaction. But now he has to get to that Town Hall because, I mean, there's still 2 exposed single Inferno Tower behind the Town Hall, and the Town Hall needs to go down. The Queen going along with that Unicorn and having some fun at the top side with the Queen luring away everything from the Town Hall. What is going on?
What? Where are these Yetis going? The Valve walking away with the Yetis. Queen's on her own course, beating on a wall rather than going to the Town Hall. I mean, everything was lined up open straight to go through, but we've got the Pekkas coming in. Royal Champ trying to help this out, but she's burned through her ability. Warden shots it down, and the Town Hall goes down, but is this going to be enough to recover? There's a minute left on the clock. Yeti's working with the Queen, but no abilities left and no spell support Itsu.
Yeah, I mean, that was close to an heart attack right there, but he got that second star, and now it's all about this time, as I said. There's this one Pekka cleaning things up, and there's the wall break to get the Queen out. The Queen with the Unicorn, that's like the crazy thing about this Unicorn. The Queen was supposed to be dead already 10 times, but this Unicorn keeping her alive. The Pekka is running 30 seconds. The Wizards are dying at the bottom side. The Queen is following that Pekka and has the Unicorn behind it. And this is going to be the 3-star. We can see the reaction of the player. What an attack. I think this is one of the most roller coaster attacks which I have seen in a long time. Looking good from the Queen, nearly dying in a millisecond Warden ability. Perfect timing right there to protect the Queen, to the Queen being then at the end like full life again. And what an attack. Saving the second star, saving the third star. That was a really cool attack to watch.
Yeah, I think I saw Sammy wiping some sweat off his brow there towards the end. Oh my goodness. Definitely a roller coaster of action, but beautiful recovery. And that is sometimes not the most easy and forgivable recovery when you come in with the Town Hall on the back end. But this is something to keep in mind with various styles of attacks. When you have that Royal Champion, she often isn't coming in with the main mix, so she can be used as a saving grace to help pick up that Town Hall, but it would not have been done had those Pekkas not have been there to help with the support, because she can't often get that done by herself without a rage freeze or some additional combination, especially with some surrounding defenses there. But kudos to get that 3-star on the board and start this off. And you can see the lineup down below. Aphelion already in with a 3-star start against Gensen Clan. And we'll keep an eye on these triples and 2-stars and stats coming in below. Empire Gaming, also another team that we don't know much of, but they are continuing to throw in these 3-stars.
Yes, and now we have Alberto coming in with the Super Dragons right there. What exactly is he going to go for? There's the Super Dragons. One Inferno Dragon on the far left was funneling. And now coming in from this far other side from the Town Hall. First, the Rages are in. That's how you do it with those Super Dragons. And then, where is that Blimp coming in? Obviously, no Warden ability left anymore. The Super Dragons are just going to fry everything up in the core. Clan Castle came out, which is not the most optimal thing. The race in the core. Is something going there? Yes, we have the Dragons following. And now we have that Blimp flying in. Obviously, no protection anymore. No Warden ability to protect that. But the Super Dragons are closing in. And there's still quite a few of them left alive. With the freeze for the Town Hall, that should make quick work.
Yeah, and they've actually cleared out the majority of the pathing for any possible air traps along the way. So it gets that nice deep dive in with the Yetis to help secure not only take down the Town Hall, but taking on that single targeting Inferno. And this clears a nice course for the remaining Super Drags to take care of the outside of the base, work alongside with the Royal Champion for the Scattershot compartment, while the Queen reserves her ability on the outside edge. Limited damage coming in. We do, of course, have the cannon, the Archer Tower, and the multi-mortar, but with the Unicorn keeping her alive while she's not taking on too much heat is going to give her the power to get through. Plus, Itsu, we've still got a freeze left to hold off on this one.
Yeah, and again, the scariest combination which there is in Clash of Clans, which is the Unicorn Queen combination. I mean, she's just staying alive for so long. It is incredible. The Super Dragon at the bottom side, clearing out the Archer Tower, and this means the Queen can finish off the job, and that's going to be the first 3-star as well for Perumania. Nicely done by Alberto, showing off the Super Dragons, which we haven't seen that often, to be honest. I think, is that the first Super Dragon attack we have seen from Gaku? We have seen from Gaku the Inferno Dragons, but no Super Dragons yet, except like at least in this stream so far. So the first Super Dragon attack of the day, and it's going to be a 3-star.
Absolutely, yeah. It would have been Stadger that we would have expected to see it come in with, because that has been his poison of choice lately. But this time he actually switched over to the Super Bowlers, went back to his ground roots today. So first one on the board for us, and we'll see what remains for the rest of the attacks to come. RVNT has definitely been displaying a lot of versatility within their attacks. You were talking about that Rocket Loon attack that came in from one of the teams, and I'm wondering if that's from War and Glory, because I think I've seen that coming in from time to time, but wouldn't mind seeing one of them coming in from this war as well, especially not knowing what to quite expect from Perumania.
I'm just double checking. Yeah, I saw it on Twitter, on Discord. Someone said that Trilla Tavantan used in their first match where they had 15 stars, one Queen Shot Rocket Loon attack, one Super Dragon attack, and then like Sui Lalo as well. So they were the team who used the Queen Shot Rocket Loon. So let's see if we see that later. But yeah, going to be interesting. But still, I mean, so far both teams in the upper bracket, like in the top bracket, you want to say, did not disappoint. But still, it's the question again of defense. I feel like at the moment, every player, it's kind of sad, but it's kind of expected for them to 3-star. The defense has to carry. The defense has to be the big deciding factor. Let's see if one of the two teams can actually get an impact over there and get the first defense to get a bit of pressure onto the other team, because with having such high scores, the defense is a lot of pressure onto the other team, because they would need a better defense. At the same time, keep 3-starring.
Yeah, defense isn't easy right now with so many different strategies to go about with and have to try and protect against, especially as more of these teams become versatile with their styles of attacks. So let's see what we have Tortito coming in with. We've got more. Ooh, Super Pekka Smash. They are fighting with ground. They want to go in dirty with this one. And we've got the Warden looking to clear out the pass for this scatter shot here. Start shaping up what we need to push in directly towards that Town Hall. Again, leaving it to the back end. It was a little bit risky on that last one, but often it's a much safer approach. I think Tortina is going to hope for a cleaner push coming into this one. But the great value of using the Warden in this is that you can get that long-range reach rather than having to force your Queen through to take on some of the heavy-hitting damage items. You just have to watch the clock, and he is perfectly fine coming in with over 2 minutes remaining.
Yeah, but I'm kind of scared right now, because with this opening, it is really risky where the Queen is going. I mean, at this point, it's kind of obvious that he wants to have his Queen at the smash coming from the bottom side, but at the moment with those Tesla, it really looks like that he would... Wait a second. Okay, yeah, exactly that is happening with the Queen going around the bottom side. And now the healers are not on his smash. Now he has to adapt with the lock launcher, and he has to completely flip things on their hand. So let's see how he's going to react. The Warden is running away. The Warden is following those P.E.K.K.A, leaving the Queen alone. Like, okay, we got that. I will help the other guys over there. Now let's see how impactful this multi-Inferno Tower is, because the Queen is not going to reach that easily. And now there's the jump in the middle of the core, but he's jumping in between of 2 multi-Inferno Towers without having any healers on his troops.
Ooh, so we do have the Yetis that come out. Single goes, or the multi goes down nice and fast. Queen has her ability reserved, and this is what we want. Yetis coming through into the Town Hall position with the Golem taking the lead for those P.E.K.K.A.s for the Super Wizard. This does help out quite a bit. And the Queen staying behind, and the King with his ability, and Royal Champ just coming on the board. It's just the Town Hall that needs to go down. No singles, no scatter shots, not a lot to worry about except for the cleanup. And the heroes look like they have this one under control. It's just a matter of the spread of cleanup here. We've got one minion down on the side, unobstructed by any air targeting defenses. Itsu, this is another turnaround recovery with things going slightly off course.
That is, I mean, time is still an issue, even though this Royal Champion with pretty much 0 HP can still have a lot of impact over there. Yeah, no giant bomb.
No giant
Otherwise,
bombs.
it could be a problem. No giant bomb so far. The Queen is going to finish things off, and that's going to be a 3-star. And that's just crazy to me. I mean, I don't know how about you. You're streaming way more tournament matches at the moment than I do. How is your feeling about P.E.K.K.A. Smash? Because I have to say, I'm really rarely seeing P.E.K.K.A. Smash at the moment. I feel like it is Queen Charge Lalo, then Super Dragons, and then maybe Super Bowlers, something like that. But P.E.K.K.A. Smash is really like not seen that often anymore because I feel like it's really hard to execute. The healer switch onto the P.E.K.K.A. is not as easy as with Super Bowlers. So really surprised that RVNT is going in twice with those P.E.K.K.A. Smash. And so far, the attacks were really nice. The first one was a little bit of a roller coaster. We have talked about it. But otherwise, I mean, really nice attacks.
Yeah, we definitely aren't seeing as many Super P.E.K.K.A. Smashes in the mix. Super Bowlers are the more predominant one because of the power of the Super Bowlers and the range that they have. Plus, we're also seeing a lot of those box-style bases, which do work well for the Super Bowler Smashes. So those are often the poison of choice, and they do work on various styles of bases. It's the funnel, like you said, that makes it a little bit harder coming in with these and getting that swap over. But they have handled it nicely. Just very fortunate there were no giant bombs on that back end. So let's see what Jeff can do here. Coming in with more of a dragon mix, but we do have, I don't know, I like to kind of call this like the happy family when we see all these dragons working together. Because we do have a hybrid, but it's more of a Hydra since we do have the Inferno Drag thrown in the mix here as well. Early Rages coming down, again, early pop of that Warden ability. We talk about this in drags in general because we want that front line of loons taking the course on the defensive end and also soaking up any of the traps along the way to give the power for those drags as they make their way into the center of the base.
Oh my goodness, this is so risky with this blimp. There could be so easily some traps, and the Supermans are over there as well. But the blimp is making it, and this means that this town was going to fall really quickly. He's kind of lucky that there is no Lava Hound in the clan cast because this Yeti blimp would have easily looted that out. That would have been not that nice. But with this Super Mini clan caster, which got looted anyways, it's a really, really huge overkill actually. Like the last air defense is going down. Dragons on the right side are like happy and alive. And yeah, the happy dragon family just completely smashed this base.
Yeah, I mean, the timing seems superb on the way that they're going about this. Often, more times than not, we're not seeing the Yeti combination. With the single surrounding those town halls, depending on the distance from it, we'll either see the option of the cloned loons or the cloned minions to take that on, which also situates the dragons so that they don't go through the poison bomb. But they do seem to have a handle on this. This seems to be something that they've been focused on and working in. And like you said, a little bit risky on getting that blimp into place, but also securing that the town hall takes down. So I feel like this is where teams like this, where they're the dark horse, they're the unknown, you don't know what to expect from them, give them a huge advantage coming into this. And we are tied up now on the board 6-6. And looking at the rest of the stats coming through, Strat has 6 stars on the board. They are taking a lead over Torla by at least 1 star depending what we see coming in. Tomp and I, though, being held back with 2 defenses against Warren Glory, who does have a triple in on the board.
And we have to remember, Tomp and I already have 1 lose, right? So if they're losing this versus Warren Glory, they're on the tournament live as well. So let's see how the other matches are looking like. GB2 are not too bad. Queen Walkers again with only 2 stars and Absolute Zero, 2 out of 2 so far. It might happen that Queen Walkers is dropping out right away. 0-3. That would be something really unexpected. At the same time, though, I mean, we know, as I said earlier, Queen Walkers is typically starting slow in the year and then coming in clutch at the end where it really matters. And that's kind of the thing what a lot of those pro players are saying as well. I mean, it's kind of nice to have the first golden ticket, but at the same time, when you're coming in hot at the end, it's riskier, but at the same time, you're really on fire in that specific meta where it really counts because that's the final, the world's finals meta then. So at the same time, a lot of crazy result or like crazy in-between results. But yeah, cannot wait for seeing all of those matches finishing up. But then we have our matches on the hand. Both teams with 6 stars. Crazy start so far. And defenses so far had no chance, even though it was close sometimes.
Yeah, defenses don't seem to be stopping anything. RVNT is on point, but they've been on fire. They've had a lot of great wars recently in the various tournaments they've been playing with some big wins, and I think that they're actually just coming in hot off of those. Now let's take a look as Joker comes in for RVNT. We can see him coming in with the drags. Looks like they're wanting to now fight fire with fire here. So we've got the Dragloon combination, Queen Charge to start setting up what this needs to funnel its way through and weaving her way in and out for the scatter shot position to get all the way down to the Town Hall and work those drags across, likely from the 12 to 2 o'clock side of the base.
Yeah, it's overall a strategy which we're not seeing that often anymore. That's really cool, I have to say. I have not seen that much so far from RVNT, but what I'm seeing in this match already is it's really cool what they're doing, bringing strategies which are not that common. Not only Lalo, which we have seen from a lot of other teams, and they're coming in with P.E.K.K.A Smash, they're coming in with Queen Charge Dragons, which I have not seen in ages, so really cool, getting me excited about those different tanks, and I cannot wait to see how he's planning things out with the heal spell, most likely with the dragons right into the Town Hall and healing things up again against that Town Hall poison. And with that, he's doing it completely different to what base builders are expecting. Base builders are expecting that the Town Hall is getting taken down with the Queen George, with the Blizzard, with things like that. So this means it's heavily defended. With having dragons coming in there, I mean, come on. Yes, maybe there's some black mines, but at the same time, they're not getting, like, dragons are not getting one shot by black mines, so the heal spell should keep them alive. The Queen, meanwhile, is having a nice loop around the top side. The Town Hall should be taken down soon.
Interesting. You know, I'm never a fan of coming into the Town Hall with any kind of dragon attack because you do risk losing so many of those dragons through the poison bomb, especially if there's a nicely placed tornado trap. You've got the single trying to roast them away, and there is a nicely placed tornado trap, and we've got the eagle firing away. Warden ability carries them through most of it, and they do survive, but they've got to get past the core of the base. The Queen does carry on nice and strong, and the King's gotten huge value out of this, along with the Stone Slammer that carried its way through from that 8 o'clock compartment and supported by the Royal Champion. So Drags live to see another day here, but the Queen is down for the count, and it's all up to those dragons to try and finish off with the final AD and Archer Tower.
Yeah, but the last defense is going down. He's already showing his device. He knows this is looking good. Only time can maybe... I mean, I don't know why he's so relaxed. I mean, I would be kind of afraid because dragons are typically kind of slow. But he's already, knowing that it's going to be a 3-star. So nicely done to him. And as we have said, like with those dragons to the Town Hall, with the heal spell, and even think everything was worst case for him. You have said it. Tornado Trap into Single Firmament Tower can deal a lot of damage, but this combination of the freeze and the heal spell behind and onto the Town Hall poison, that was just really crazily nicely done. Just like coming up with this idea, really cool. And as I said, RVNT coming in with strategies, coming in with approaches which are different to the other teams, which kind of make them unique. So really cool to see. Let's see what Perumania is coming up with next. If they keep going with their air, so far they have used the Happy Dragon family, how you call it, and then the Super Dragon. So yeah, looking forward to see the third attack now.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if there's any ground versatility coming in from them. But right now, I mean, primarily air is dominating, and that's why we are seeing so much of it. But it is nice to see a little combination, you know, where we're not seeing as much Lalo, even though Lalo from the right players just shows absolute skill and perfection. But there really is an appreciation that you do have for the drags and how you pass them across. In this case, we get to see the Super Bowler smash. So Perumania not just going to the air, but taking to ground here as well. But we've got 2 Super Bowlers and we've got 5 witches in this combination, but a 7-1 combo here on the Zapquake. So we're going for some big value taking on. Are we going for that Eagle compartment? Or are we coming in for the Queen and Scatter position here? Got a nice, oh, here we go. Queen and Scatter position. Gets that taken down and opens up a nice course. Look at the easy push for the Warden to actually reach to the outside edge and start connecting, bringing everything through from the northern side of the base where he can take on the Eagle and head straight down towards the Town Hall.
Yeah, I'm just kind of out of words at this point. It's so cool to see so many different attack strategies. I mean, yes, we have seen now P.E.K.K.A smash twice, but now we're seeing Super Giant Witch Super Bowl attack. Like, what is going on? That's really cool to see. But he is doing the same approach which we had seen earlier with the P.E.K.K.A smash, coming in from the complete opposite of the Town Hall, which is quite risky. The wall breakers have worked. I'm always scary with those wall breakers. They're not that easy to hit and make it. I know a lot of people don't even know anymore that normal wall breakers exist. But yeah, he's getting things done nicely so far. There's now the lock launcher coming in. And I'm looking forward to see if he's actually making it to that town hall, because the cannon, oh no, the cannon is on the lock launcher and the lock launcher is not going to make it that far.
When's the last time you've seen Super Giants in the mix like this, taking the lead, though? This is what I'm most excited for. Now, Log Launcher is making its way through, just about to open up, but as long as it can get to the majority of the core of the base, he has a jump that can connect closer to the Town Hall. We've got the Yetis coming out that can help with that single targeting Inferno, barreling his way through. The King gets there, helps to take this on, and that means we've got the jump to get into the Town Hall compartment. So Jay Carlos keeping this, going through and barreling his way in with hero abilities intact, including the Warden's ability that just comes off over the Town Hall.
Yeah, I thought, like, is he, like, what exactly is the plan for the Warden ability? And I mean, he has the King ability left, he has the Queen ability left. What is going on? Like, that was some crazy save. Now the Queen ability, and he already celebrates. Those two teams are really fighting for getting to the playoff stage of this tournament, and that's just crazy. Nice 3-star, especially the 3-star with an army which we have. I mean, you said it. It's a long time since we have seen Super Giants, especially combined with 5 witches, combined with Super Bowlers. That's such a cool mix, and I mean, so far I love this match. Yeah, we had Super Dragons. I know a couple of people in this chat will say, I don't like that spam, but to be honest, it's part of the game, and seeing such a wide variety of attacks in this matchup, I think it's really cool to see different attacks as well, because at the same time, you can say the same thing about Lalo. You always see Lalo with those top teams, so seeing so many different attacks and so many different approaches is really cool to see, and I cannot wait to see what we see next from RVNT and what crazy thing that can come up in this short time, because that's the next thing. Those players have not a lot of time planning things out, right? It's around about 8 attacks in the first 8 minutes to the first attack, so it's not a long time of planning, and it's not easy. So really big shout out to those two teams so far.
Yeah, and I think what it comes down to that a lot of players have to remember is it's not just looking at the same strategies like Lalo versus Super Drags. It's the approaches that you come in with. You take a player like Stadler who comes in with the Super Drag attacks where he actually goes through the Town Hall, where you have a player like Ast who will leave the Town Hall and go for it with a cloned Super Minion Blimp. So there are many different approaches, the same as you have with Lalo in going about it. But let's see, we've got Bombador coming in with I call this the Skelly Jelly Donut, because we've got the bat combination coming in. Typically going for those multi-targeting Infernos, we want to take out the clan castle here as well. Get that value in the core to make this a much easier push and pass around for the Lalo component, and gets done exactly what he needs to. Now, the one thing he does have to watch out for is the opening position coming in for the Town Hall, if that's indeed where he wants to bring his heroes, because of the single targeting Inferno in the back.
And especially another thing which I would like to touch on is not only it's a really cool to watch Skelly, I don't know, what did you say? Skelly, Jelly,
I call it
Lalo?
Skelly Jelly Donut. It's Skelly Jelly Donut because it's got the purple bat spell, so it looks like a jelly donut.
Exactly that. And not only with the regular Lalo follow-up. He did not get the Warbreaker right though, so he has no access to that Town Hall, so that's going to be interesting to see how he's trying to save that, because the Lalo for sure was on the menu for him. Like, that was the plan. He wanted to take that out, which so far is not happening. Let's see if the Queen is smart enough and walk into that side. So far, the Royal Champ has to fight with those Tesla, but that Valkyrie, oh my goodness, this is one of the best well-trained Valkyries in the world, but the Town Hall is not falling down. But yeah, what I wanted to touch on was this Lalo is with Dragon Riders. That's what I want to say. 4 Dragon Riders overall, and he's now sending in the Slammer, and the Town Hall is activated, and with that, maybe he can still save that one.
So we've got the Stone Slammer to take on the Town Hall. Early Warden ability to keep these Drag Riders alive and well, but they are splitting and not getting the full value out of that rage, which is a bit unfortunate. Looking like they want to cross into that poison bomb as well. Bombador is in a very difficult position, but we still have the Lalo follow-up, because it's not just the Drag Riders, it's a Drag Rider Lalo to come in for the back end of the base. He's still got that invisibility spell to try and carry through and hold on, but no Royal Champ now for support with that ability intact. Drag Riders are slowly going down, but drops the invisibility to take down the Inferno there, and the Loons coming in for support is going to be just enough. But Itsu, with only 26 seconds left to go, and so much spread around, including storages, you can see the despair on Bombador's face right now.
Yeah, like just imagine that this Town Hall would went down. The first wall break did not happen as he wanted things to happen. Oh no, 97%. And we have seen the results so far. I mean, so far, every single match which we have streamed actually turned out 15-14. So is that our one match, like one fail during a match? Let's hope not, because so far both teams were on a roll. That was really, really cool. And only this one wall breaker denying him that third star. So let's see what we have now, the other team coming in with. But I cannot wait to see what the next strategy looks like, because so far, except 2 smashes, we have seen every single time a different strategy.
Yeah, but these 2 teams also did come into this both with 14 stars under their belt, so there is a possibility we could see a defense coming in for RVNT, possibly. But this does put a big high right now in Perumania, and we've got Kronos coming in, not Tribe Kronos, different Kronos here in the mix with those super drags. And we've got the 2 lightning spells. We're going to want to take out one of the air sweepers that's going to obstruct the pathing of the dragons. We'll often see this just to ease up the push that we want coming in, and a blimp, of course, to make its way through. And I'm wondering if we're going to see more of those Yeti blimps coming into the mix. So, nope, looks like we come straight in with a sneaky gob on a nice, easy approach.
Ooh, okay, blimp has connected, and there's a lot of troops in there, which can be kind of annoying to deal with. But yeah, as you said, we have those super dragons then coming in. The poison nicely placed. The clan castle troops have to run through that, and it should be able to take most of them out. The Queen at the top side. We have to take a look at that Queen. The majority of those air attacks, it is the Queen and the Unicorn who are going to save those attacks. That's like the important thing. So always keep an eye on that Unicorn, on that Queen. The first rages, as we always see with those super dragons, are getting placed. There were so many black mines at that top side, I think already triggered, like 3 black mines or something out of the way already. But the Queen has to stay alive, especially that Unicorn.
She is on such low health, gets that freeze down. Now, typically we want to delay the king to get more power out of it, but does have to force the ability. We've got the crossover of the super drags coming through, and they need to make their way into the core of the base. In these types of super drag style attacks, or any drag attack in general like this, the heroes remain on the outside while you work those dragons on the inside of the base, because the heroes have an easier time taking on the damage from the outskirts. Super drags do wind up taking this down, but we still have the single to worry about, and Royal Champ has it under control with the king ability intact, and there's really not much more to worry about bar this single once the Royal Champ gets through it.
Yeah, and again, it is this queen which is staying alive with this unicorn. This is what a lot of people are saying, that this unicorn is just incredibly strong. Take a look at this queen. She's like non-stop regenerating those hit points with that unicorn on her. The warning going down, and this is going to be another 3-star. So, Super Dragons clearing out one part of the base, and the heroes just finishing things off with those pets being so powerful. And 50 seconds, one freeze is all what it takes to get this attack being a successful 3-star. The freeze is in to make sure the queen is staying alive for sure. And that's going to be the needed 3-star to put even more pressure on RVNT, because this means that they have to 3-star and hope at the same time on a decent defense in the last attack from Perumania. Otherwise, they have to have another shot, because, I mean, whichever team is losing in this one, they're not off the tournament. Don't think like that. I think both of those teams so far just, like, are incredibly good in this tournament, so it would be a shame to lose them at this point. No, they have another few chances of getting into those playoffs, but the winning team, they don't need those chances anymore, because they're guaranteed qualifying for the playoffs.
Yeah, we'll have those 1 and 2 spots after this matchup that we know are going to advance on. And then from that point, we'll continue to watch which teams are going to have to continue to fight their way. We will also know which teams are going to be knocked out. And if you look below, this is where we can actually see what's going on in those wars. Queen Walkers versus Absolute Zero was one of those matches that we wanted to keep an eye on, because Queen Walkers was actually down for the count with a 2-star start against Absolute Zero, who had the 3-star. So we'll keep an eye as this continues on. But for King Pen, as you mentioned, it is a 3-star that they need on the board, and they would still need to hold a 96% 2-star defense to get the win over this. So there's like barely any room to breathe in this for them. But King Pen coming in with the queen charge Lalo here, and starting to shape up the path to force this queen into the scattershot compartment.
Yeah, and so far it's looking good that this queen is now following inside and going for this scatter compartment. He needs to rage soon. Yes, exactly, because of the queen and this scatter shot. Should be in time. He's not losing the queen ability. That would be a shame otherwise. He's having 3 wall breakers left. Let's see how he's going to use them. The clan caster is coming out, and the rages are coming in as well. There's the king getting pushed into this top eagle compartment. Let's see if he's going for the wizard tower. He should go for the wizard tower to push the queen to the right side, and obviously getting that eagle and the single inferno tower out of the way. Royal Champion not used yet. I think he's going to delay it. Okay, not delayed it for the multi-inferno tower in the core, so he's keeping that intact. But more wall breakers are coming in to take down the wall towards that town hall. The queen is having a long journey ahead of her, but at least there is no walls in between of her and her target.
Yeah, I love this push coming in, using the opening for the king, but bringing in the warden and the royal champion to get extra power. We've got the queen on her target for the town hall, but it's a stone slimer coming into the damage zone where we have the multi soaking up those traps, and this means those loons coming in are for support along the outside edge, working with the king, with the royal champion, with the warden to take on those defenses. We have the headhunters taking down the defending RC. At the same time, invisibility dropping to get the queen through the town hall, and some spread on the loons to take care. This looks like a phenomenal finish for King Pen, but it doesn't end here, Itsu.
No, it does not end here, because it still needs a defense for them to take this first spot in those playoffs. And it's not going to be easy. I mean, we've seen the results at the moment. So many 15 and 14 stars results. And I mean, both teams for sure deserve those, even though the creativity from those teams, it is really impressive. And now let's see. The last attack of this match. It's kind of the same scenario which we had earlier with Strat, where Yo-Yo had to pretty much 3-star. And it's kind of the same thing again, right? It's kind of the same thing again. A lot of pressure against this, like for this team, and especially for a kind of like an underdog, which does not have, like, maybe they don't have that much experience how to handle the pressure. So that's going to be an interesting thing to see how they handle it, or if the pressure is like affecting them in the performance which they're going to give us in just a few seconds.
Yeah, 98% 2-star, or they are going down into the 2 and 1 bracket to try and fight to see another day. Otherwise, they can get the win if they can hit that 98% 2-star or higher if they get that triple. And they seem to show no fear. There's nothing that's been stopping them coming through. Barely any hiccups. If anything, it feels like RVNT has had more of the struggle in this one, not knowing what to expect from Perumania, which has given them the advantage in this match. So very exciting to see how this one is going to finish up. And taking a quick look, we've got Queen Walkers, who is still a star down against Absolute Zero. So for them, it's going to be do or die, and it doesn't look like they have the percent that could get them through. We might just see the loss of Queen Walker Stephanie in the Swiss bracket. But let's focus on this final attack, as we have F from Perumania coming in with the final hit and coming in with the Hydra.
Ooh, let's see. He's using those lightnings for the sweeper, getting that out of the way nice and early, and then trying to push the king into the eagle maybe, or he's just sending in all of those dragons and dragon riders onto this bottom right flank. Double rage is in. Again, early warning ability, a lot of black mines which are getting triggered. And now let's see how good those dragons... Oh my goodness, so many black mines actually are getting triggered by this warning ability. That's just crazy. Grenade trap on the far right side. Now the question is, how good is this blimp going to make it to that town hall? A lot of red bombs in the core. The red bombs are not as deadly, obviously, as, for example, those black mines. And the king far on the left side with that royal champion. There's the super minions coming out of the clan castle to deal some damage, and the blimp is having an interesting angle. Let's see if he's going to make it to the town hall.
Yeah, and there's only one dragon to actually support this. The majority of the other dragons on the opposite side of the base, so has to keep those minions in the poison. Does manage to get the town hall taken down, and the surrounding defenses here. And their super minions do go down without a fight. Final freeze coming in over the Warden Tower air sweeper, and the single to get that final finish inside the base. This is a 3-star all day long with the Queen ability, with the Royal Champ ability, and 2 freezes intact. F knows that he has come in, not with the F, but with the W for Perumania to advance on into the playoffs. This is an exciting moment for Perumania, who's come in, a team that not many of us have known, and taken down RVNT, but it's a look at the swag power that he's got left over in this.
Yeah, nicely done. Getting this 3-star in. Wow, what an attack it was. And we have the winner. And again, I mean, we keep going with those results. 15-14. What is going on every single round? And yeah, there you can see the war stats. What a crazy match. Wow. 99.4%. That's a lot of percentage, but 100 is just more.
Yeah. It's that small issue on time that did cost, and it begs the question what it could have been if it came down to time. We have yet to see one of those 15-15 star wars. But let's take a look again at the stats of these players. Obviously, Perumania coming in with the 3 stars all day long, absolutely hammering through and showing such a phenomenal finish in the end with those 3 stars. But it was Bombador, unfortunately, who came in with the 97% 2-star that did ultimately do them in with this war. But beautiful performance from either side, and RNT still live to see another day, just have another round to go. But Perumania is going to be one of our first teams to advance on into the playoffs for that chance at the $50,000 prize pool and the golden ticket.
Wow, that is crazy. The first team who actually made it out of the Swiss system with so many good teams. It's really crazy. And I think we're having a replay in just a couple of seconds already. Let's see if we can go with that. But as we have said, so many good teams, so many cool results. We're going to take a look at that in just a second. I know everyone is thrilled to see the results of this round and see who is the second. What is the second team which actually made it out of this Swiss system, out of this crazily stacked system with so many good teams, and which teams have the next chance of getting into the playoffs the next round? Because from now on, we're going to have every single round teams dropping out of the tournament, but teams as well getting into the next stage, which is the playoff stage. That's where every single team wants to go to. But there's only 8 seeds which can be filled with the teams which are left, and it's not going to be easy.
No, it definitely isn't. But this is very, it's very interesting to see. This is a completely new format. We kind of expected to see some different ways of going about it, and it switches it up quite a bit for the teams here. What I'd love to see is some of the scroll stats coming across the board as well, so we can see where some of those teams remain, because we do know that Queen Walkers was in a tough position trying to come back into this and find their way through it. So we'll have to wait and see if we can take a look at some of those stats. Here we go. So we've got SG Tristella coming in with the perfect war, who advanced on. We've got another GB2 who are tied up with MS Esports, but MS Esports there with the percent win. Queen Walker Stephanie with the 12 stars against Absolute Zero, who has 14 stars. So that means Queen Walker Stephanie is out for the count. Absolute Zero, move on. This is very impressive. X Team Esports with a beautiful performance, 1 star away from the perfect war, getting the win over Repotted Gaming. And Strat fighting their way against Torla. Wow. 15-13, Tori with 99% overall, but Strat with the perfect war. And Vian Tomp and I look like War and Glory can take this one over from them, perhaps, with that final attack that comes through. And Gensen Clan also getting the win today. So we will take a look at the brackets a little bit later. And I know we're going to take a look shortly at a replay.
Yeah, I think we're ready for the replay. So let's dive into it. Let's dive into the replay, one of those attacks from the match. And I mean, we should take a look at this roller coaster of emotions again of this attack right there. And we had the P.E.K.K.A. Smash. The P.E.K.K.A. Smash, not that common, but actually overall it got used twice from our VNT in this match. And they're starting things off with the Warden Walk, and the Queen, just like nice start, take down the king, and then let the queen charge into that base. The idea of this is overall to have the P.E.K.K.A. Smash not really joining up forces too early with the queen, but instead what he's trying to accomplish is he's trying to have the lock launcher queen charge, and then next to that he's having the P.E.K.K.A. Smash with the witches on the outside of that. So let's see how he's dealing with first with all of those skeletons. Keep charging in. And the queen is then deciding to that bottom side, taking down the eagle, taking down more and more buildings, and there it is. There's the lock launcher now coming in, and you can see the lock launcher is more opening for the queen and opening the connection, which then is giving the access for the P.E.K.K.A. Smash and for the queen into the tower. You can see exactly the jump is in there. Rocket Loons are coming out, and that's the scary thing, because the healers are switching. Rocket Loons are on the queen, and that's where the Warden ability is coming in clutch. That's the first moment where your heart is doing like a really big jump. But yeah, now the P.E.K.K.A. are coming into the town hall. Everything is looking good at the moment. He saved his queen. Nicely done. Really good reactions. And now the problem is, wait a second, there's a defending queen, and that's the dangerous thing. The defending queen is luring those troops away from the town hall because it's attracting those P.E.K.K.A. and everything. And with that's the second heart attack, which the attacker most likely had during this attack. Because take a look at that town hall. Nothing is going there, but 2 of those P.E.K.K.A. are deciding like, hey buddy, I got you. They're going back to the town hall while the queen is somehow surviving around this top side and staying alive, which is incredible clutch, because take a look at that queen. She's going to be incredibly important to clear things up, because at this point It's only a few Astro Towers which are left standing, which are actually a big threat to those troops. But, well, there's not much left troop-wise. But this Queen and the Unicorn combination, which we have talked so many times about her with that Unicorn, you can just see it. The Queen is not dying with that Unicorn on her, and it's just so crazy how many hit points are getting recovered. I would love to see that Supercell at some point is just adding how many hit points are getting healed up from that Unicorn. Wouldn't be that cool? I think that would be really cool, and that is going to be the last second then. Like, it weren't that many seconds left during the live attack. So, at the end, nice finish with that Queen and getting that 3-star in, and a really nice start into this match. But at the end of the day, we have our VNT having to fight again, not getting this out of the way first. So I think that match was nice. Another 15-14. I mean, I'm out of words. So many high score wars so far, and especially in our stream. I think we're just good with picking those matches.
I think we are too, but equally so. We now know that Perumania is going to be moving forward into the playoffs, but equally we know that X Team Esports is going to move on as well into those first 2 top spots for the playoffs. And we've got some more matches to choose from that we will be back with you shortly and talking about how the matches ended and what we'll be coming back with after this short break. Ooh, there are those rocket loons coming out of the Flame Flinger. Queen takes on one of the air sweepers on the back end, which is of no consequence, but does do some damage to the Wizard Tower, though the Battle Builder, bringing it back to health. But look at this massive swarm of loons he has. Look at what he has coming into this with 43 seconds left to go. There is no worry, no question that Synthé is not going to get this done. Pick up the 14-star war and MCES advance on.
And okay, here it is, the moment of truth. He did use the jump to open up access into the town hall compartment, though. A handful of his troops have walked north with the king. Come on, Flexi, hold together here. Get the Hound down. The Queen is beating on it. She's inside of the range. He pops the Hound. The P.E.K.K.A. out front there is getting burned up. The Queen's still holding the healers here. He has no healing support down at the bottom. The Hogs come out of the CC. They will go into the multi-inferno. The percentage is low. His bottom flank is getting absolutely hammered down there. Rage up his Queen. He still has the Warden. He has the Queen ability. He'll lock onto the Town Hall, and he'll take it down. And ladies and gentlemen, Tribe Gaming take down Vatang and will advance to the next round.
Try and help it out. Queen's going to be slightly distracted. Drops the invisibility spell because of the single targeting Inferno. King's taking on the lead from the ground bow for now. Bursts through that ability. Comes in for the other single. Did the Barbarians take the lead? They did not. King goes down mighty fast, but the Town Hall's down. Queen can keep this under control, considering she has her ability, and he's got a rage. Loons have already started in from the bottom side of the base with about a minute left on the clock. Royal Champ following suit from the outskirts of this base to go in, take on the outlying defenses, freezes up the single. That's going to help the Royal Champ, but she's hung up with the Skellies. Drag, ooh, Baby Drag coming in to keep this moving along. Queen with that ability makes this the solid 3-star for Boom. And Strat goes on 2 for 2 and holding those defenses on the board.
Lala sweeps in for the upside. She'll just pop her ability and round around the multi. She doesn't really need her healers at this point here. If they can just hold the attention of that multi-inferno while the Lalo makes his approach, he'll take the beams off of them and use the healers as tanks for the Lalo. The Queen will survive the rest of the way through, and it does look like Amualin is going to land this triple here. Wait, not yet. I don't want to call it too early. Defensive World Champion still standing on the backside. Car's in trouble. He's at that multi-inferno. Oh, Defensive World Champion holds the line with the multi-inferno, and he's not going to make it through. Minions and pups are all the stands, but they will not have enough punch to take it. It is going to be a 99% here. He does not get the multi down. He's got 3 freezes, though. Freeze again at the Wizard Tower. The pack has to survive to lock in the win. Oh, we're gonna come down to this. Even one building left up gives Tompanai a chance to still the war. One more freeze to go. Headhunter deploys as the cannon goes down into the defensive queen. Working on it. Double giant bombs go off. Doesn't get the... Wait. Does he get the queen? Does he get the queen? Yes! Does he have the time? I don't know. 20 seconds. Ah! Come on! I don't know if this is a triple or not. Bats can move fast. Archer, we're chipping away at the bottom here. Sneaky Goblin step in over there. 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh my God! 98% to go in and tank the Wizard Tower. Hits a Black Mine up top. It all comes down to this. These Blues have to make it through. Warden trying to fight off the Escos and attacking him. If it gets the Expo down, the Warden can finish it. Takes the Expo. 12 seconds, 12 seconds. He's got the cleanup moving. Warden's working. Oh, no. Warden, take it! Take it! No! War and glory!
Welcome back to the Queso Cup Golden Edition Swiss bracket. We have gone through, oh my goodness, so many rounds, so many incredible wars. We are heading into round 4 now, and we have got some exciting lineups. But Itsu, I think we need to talk about where we stand in these brackets.
Yeah, and take a look at that. We have the first 2 teams making it. And that is, I mean, might be a big surprise, especially on the bottom side. But let's start at the top side. We have Perumania getting that playoff spot, as well as X Team Esports getting that spot as well. While on the other side, we have 2 teams dropping out, which is going to be Empire Gaming. And the big surprise, Queen Walker's Stephanie is dropping out first as well, losing 12-14 against Absolute Zero. That was kind of crazy. But as well in the mid matches, in the mixed pack, there were a lot of cool matches with Aphelion Esports losing 13-14. Strat, another perfect for them, 15-13 versus Torilla Tavantan. And then Tompinai losing versus Born Glory with 12-13. And then we had a really close one. MS Esports versus another GB2, 13-13. And stopping at another GB2, I think that's the next match which we're going to take a look at, because we have another GB2 versus Tompinai, and that is the match for their tournament lives, because both of those teams already have those 2 losses. The 3rd loss would mean out of the tournament. So can they take their last chance and win this match?
This is going to be interesting for teams like Aphelion, Absolute Zero, Tompanai, where I think a lot of teams, a lot of viewers might have favored to see them a little bit further up. Even Torilla Tavantan had a great start showcasing, but let's take a look and see where you can watch the rest of these matches as well, because we do have all the wars going on simultaneously. We'll keep you up to date, obviously, with the scoreboards below in between the wars and through all the action. But we've got Carbon Fin, who is going to be showcasing RVNT facing off against MS Esports. We've got Lex Knows, who's going to feature Repotted Gaming versus Gensen Clan. Eric will be covering Strat versus Warren Glory. We've got Susie Gaming with Aphelion Esports versus Torilla Tavantan. And we've got Wasp Maniac with Absolute Zero, who is facing off against SG Tristella. And Absolute Zero is that team that just knocked out the Queen Walkers. So I think eyes are going to be on them. We've got eyes on a lot of these incredible teams. I know I'm going to be watching the stats for Warren Glory and Strut, because Warren Glory actually knocked out Strut in the warm-ups matchup in a perfect war. So there's going to be some incredible action, and possibly some teams that you're not expecting dropping out fast, Itsu.
Yeah, that's right. With seeing those teams which so far dropped out, or even the teams which qualified, you can see a lot of different things can happen in those tournaments. And I mean, even though I feel like this tournament, the format of the Swiss system, is one of the fairest which is out there. We have seen so many times where we have this single elimination bracket where, in my opinion, correctly, people were like complaining, okay, it's single elimination, there could be a lot of upsets happening, obviously. But I mean, with this system, you have so many chances of coming back, of like fighting back. So I think it's really that the best teams on that day are going to qualify for the playoff stage. And I cannot wait to see at the end of the day, we're going to have every single team which is going to make it. And that's going to be crazy cool. And with this fourth round, we're going to have 3 more teams going to the playoffs and 3 more teams dropping out of the tournaments. And we're going to witness in a few minutes then who those teams are going to be.
And we'll see one of those teams that does drop out. But I want to give a huge congratulations again to Perumania and to X Team Esports, who do take those first 2 places to advance on into the playoffs for the $50,000 prize pool and the opportunity at the very first golden ticket for the World Championships. You've got to remember, this has been so far a 3-week course to get here, and there is still 1 more round to go. This has been a long-term investment for these teams, with the 2 qualifiers that have equaled down to the 16 teams that have faced off today in this Swiss bracket. And it doesn't end here. We're looking for those 8 teams to qualify in the playoffs, and only 3 of the top teams will actually win a portion of that $50,000 prize pool.
Yeah, and I think obviously the $50,000 prize pool is great, and everyone is going for that. But I think the biggest thing just on the line is this golden ticket for the World Championship. And I think that's just the crazy thing everyone is grinding for. So let's see who is going to make that. But I think as well, since we have our 2 teams selected, we should take a look at the rosters in just a second as well, and see who is fighting for those 2 teams. And at the same time, it is a crazy matchup. We have now the teams on your screen. On the left side, we have another GB2. We have A-Millen, we have Arle, we have Bindy, we have Chihawa and our DJ on this left side. And then for Tompinai, we have a roster which sounds kind of familiar.
Yeah, I think I've heard this roster before. We've got Amualin, we've got Eltano, Mechuo, we've got Rigo Torres, and we have the newest addition this season to Tompinai, Hawk, aka Mammoth. Longtime player, has been doing some great work for the team. It's a slightly switched up lineup that we have from Tompanai from the last season through the Worlds, but they have been making waves, and we'll see how they work together against another GB2. This is a Japanese team that we've seen doing some great work. We're seeing them little by little coming back into the tournaments. So it could be anyone's war. I mean, that's what we're seeing today as a theme. You can't count any of these teams out. Teams like X Team Esports and Perumania coming in, top dogs with those wins, and our reigning world champions and the qualifiers and contenders that have played season after season, still fighting their way to get into this.
Yeah, I'm just double checking what the results so far were from those 2 teams. We had another GB2 which lost their first match actually 11-12 versus Romania. After that, they beat Upset 0 14-13, and after that they lost to MS Esports 13-13. So overall, pretty close matches, some of them. But on the other side with Tompinai, they lost their first match versus RVNT. So we both lost the first matches versus the teams from the upper bracket, and with 13-12, so 12 stars in their first match. The second match for them was 12-13, so 13 stars for them. And then this last match, which they just had, it was 12-13. So overall, they're getting 12-13 stars roundabout. While on the other side with another GB2, they're more spread out. Like, it can be a really good match with 14 stars. It can be like more an average stats match with 11 stars only. So we're looking forward to see which teams are showing up, and especially how they're handling the pressure, because this is now important. Like, this is, again, the lower bracket. So you want to have this next round opportunity getting to the playoffs. And if you're losing this one, there is no such chance. So this is important. They have to win this.
Yeah, and, you know, talking about those lower scoring wars where we're seeing 12 to 13, after seeing so many 14 and 15 star wars, what that says to me is there could be a lot of opportunity of defenses coming in that we've not quite been seeing yet. We might be talking about the teams that have been holding the defenses, finding the right base layouts to come through and push teams back. So this could make for a very interesting war to watch, especially when so much is on the line. They've got to dig deep. They've got to have the right bases against teams that they're not necessarily sure who they're going to be playing off against, and try and keep them continuously coming through with just the right fit. And we talked about it earlier in this kind of meta where there are so many different styles of attack. We have many different, not only play styles, but variations of how you can go about taking down a base, whether it be Lalo or Drags, and how you could come in with it. It makes it so much harder to defend. But clearly we are seeing some of those defenses, and maybe we'll get to see some of that in this war to come.
Yeah, the question which I'm asking myself right now, is our streak about to end? Because, I mean, so far, every single match which we have casted was 15 to 14. So it was a crazy high-scoring match. So let's see if those two teams are going to destroy our streak, or if they're going to be, I don't know, one of those two teams is going to get the perfect war in there. Who knows? We have to see and we have to wait. But we're going to get closer and closer. Since you always ask me who's going to win, I will now return the favor and ask you, who do you think is going to win this matchup? Is it going to be another GB2, or is it going to be Championai?
Oh, I don't know. This is tough. I'd rather you ask me what I think the score is going to be. I'd rather
okay.
I'd rather say that
it's okay.
I'm
So let's go
looking
with the
for
score.
9 to 10 war. We're going to go in the opposite direction. Yeah, we're going to see some heavy defenses coming in. But actually,
Okay.
in all honesty, I think advantage is for Tampanai in this, knowing their defenses. But let's see what another GB2 can do in this one. Starting it off with the Hydra, but we do have. It looks like we're coming in with the clone minion blimp, and you can see the proximity of that single targeting Inferno to the Town Hall, which gets great value, knocking it through, reaching both the Town Hall and the single, and creating a beautiful path for the Hydra.
Yeah, and we have King and Queen now coming in from this top side. Again, always on those attacks, you have to look out for this Queen. She has to stay alive. If she is going down, that's bad news for your attack. And she's already really low, losing her ability. Unicorn is dropping low as well. And there is the super minion blimp, but it's caught in the tornado trap. Town Hall though is going down, but a lot of those super minions are getting dragged with it as well. The Queen is somehow staying alive in the chaos at the top left side, and the Unicorn is keeping it alive. I mean, I don't know how, but it kind of seems like that those dragons are disappearing kind of quickly.
Yeah, still in the core of the base, taking on most of what they need to. We've got the Drag Rider over at the 730 side, taking on the multi-targeting Inferno. One Dragon on the outside edge as well. King rounding the corner here, but we have the Royal Champ to come through with the invisibility spell and the freeze. We want to try and hold this off for the back end, considering we have the Expo and we have that scatter shot in proximity together, and that's where the Royal Champ really needs to come into play since the core of the base is taken down. Now providing the support for that Royal Champion with the King. She's got the opening to weave her way through, though she can jump on the walls. The King can work his way in to help protect her, but this is where we need to use the freeze, her ability, and the invisibility spell just right.
Whoa, now the skeletons are coming in. There's the invisibility spell to redirect those. Now it's all about this scatter going down, but I feel like there's a little bit too much damage. I don't think the Yak can keep that alive, and it's like the problem with that Queen and the Unicorn not going as planned. The entire plan then did not work out because the Queen is on the back end so powerful. We have seen in the majority of those air attacks that the Queen is the driving force when it's coming down to finishing off those bases. The Yak is trying to get maybe 1 or 2 more percent. It's not going to make it. 90% 2-star to start this match off, and This means that Tompina is getting a good start, a good defense. You said it already. This match might be more on the defensive side. It's obviously all about, you have to think about, those are like the top teams right now in the world. So if they are getting those crazy high scores, it is kind of somewhat to be expected, to be honest. So let's see how that's keep going. At the same time, though, take a look at that. I already saw on Discord that some people like went crazy. Actually, Strat started off with a 1-star 99% from Boom. So an insane start over there. 1-star 99. One of the worst things which can possibly happen. Only the Town Hall being left. And on the other side, Repotted starting off with 3 stars. We have another GB2 which we have just seen. And yeah, otherwise some more 3 stars coming through. On the other side, though, RVNT, which we have just seen the match before, starting off with a lower percentage 2-star. So everything is kind of like mixed through, and let's see how those matches are going to evolve.
Yeah, so this is what I was talking about with War and Glory and Strat. They've met up before. War and Glory had a perfect war, knew the right defenses to take them down with, and played their cards well. And this puts Strat in a very difficult position. I believe they still have one more chance, even if they do lose this matchup, to try and get back in it. But that is not an easy recovery, and Strat needs to have brought in the right bases. So that is incredible to see coming in from War and Glory, and not unexpected. So let's see how Tompina can maybe capitalize off of this defensive start that they have coming in. We did see those like lower scoring wars, which does indicate that we do have defenses coming from both sides. And Eltano opting to go for the Sui Lalo here. We do have the Skellies to help open up the passage. This is to protect our heroes coming in with these dives, rather than investing troop space, which you can then use instead for your loons and your hounds, of course.
Yeah, it's not, I mean, the skeleton spells are super clutch to get that queen towards that tunnel, but it needs a lot of investment already. Like, it is not as easy to get that through. And we have now the Royal Champion hopefully taking down the scatter, but at the same time, he needs to place that invisibility spell perfectly to take down the scatter. Otherwise, Significant Tower and the Town Hall being on that Royal Champion not being the best thing, and the Royal Champion shield is not going towards that scatter. He's trying to save this with the rage, with the freeze, and he's getting that scatter shot. But at what cost? Freeze and rage invested. At this point, it more feels like a blizzard from the spell capacity which is left. But he has the Samuel left at least. But I don't think he imagined this entry to go like this.
No, this is a lot of spell investment loss coming in. He does have the Stone Slammer to try and take the lead, but it's already taking on too much damage from the defending Royal Champion, so it's not able to come into the core of the base and absorb the traps. So we pop the Warden ability to try and help carry through. We've got the Drag Rider taking on the single. Haste pushes them out into the Air Sweeper, trying to force them into that back-end AD, but we've still got the Scatter to worry about. At very least, we've got the Hound cutting the cross here, but it's not taking the focus of the Scatter shot. The Warden instead is. However, the Loons can sneak up, come in here, knock it down fast, but they still have to contend with a splash of the Wizard Tower right on the back end.
Oh, that was a really strong ladder from him, but this one Wizard Tower. Any more red mines and this could go downhill. The Lava Hound's alive as well. The Wizard Tower is going down. He's trying to tank the back-end Tesla, and those Loons are so low. But he's trying to lure everything away. We have seen the Lava Hound at the top leaving that area, getting lured away from him. There's now the poison on something on the top side. I think, yeah, there's the Royal Champion. Now the question is, can he take down the Clan Castle? Can he take down the Elixir Collector to make things look good for him? You can see in the face cam, he's not really sure just yet.
He's not. He's got the Headhunter distracting the Hound. Already took down the Royal Champion. Minion pinging away, and it is a 3-star. He doesn't look happy. I think he's just more relieved than anything else that he got that triple in just by the skin of his teeth here. But you know what? That's all you need. They claim the 1-star lead. They've got a 10% advantage coming into this. They just need a cleaner fight. But they're also not sure exactly what to expect coming in. from their opponents as well. Another GB2 we don't get to see quite a bit of, though they are starting to come more into the tournament and competitive scene. Still a little bit of an unknown, and we've got our scores down below here with some of the remaining matches keeping an eye on, and you can see War and Glory capitalizing off that 1-star with a 3-star overhead. Repotted Gaming and Gensen both tied up here. Tompanai, we know, has the lead. We've got Torla and Aphelion tied up as well, so that's a nice start for their war too, Itsu.
Yeah, you can see like those scores are going to be a really high scoring matches. We have already lost 2 teams which did not make it to this stage of this Swiss system, so remaining teams know what they're doing, so the scores shouldn't be too low. And we have the next attack coming in. Another GB2 coming in with those Super Dragons against the Sweeper. Triple Super Minion Clan Castle. Now the Sweeper gone, with the Town Hall though staying alive, and there is not too much left around their Town Hall.
No, this is the Stadra approach. This is the approach I am not a huge fan of. Coming in straight on with the Town Hall, no blimp to take it on, no Flame Flinger, no other plan than your Dragons to go for it. So now he has to sacrifice the Royal Champion, who is typically allotted for the back end of the base to help with the support of any of the singles or scatter shots that remain. Drops the Rage, has her ability to carry through from some of the defenses, but we've thinned out quite a bit on the Dragons that we have, and there's still a single in the core of the base that is not going to go down. King and Queen, despite having the ability here, is not going to be enough to necessarily carry this through.
Yeah, 1 freeze to somewhat save this attack. The Super Dragon is trying to beam away that Queen, but this own Queen going for the wall. And I'm not sure, there's so many traps, like the Giant Skeleton that drops, the Giant Skeleton, the Giant Bomb. There was a combination of Skeleton Trap and Giant Bomb. Yeah, so many traps against those heroes on the back end, and this means it is going to be another defense for Tompanai. Etano showing off his base building skills again. I think he is building a lot of those bases for Tompanai. He's a really, really talented base builder, and it's showing really nicely. That base with the Town Hall staying strong was a big problem right there for another GB2, and the Town Hall falling. As you said, investing in Rage, investing in so many things for their Town Hall, it was just not enough to power through. And you have said it as well already, you don't want to fail, obviously, but when you're failing, you're trying to get at least 90-ish% or above those 90% mark. And this is not even getting closer to that, to be honest. It's like 85. And yeah, this is already another good defense, and Tompanai now can really capitalize on that and push and really pressure another GB2 with their attacks.
Yeah, this is the risk that you take though with the style approach. This is something that Stadra does and knows very well. It does have some of its downfalls and pitfalls where if you do not get the straight line push for your Dragons to actually make contact, we also see this with Electro Drags as well. They need to be right up against the Town Hall, and any spacing can cause some issues in taking it on. So your backup defense is to save the 2-star with the Royal Champion, but it is one of the more riskier approaches for this kind of attack, other than leaving the Town Hall for the very end and not having a blimp for it and expecting your heroes to get the job done. But this is where we talk about the many different ways that you can go about these super drag approaches. I will say definitely not my favorite approach because of the risks that it does take. So this does put another GB2 now in a tough position, but Tompanai is sitting back knowing that another 3-star is going to carry them through nice and strong. And as we have the stats on the board still, we can see Absolute Zero with 2 2-stars on the board. Tristella also struggling. They have a 2-star on the board. And MS Esports with a triple, they could potentially claim a lead if they pick up another 3-star, but Strat did pick up the 3-star. They just need to hold 2 defenses to try and keep War and Glory back.
I mean, the good news is they have the percentage, most likely. The bad news, they don't have the stars. So, yeah, let's get back to the next attack, which is from Almiolin with the Queen George Lalo. And I hope that he's sticking to that Flame Flinger. I just think Flame Flinger is such an insanely powerful siege machine. It is crazy. And if it is not baited, like if there's no outside skeleton traps or even outside giant bombs, we have seen many different things on how builders are trying to defend that. If that's not there, this siege is getting such an insane value. It feels like you have two queen shoulders going on at the same time. So let's see if he's going to get that scatter. That's his main goal with this flame flinger right there. The queen is then just supposed to walk all the way closer to that multi-inferno tower. Right now, the queen is running into a lot of damage, chasing that king. With the headhunter, it shouldn't be any problem to take all of this out.
Yeah, this is a beautiful approach coming in. Should have the turnover to the scatter shot, but the queen's got a nice open path leading into this. We've got the opening for the king and an additional wall break to force this queen a little bit deeper inside the base. We've got that multi that we would want to contend with, but the royal champ can actually help with this as well, though she comes in from the outskirts, and that's going to force the king and queen to path deeper inside the core of the base. With the invisibility spell, that royal champ can get as deep as getting the scatter shot, which means we've got a straight path for Lalo coming into the town hall here.
Yeah, and the flame flinger so far is doing a nice job of taking down a lot of buildings, now going closer to that single inferno tower on this bottom side. And as I said, only the town hall compartment pretty much left. Like, everything else is getting cleared out. The royal champion took down another scatter, and oh my lord, what are those air traps in the middle? I think every single red bomb in this base got triggered right now, so this means the Lalo is safe from that. But still, the town hall has to go down first, but it's looking good so far.
It is. He's got the Warden ability to carry them through, Freeze to hold off the Giga Inferno, and that Rage to push the Loons out through the Poison Bomb and get them through into the back-end defenses. But this Flame Flinger is still going strong, yet to unhouse. The CC troops coming out. You can see the smile on Almwalen's face here. He knows he's got the 3-star needed. He knows he's claiming that 2-star lead over another GB2, giving the fight to stay in it. A 2-star lead is huge in this one when you know this is for elimination. They are down in the bottom ranks with this last opportunity to try and stay in it.
Yeah, especially not only 2 stars, but as well like how those stars are split up. Because if we remember, even though it's really unfortunate, but like the difference between Strat and Warren Glory is 2 stars as well. Like actually Warren Glory 2-star, but there is a star difference as well, but the percentage are way closer. On this one, you can see the percentage are actually a big difference as well. So not only 2 stars they have to catch up, but as well they have to catch up a lot of percentage. At the same time, though, what I just mentioned, Warren Glory and Strat is way closer again, because the percentage lead, which I just mentioned more like as a joke, could now come in handy, because if Strat is tying on stars versus Warren Glory, percentage then around is in their favor. So it's actually way closer than it looks in the beginning. So really nicely done. And let's see how that's keep going. But as well, Gensan, Repotted, both are looking strong with their 6-star stars at the moment for their matches.
Absolutely, and we can see MSC Esports continuing to go strong. They've got the 2 3-stars on the board against RVNT, so holding them back. And Absolute Zero and SG Tristella are tied up, but Absolute Zero, who did take down Queen Walker, is able to hold the percent lead over SG Tristella. But let's see what we've got coming in from Bindi. We've got the Queen Charge, Lalo, but with the Zap Quake. Okay, now. So we're looking to come in. We will likely work. Ooh, Blimp coming through for the town hall here, and waiting patiently to take this down. Then we can get our Zap Quake ready to go for that single, make that full connection adjoining, and also gets the CC lure at the same time. So we cleared out a huge chunk of the compartment and started to set the course of this path for the queen. And I see that nice opening in the base that we keep talking about where the multi is, Itsu. So I suspect the queen's going to work in there with the king on the 9 o'clock compartment.
Okay, he had to invest the freeze because there were some headhunters on the bottom side facing his queen. But yeah, I was kind of surprised that he chose the blimp, because I feel like a lot of those times where you have those lightnings for behind the town hall, you use the flame flinger after, because you have the flame flinger right now being so strong. You have this earthquake, right? You have the lightnings and you have the earthquake combination. With this earthquake, you can activate the town hall to make sure that the flame flinger can target it. So that combination is just so strong that a lot of people are using that. But instead, he is going for that blimp, which is really interesting to me. And now let's see how this queen is going to move forward, because so far she's supposed to walk into this channel again. You talked about this many times with this channel, with the queen getting pushed into those channels, which has worked so good for the majority of those teams so far. Let's see how this one is going to work for Blindy, if he can get the first 3-star for his team.
Yeah, that definitely needs to come on to get them in on the scoreboard here. Beautiful power out of the king and the royal champion. Queen with easy access, picking off the air sweepers and the multi. Royal champ still has her ability to get on the other air sweeper, try and target through the multi, but there's no invisibility spell to carry her through. What he can rely on is the queen's ability to try and burn her way through the core of the base if she can make it past before the loons actually get there. But we do have the warden's ability to try and carry it forward. Perhaps did we already use the warden already coming in with that opener?
Yeah, I feel like he did not get enough value with those heroes. I feel like only this one compartment was just not enough, and that was a big problem. I mean, he has a lot of spells left, like considering that this rage is not getting that much value, and he has still another rage to yet deploy. So his heroes did not get enough value, considering that he used the warden right there. That's another incredible good defense for Tompina, and this looks more and more done, it feels like, in this match, except Tompina really messes things up. It looks really good for them, and that they're staying alive in the tournament, because we want to mention this non-stop, because it's really important. This match is coming down to whoever is just keep going in this tournament, and whoever is going to do is going to drop out of the tournament. So this match is really important for those two teams.
Yeah, I feel like with another GB2, they're so close on some of these plans, but just missing the mark slightly and not getting that full invested value, you know, where the Lalo needed the carry through with a warden to try and get across. But the plans are almost there. I see people asking in chat where Struts stand right now. They do have another 3-star on the board here against Warren Glory, but they need to hold another defense in order to claim that lead because of the 1-star start that they had. For now, Tompanai does claim the lead so far, but we'll keep an eye on the rest of those stats coming in as we get in between. Michio now can really seal the deal on this one with the 3-star on the board, coming in with the super drags. And looking at his option to come in, we have the Stone Slammer lined up, and we are creating an opening with the Yetis. So are we looking to force heroes to come in for that Town Hall and push our way in afterwards with this?
Yeah, this space overall looks really interesting. I feel like it's looking really, really compact overall, and that's typically really good for Super Dragon. So I'm really interested to see how good this attack is going to work. At the same time, though, there is a lot of damage inside that core with the single Inferno Towers, with those 2 scatter shots and everything. So, I mean, let's see. So far, though, with the clan cast and everything, I don't know if it's looking too hot, to be honest, but the freezes right now are keeping those dragons alive, which is really clutch. But now those air defenses are coming in. He's sending in the Royal Champion, but the defending queen is over there. I am not sure. I mean, the back end, there is 2 X-bows and a single Inferno Tower and a scatter shot, which is not even damaged yet. So that base so far has surprised me, but let's see if it can still get 3-star right now for Metro.
Yeah, I mean, the freeze timing was perfect to hold off the queen. He's got another freeze. He's got another 2 freezes to help hold off, and is hanging on to this ability as long as he possibly can to get the maximum value out of that regenerative boost. We've got the single to worry about, so needs to freeze it up. Gets the Expo encompassed at the same time, and she should have a little bit more leg to stand on with this final freeze and the super drag coming in to help her out. But that queen has no health for support, and I don't know how much power left. It doesn't matter how much power is left in that super drag as the red air bombs. Oof. And the Sam knock him right out. Ouch.
Crazy. That base looked, in theory, so good for those super dragons, because again, as soon as the buildings, especially the high HP buildings, are touching each other, the Super Dragons are getting their splash off, right? That's how they work. The same thing with the Electro Dragons. If they have another target within the 2-tile range, like within 1-tile range, sorry, 2 tiles wouldn't work. If they have this 1-tile range there, they can get their chain lightning off and get a lot of those damage bounces in. But this base looked super compact, so I'm really surprised Super Dragons did not work. So I guess nice base design, nice somewhat bait over there, like base identification wise. But I think again we should take a look at the scores right there. Again, still Strat versus Warren Glory, incredible close still, but as well Repotted versus Gensan. The first fail is in there, and it was actually a really good defense for Repotted because the percentage is not looking as good anymore for Gensan. But yeah, like so many close matches still on the board.
Yeah, and MS Esports, though, with a 2-star lead over RVNT. So MS in a good position right now. Tori slipping back as well. There's a 2-star lead for Aphelion over them. And it looks like Strat is going to need to find that defense. And they're edging so close to the end that they might not be able to find that. This could be the victory for War and Glory over top. They might see that win yet again, which they've had over them in the past.
Yeah, let's see and wait how those matches are evolving because so far only around about half of those attacks are done. Still a lot of more attacks to go. The same thing obviously for our match. But right now, Tompina is looking really, really good in this matchup. The first defense right now for GB2, and they now need to start 3-starring. Otherwise, it's a big problem. Otherwise, it's a big, big problem for them. And we have another hybrid. So far, only Kingsman was able to 3-star with Queen Charge Hybrid. So let's see if Hawa can actually make that work as well.
We shall see. So we've got the Queen starting off from the bottom side of the base, coming in for that Town Hall position. There is a lot for her to clean up here, but we also need to section off the funneling. Drops in the Sneaky Gob to help create this pathing, force her alongside into the position that he wants her. But I'm noticing, and I don't know if this is going to switch up, but I am noticing the log launcher. This would be an interesting approach to go in with, because we often see things like the siege barracks coming out to help with this, and of course we've got enough to wall break this Queen through, but I mean, you never know. We could log launch this Queen straight through, get her deeper inside the base with this.
Oh, okay. He's using the log launcher now from the bottom side to get that Queen further into their town compartment. The reason why you want to do that is normally there's a Sing Inferno tower behind the town hall, and like this charge right now is nearly impossible to do. But with that log launcher, you can take down the Inferno tower. But right now, there's a lot of damage on the log launcher. Can he make that work? The Inferno tower is gone, but the healers as well.
And Queen's burned through the ability. Town Hall's down, so he's not going to get the value he needs out of this Queen. That was a difficult choice to come in for another GB2, because this is going to suffer the pathing now.
Yeah, that's going to be a rough time for those Hawk Riders and Miners. King is funneling nicely, but there's a double scatter shot waiting for them, and trust me, Hawk Riders and Miners do not like those scatter shots. They're really, really annoying for them. Giant bombs, a bomb tower, everything on the same spot. And take a look at that. There is so much damage coming in on those Hawks. And there they go. Hawk Riders did not care about that heal. It was just too much damage. And with that, this is going to be... I don't want to call it too early, but I just say it's going to be a defense. I don't see how this is going to work. With the bomb tower protecting that scatter shot, I mean, the King is going strong, but then the heroes again on the top side, that's just looking way too scary.
Yeah, that Queen was meant to get through into the center of the base in that opening and actually help distract some of the scatter shot position to help out the hybrid and narrow out the course of the base. Just far too much, and we can see Vian Tampanai coming in with the right defenses to try and carry their way through to live to see one more round in this match. And with this 2-star, it's starting to seem like it is going to be the end of the road for another GB2, but you never know what's going to happen, considering there was a 1-star coming in from Strat from the first war. Like, anything can happen. anything can change. You never know how these wars are going to go. So we'll just wait and patiently see. But again, in these lower brackets, we're looking at VN Tompanai and another GB2 to find out who's going to advance on and who's out for the day. Same for SG Tristella and Absolute Zero and Aphelion Esports along with Torla Tavatan. Those are the teams that it's make or break at this point, while the other 3 remaining wars do have a little bit more leeway. We'll find out 3 winners and 3 contenders that have to keep their way through. But so far, looks like MS Esports in a good spot to carry through in the upper portion of this. Absolute Zero, though, also looking like they could be in a good position because they have the percent factor over SG Tristella in that lower bracket. And I missed for Aphelion and Torla, so we'll take a look afterwards.
Yeah, it's like every single time after those attacks, you're just like getting super excited and you want to see the result or like the current score of the other matches. But we are now in the next attack for Tompanai. They're coming in again with those Queen Charge Lalo attacks. So let's see. Triggering already a Blackman, that's nice. And actually getting that blimp into that compartment. There's Rocket Loons coming out. Okay, that's interesting clan cutter to defend versus Queen Chargers, but the Rocket Loons lost their ability, and with that they're not as useful anymore. The same thing with those super minions. That he just needs that one poison to deal with them, and then the Queen Charge. I guess he wants to Queen Charge all the way into the core to take down the Town Hall, which won't be easy, but it's doable for sure. Perfect freeze timing, and now the Queen has to wrap around and take down the Single Throne Tower.
Absolutely. This is all about protecting your Queen ability. Nice Coco Loon absorbing that sand there, keeping the Queen going strong through this course of the base. Another 2 super wall breakers. King's got the setup here to try and line into the scatter shot position, but we want that Queen focused on getting into the Town Hall compartment. He's going to have to drop the Rage, and he is waiting mighty long. A lot of these players wait very last minute before dropping those Rages on the healers. There goes a super wall breaker, gets the opening for the Queen into the Town Hall compartment as the King forces along with that Royal Champ for the scatter shot position and distracting the defending RC.
Yeah, this attack so far looks really, really good because this time around he did not invest the Warden. We have seen earlier again where people have invested their Warden to try to take more buildings out with their hero dive. This time, no. Oh, the Red Mines are coming up. No Warden invested, but this means the Red Mines. Oh no, all healers are gone, and this means this Queen is going to finish off the multi-Inferno Tower. The question now is, was that enough value for that Queen? And so far I would say yes, because there's still a Rage left, there's still the Warden ability left, and a freeze for that Scatter, so things are not looking too bad for Hawk.
Oh, this Rage Warden combination is stunning. Gets the Royal Champ in there.
That split.
Spreads out those loons, and this is a done deal with the surround of the loons on the back end defenses. We've got Mammoth coming in with that 3-star, keeping Tompanai right there on top. You asked it, Sue. If that Queen got enough value, it wasn't just about the Queen. That Warden and Rage got the most epic value I have seen yet today.
Yeah, especially like just the split. I feels like after the scatter shot, there were like 4 buildings which could be targeted next. And the loons are thinking like, okay, 2 go there, 3 go there, then 2 again, 3. Perfect split, as you would have wished for. And with that, the back end without any problems. And that means another 3-star for Tompanai. They now out of reach, except something crazy is happening for another GB2. Let's take a look still at the other matches. We have Repotted now leading with 2 stars. So this means Repotted might be the next team which is going to qualify for the playoffs. At the same time, though, we have War and Glory still leading with this 1 mighty star. Question now is for them, like, are they keep 3-starring? Then Strat has no chance. But if not, Strat has the chance of coming back. And overall, we can see a lot of close matches. Tristella as well has the chance of coming back with another 3-star now. There would be, again, tied on stars with Absolute Zero. Wow, so many close matches.
Yeah, and for Torla Tavatan, it looks like it is going to be the end of the road for them as Aphelion has this 1-star lead over them. and definitely holding the percent advantage by a considerable amount. But let's see how another GB2 finishes off the day, knowing that Tampanai has dominated not only defensively but offensively here as well. We've got the Electro Drag to start kicking off the pathing here for this Hydra, working in towards that Eagle compartment. We've got the Loon that sneaks right into that damage zone, or sorry, open zone to take it out nice and fast. And a beautiful push in with the Blimp. We're going to see that clip of the Warden ability just at the cusp and edge to carry through. And we've got the invisibility spells for those super minions to come out and pick everything off with the Town Hall and the single targeting Inferno.
Oh, the tornado trap. Okay, barely staying outside of the range of the poison, I think. Can they take down the Single Inferno Tower? No, Single Inferno Tower is staying alive, and with that, those Dragons and Dragon Riders have to deal with that. Overall, interesting that we're seeing Dragon and Dragon Riders and not those almighty Super Dragons, which are way more popular at the moment, it feels like, but some teams are still using the Dragons and Dragon Riders for some of their attacks. King ability, now the Royal Champion has to deal a ton of damage for that back, and the question is, can they still make that work? I mean, he has still like a freeze. It's really depending, in my opinion, on the back and on the traps. Maybe if there's not too many skeleton traps, which is unlikely, you have to say that, but still, it is possible, and depending on that, we can maybe see a 3-star, because the King at the top side, like that King, can be completely ignored. Like, he won't need to get to that King because there is no building to get there. So the King can be completely ignored. It's all about this 9 o'clock compartment. There is the freeze now. There's a few Dragons alive, and maybe there's Royal Champion. The Royal Champion in a dream. Can she make it?
Yeah, the Royal Champion will get that regenerative boost from her health, but there's still a lot of surrounding defenses to knock her out. And without Lassie taking the cover for her, this makes it a lot more difficult, especially with the Skellies here down at the bottom. That gives the opportunity for the Archer Tower to pick her off. And we still have that multi that stood. Now, we often talk about how singles are the bane of the existence for Dragons, but multis are when you have surrounding storages and other heavy-hitting defensive options, which this base had. And this is why we are indeed going to see this one time fail out. The Warden, very slow hitting, not going to have enough time to finish it off. And unfortunately, not necessarily enough power coming into it. So a final defense for VN Tampanai comes in and secures their advancement on with one final shot to try and get into it in the 5th round. But we've got to give a huge kudos to another GB2 who had a well-fought war making it this far. But this will be the end of the road for them today.
Yeah, that is really unfortunate for them, and obviously still we want to see what Tampanai can show in their last attack, but as well what we want to see is seeing the scores right now from the different other matches, because we have so many matches going on. We have obviously Repotted. I think they have 15 stars, if I see this correctly on my second screen, which means they're already qualified versus let me double check in just a second as soon as we see the names on the board. But RVNT as well seems to be out versus MS Esports. MS Esports, like, not out. Okay, don't get me wrong, but they're not getting qualified in this round. They have another chance, and we have to wait to see what Warren Glory can do versus Strat in their last attack. Strat finishes on 13 stars, so except this 1-star, they have 3-star everything. So now it's on Warren Glory. If they're 3-star, they're going to win. If they're 2-star, they are going to lose and have to fight another match to actually make it all the way. So it's interesting stuff, but we're going in. Tampanai, Rio Torres, the last attacker, typically the man who is going in first, and especially with the Super Dragons. So let's see what he is coming up with those 3 lightnings.
Yeah, so the man, the myth, the Rigo Torres. Final hitter coming in. We're used to seeing him actually as the first hitter, but since the new lineup, we've seen this split up quite a bit. So starting to section off the pathing here, we do take out, I believe, the scatter shot in this opening. Oh, sorry, excuse me, not the scatter shot. Taking out the compartment leading to the scatter shot. We still have the back end to worry about, but a nice easy push coming in. We have the blimp that's going to sail through, take on the town hall, but we need to keep the pathing of these super drags away from that compartment of the poison bomb. So sends it through, a little bit of sweep back from the air sweeper, but gets everything over top. Nice sound taken down, and Queen working perfectly along the outskirts with a delayed king that's going to provide some extra power towards the back end of this phase.
Yeah, Queen pushing everything back into the core, more like, guys, you're not allowed to rest just yet. Keep pushing into the core, keep taking out those air defenses, those expos, those everything defensive annoying buildings. We have like two super dragons at the top side, no super dragon in the core left alive, and the lava hound is coming out as well. And I'm not sure how this is looking, because we have still a king and a queen on the back end left alive to be annoying. And don't let this go into be a 3-star, but at the same time we have queen, we have king, and royal champion Blitz still left alive. So it's still possible, and he has quite a few loons left, which is surprising, to push that king maybe back inside and tank for that queen and the royal champion.
I love how you underestimate how much he has left over here, even with the traps coming out. We've got the invisibility spell, the king just forcing his ability, queen's got her ability, royal champ's got her ability. This is a done deal for Rico Torres, even with the skellies coming up into the mix. Yes, we have the Warden Tower to worry about, but this invisibility spell used right can help carry through. But maybe I'm jinxing it and underestimating, but I have the faith in the royal champion to come in with the queen. She's got to hold this ability and keep it going strong. Unicorn needs to keep her alive and well. Don't be through a wall, Queen. Take the openings. Get in there. Get it taken down. Unicorn needs to survive her through the cannons. It started going down so fast. But can Rico do it? Do we have the faith, Itsu?
Ooh, skeleton trap.
Oh no!
I mean, to be honest, I did not really underestimate. I mean, it was really close, okay? But yeah, it is going to be a 3-star. Nicely done by Tompina, nicely done by Rico Torres. 14 stars. And actually, I have the results of the other matches as well, because, I mean, this match was already decided before this attack. So I want to bring this in. Strat is winning versus War and Glory, because War and Glory is having 2 stars. And at the end, percentage is in favor of Strat because of the really strategically placed 99 1-star in the beginning of Strat. So nicely done to them. This means we are going to have Tompinai winning this match and having another chance in the last round. And then we have 3 teams qualifying: MS Esports, Repotted Gaming, and Strat joining X Team and Perumania to the qualified teams. But guys, we have another round. We have our war stats on the screen right now. Tompinai is having another chance, while another GB to have to sadly leave this tournament. And we're going to have 3 crazy matches still left in our last round. But before we're getting there, we're still looking at the player stats.
Yeah, so we had beautiful attacks coming in on all fronts. But, like, look at this. It's Tompinai that's come in with so much defense. Almuellen, Eltano, Hawk with the 3-star. And, Hawk was absolutely beautiful, a.k.a. Mammoth. And I think that's the one I would actually like to take a look at in the replay for and talk about, because he had a beautiful, beautiful queen charge coming in, something very exceptional that he's known for. So why don't we take a look, dive in, and then afterwards we can talk about those standings. So Hawk is one of the newest additions to the roster for Tompinai, and we've seen some ups and downs as he's worked together with the team, but it's these beautiful queen charges that he is known for. And we look at these ring style bases where we have the centralized town hall in the core, and there are very many different ways to go about it. He opts to charge his queen straight in, but in order to do this, we need to set up the right pathing and right course. So we set up the queen charge down from the bottom side of the base, bring in the blimp. Now we've got this Yeti blimp, rocket loon combination. The Yeti blimps holding off the rocket loons, I should say. distracting them from the queen, because when we have those coming out of the CC, we worry about queen charges because they can come out lightning fast, knock out the queen, but the Yeti Blimp actually helps recover this. Clears out the entire compartment and spares the queen with the poison, also helping to hold off those super minions. Beautiful path coming through into that single, and watch the timing of this freeze. Gets it down just in time. You need to ensure that when you're investing a queen charge that you can reserve that ability as you get deeper into the base, where you see predominantly the heavier defenses that you need coming through, so you get the most value out of your queen. And it was critical here for taking down the multi-targeting Inferno. Now, in order to ensure that the queen can path into the core of the space, we bring in both the king and the royal champion from the adjoining side where that scattershot compartment is, power him along and through, and work them to just adjust that queen right in. But that is a beautiful charge and wall break for the queen to get her way in, pathed across. And you can see how the Yeti Blimp has also sectioned off the carry through into the town hall so that there is no distraction for the queen to join out. Working together lovely and in sync, the queen is able to carry on invisibility spell drop to ensure again that we can carry through her ability. And while this is going on, this is the multitasking level of these pro players. Gets Lalo going. This helps actually get even more value out of your royal champ and king that you can see clearing up the pathing, gives the opportunity for the queen to take out the multi, use that ability, burn through, and give easy, excellent push for the Lalo. But this is where it gets interesting. Watch the timing of this rage, of this warden ability, clipping every single loon through. The royal champ who managed to survive, and the beautiful spread out, plus the addition of loons on back end, which never underestimate the power of back end loons for distraction and how they can help you. But this shows that next level hit approach coming in from Mammoth, aka Hawk, of Tompanai, and the power of a beautiful queen charge and how it can support your Lalo. So with that, Tompanai does advance on to another potential round to try and fight their way in, and unfortunately for for GB2, they will wind up seeing the end of their day today, Itsu. But we are going to talk a little bit more about those teams that have advanced on, and those teams that will be continuing to play momentarily after this short break.
In the next stage of the Clash of Clans Castle Cup Golden Edition, we have overall 16 teams battling it out in a Swiss system. Now you might ask, what exactly is a Swiss system and why was this format chosen? So the main difference for a Swiss system and a knockout system is that every team is having the possibility of playing multiple matches. This means as well for you guys out there, being the fans of specific teams, you can cheer for your team a little bit longer and have the hope of maybe they're getting a crazy comeback, which is always possible in a format like this. But how does the Swiss system work? Well, overall in round 1, you're going to have, with 16 teams, you're going to have 8 pairs. Those are going to be randomly matched, and then you're going to have, after this round, 8 teams with a score of 0 and 1, and 8 teams with a score of 1 and 0. So moving forward, we always have the teams with the same record matching up against each other. So for example, the teams with the score of a 1-0 are going to go up against each other, while the teams with the 0-1 are going to match up against each other in round 2. For round 3, we now have overall 4 teams with a record of 2 and 0. We have 8 teams with a record of 1 and 1. And again, we have 4 teams with a record of 0-2. Again, we're keeping the same way with always matching the teams with the same record and moving forward with that system. The question with this system is, when exactly are the teams qualified? When are they allowed to move to the next stage? Well, that's pretty simple actually. The first teams who make it to 3 wins are going to be qualified. This might take 3 rounds, this might take 4 rounds. It's really depending on how quickly you get there. And if you can follow this accordingly, this means after 3 rounds, we're going to have the first 2 teams making it into the next stage guaranteed. After that, we're going to have more teams following with round 4 and round 5. Once the tournament is over, we're going to have several teams tied with the same record. For finding the seeding for the playoffs, then we're going to have the same procedure as every time, which means stars, then percentage, and then the average time. So make sure to cheer for your teams, make sure to push them, because every single star can matter. So what are you waiting for? Set the alarm for the Sunday, 3rd April at 1 PM UTC to check out the stream, cheer for your teams, and push those players to the limit. We will see you there. Until then, clash on.
Welcome back to the Queso Cup Golden Edition Swiss bracket. We are heading into round 5. This is the final round to determine which 3 teams will advance on. We already have 5 that have made their way through to advance, and we can take a look here at the brackets to talk more about that, Itsu.
Yeah, and I think we're just going to take a look at which team made it and which team had to drop out of this. So first of all, we have MS Esports, Repotted Gaming, and Strat joining our first 2 teams in qualifying for the playoff stage. At the same time, though, we had to say goodbye to a couple of those teams, which were Torreta Vantan, SG, Tristella, and another GB2 dropping out at this stage of the tournament. So now at this stage, we have 6 teams remaining. Overall, we have Aphelion Esports versus RVNT. We have Tompinai versus Ganson Clash. And then we have Absent Zero versus War and Glory. The winners, well, are going to the playoffs. The losers, well, they're dropping out of the tournament. So everything is on the line, do or die for those teams, and it's going to be a close one. Overall, I just mentioned the matchups. We're going to take a look at Aphelion versus RVNT, and I cannot wait to see which out of those teams are going to make it, especially with those creative attacks. And we have a lot of more streamers covering the remaining matches, right?
We do, now that we're down to the wire. So we will be covering, indeed, Aphelion versus RVNT. And to know a little bit about that background, they both scored 13 stars in their wars. So I feel like it's a very nicely matched up war here. For the Tompinai, Carbon Fin will be streaming that Sorry, we lost our graphic there right now. It looks like we have Wasman covering Tampanai along with Genshin Clan, Susie Gaming with Absolute Zero, and Lexnos with War and Glory. So you will get to see some of the remaining matches, but our focus here is going to be on Aphelion Esports and RVNT to see who's going to get that matchup. So a lot left on the line here with only 3 spots left to go. This is the one final chance for these teams to work through, and I'm curious to know your thoughts, Itsu, if you feel that these are the teams that you would have expected to see making their way through and the teams that are eliminated. Is this how you saw it playing out?
I think the 2 biggest surprises so far, either on the qualified and not qualified side, I think the biggest surprise so far is Perumania, which made it and qualified, but they had incredible results, so obviously deserved. Like, I think they had the first match, they kind of struggled with 12 stars, but after that 14 and 15 stars when it really mattered. And then on the other side, one thing which really surprised us was Queenwalkers dropping out of the tournament with a record of 0-3. So that was the other surprise. Otherwise, I think you could kind of expect the teams which so far qualified. I mean, Strat, no big surprise. MS Esports, as we have said earlier, we were surprised that they would even drop 1 game. But after that, really strong comeback, just went through straight. And then obviously Repotted Gaming, we know another really good German team as well out there. So overall, not many big surprises. Now for the last round, I mean, War and Glory, we all knew that even though they themselves like to call them the underdog, we know how good they are. Like, I mean, yes, some of them are like retired players, but come on, we know how good they are. So no big surprise that they have the chance of qualifying. Same thing with Tompanai. I mean, Tompanai, ClashWorlds team from last year as well, so they're really good. Aphelion Esports as well was in Worlds with a different roster, but still really, really talented. And Absolute Zero, no big surprise. So far in 2022, they did amazing things in tournaments so far. The same thing for RVNT. I mean, maybe the biggest surprise from the last 6 teams is kind of Genshin Clash, but otherwise, I think all of those teams are somewhat expected to be in the decider match of getting qualified.
Yeah, I think War and Glory does need to be very careful though against Absolute Zero, since they were the team to take down Queenwalkers in a 14-12 star match. And as you mentioned, I mean, War and Glory is not a team that you would underestimate, knowing that they put Strat up with a 1-star start. They were able to surmount it and come back, but Absolute Zero has been fighting hard, so that is going to be definitely an interesting match to keep an eye on and see who gets the win on that. Equally, Van Tompanai fighting hard. We've seen some beautiful defenses coming through, but Genshin Clan is also another team that we see them from time to time. I don't know how well Tompanai know them and know how to defend against them, but their defense has definitely proved strong in their last matchup. But Aphelion and RVNT are going to be the two to, I guess, both of us that are the most interesting, not only because of the creativity, but Aphelion Titans was a strong German team formerly known as Titan Global Gaming that is under the Aphelion Esports wing. And then we, of course, have Rest, which was a strong Italian team that was taken under the VN team. And these 2 teams this season, under their esports orgs, have been coming in superbly strong. So this is a very equalized matchup that I expect to see coming in from them, knowing that they both held some great defenses and matched up 13-13 in their opposite matches before. But let's take a quick look, because for Aphelion Esports, we have Mark, Eyewitness, Philip, Gandalf, and Camille.
That's right. On the other side, we have RVNT with Bambador, Joker, Kingpen, I'm Trotino, and Sammy coming in for that team. We have seen them fight already from RVNT, and that's kind of the crazy thing for me. Like, that's kind of the storytelling for me for this match, because RVNT, they were so close to qualifying already. I mean, they were the first one of the first teams who made it to the 3-0 stage of the 2-0 stage of this tournament and they lost 14-15 versus Perumania. They were so close. And now they're like on their last chance of making it to this playoff stage versus Aphelion, which so far had, I think, we were kind of surprised. Really similar results. Like both teams are really close when it coming down to the star results which they had so far in this tournament. So it's going to be interesting. I think it's going to be a wide open match. Anyone can take it. Another reason why we took this match, like why we want to stream this match, as you have said, both teams can be really creative. So I think that's really cool to watch. I'm really excited to see those two teams going head to head.
Yeah, and you know, we were talking earlier today about the teams to keep an eye on, and you had mentioned some of the teams that were the contenders that we saw through the World Championships. Obviously, Queenwalkers, who is out, unfortunately, but we have Strat, who is in, and Tompanai, who's fighting their way in. But some of those teams that we were looking forward to kind of keeping an eye on were Aphelion, were RVNT, were Genshin Clan, and War and Glory that still have these opportunities to stay in it. So these are the teams that are fighting hard for those last 3 spots to get into the playoffs. And again, the playoffs will be next weekend, and this is for a $50,000 prize pool with third place walking away with $5,000, second place with $15,000, and first place will walk away not only with $30,000 but the first golden ticket to the World Championships. And it starts off here and now as Philip comes in with the first attack for Aphelion Esports with what you said we don't get to see enough of, the Super P.E.K.K.A. Smash. But how close will it be this time around?
Yeah, I mean the last Super P.E.K.K.A. Smash, like the Super Wizard P.E.K.K.A. Smash, was already an adventure, a roller coaster of emotion. I think is the right phrase right there. So let's see how he's going to get sorted things out, because this time it is RVNT who have to defend that. Queen is set in there, and the wall break already happened, so the smash can get unleashed onto this base. So let's see if the Queen is backtracking or anything unexpected is happening, or everything is going to plan, because so far he's having the siege barrack selected. Let's see if he's going to change that.
Yeah, and I like the opening in the walls for this king to actually lead into the core of the base and towards the town hall compartment. Siege barracks actually working from the northern side at that 12 o'clock corner is going to take care of the cleanup there and keep everything forcing along. We've got the jump connecting to the core. These healers getting targeted, but not knocked down for the count, and the Queen's able to hold on to her ability to try and make their way through. But it's the king to barrel on into the town hall, and the Queen on the opposite side all by her lonesome.
Yeah, the problem was that the headhunters from the clan castle ran to the king, and all of those P.E.K.K.A. followed, and now those P.E.K.K.A. are inside their town hall poisoned. That's not where they're supposed to be, especially with those healers following. That's really bad news for Philip. Now we have to wait and see how this is going to work. I mean, he has a lot of P.E.K.K.A. alive, but there's no healers alive to keep the P.E.K.K.A. healthy in this next tornado trap. It's over there as well, and the Royal Champion coming in. It's only this compartment. Can this compartment getting taken down? The Golem is taking nicely. Giant bombs on the outside is going off, but the Wizard at the bottom side should be able to clear things out, and that should be the first 3-star of this match. The Golem being tanky enough to survive it, and he hasn't even popped, surviving the entire attack. That's crazy. And even though the P.E.K.K.A. had their own definition of this plan, still things are working out great, and this means Philip is getting the first 3-star for Affiliate Esports.
Yeah, I mean, I saw that look in his face where it was just like a little where, I don't know, this went fully to plan, but he still managed to recover it well. And you do see this a lot with players who are using these quite often, either in Legends Leagues, like where they're using the same attack style over and over, that they get the practice on how to adjust on the fly, and also just doing friendly challenges that really can help hone your skill of how to adjust an attack that does go wrong, and use your heroes the maximum ability, because we can't forget how much power these heroes actually do offer in general. And that's where it can really save your raid. But we can see the stats below here for the other wars going on at the same time. We've got VN, Tompanai coming in with the 3-star first over Genshin Clan. Of course, Aphelion coming in here with the 3-star, and Absolute Zero claiming a 3-star start. So all teams off to a raring beginning and not wanting to let up.
That's right. Perfect start for every single team. The question, like for the first attacking teams, for the red teams on our graphic. Now the question is, can the blue teams follow up? Can they 3-star as well? Or is this going to be... like, the few teams already having a big lead. We have the first attack coming in, and that's another P.E.K.K.A. Smash. What is going on? Both teams are starting things off with P.E.K.K.A. Smash attacks on those diamond-shaped bases. So now I'm looking forward to see how this works out, because this single front tower looks really, really dangerous. That's why there's a blimp coming in.
Yeah, so we've got the blimp starting through. We've got a rage ready to go for those Yetis. Clear out that pass for the queen, taking on some heavy hitting damage for her. Also picking up those skelly traps along the way, but the queen, queen's backtracking. We've already got the wall break open, and the queen's pushing to the opposite side of the base. I think we're gonna have to adjust on the fly for this.
Yeah, but I don't think that's too problematic. Yeah, the smash is coming in without any problems. The king is following on that top side. More wall breakers are coming in. The question now is, with the blimp and like the siege machine overall already gone, how is he going to handle that town hall? The warden not following perfectly. Now the warden ability maybe, and there we go. Nice warden ability, but still the problem is the town hall. There is no second jump. Or am I blind? I mean, how is he planning to take down the town hall?
Sheer force and power of the troops beating their way through. He's got his perfect wall breaker, aka the archer queen here, to try and barrel her way through, but the king works on the outside edge. We've got the royal champ trying to sneak her way in to take it on. He's gonna have to freeze up these singles to give the power to the royal champion and try and keep this queen alive in the core, who's already burned through the ability. Rage comes down, gonna need to freeze up this combination to get her through. Launches that Seeking Shield, freezes up the single, another freeze coming down, gets the Town Hall in position, and the healers switch over to the Royal Champ, but that's not enough to keep her alive, and that is not going to be enough to finish off the job here. So that means Aphelion not only come in with their first 3-star, but they come in with their first defense at the P.E.K.K.A. Smash as well.
Yeah, and a really low percentage as well, you have to say that. I mean, at the moment, we have seen, I mean, the prime example was probably the match from Strat versus War and Glory, where even though they had a 1-star, percentage were in their favor, and that's why they were able to get the comeback. And especially with the matches, or like we have more and more rounds, more and more matches getting played. The problem is just that obviously there are more mistakes happening because the players are now playing for like 5 hours. It's not easy to stay that concentrated for 5 hours straight. So overall, some more small mistakes are happening. And with that, Sammy, again, really, really close. Like, we remember he did the emotional attack earlier already, where the second star was kind of close. So it's kind of the same story again. I think just the wall breakers did not happen as intended. And so far, you can see the only match which started with 3 to 3 stars was actually Tompinai versus Gensan Clash.
Yeah, you know, and I think the pressure starts building up too at this point. You know, you have only one final chance to get through this, and it starts building. Let's take a look, because we do have the stats coming up. We were talking about the blue teams represented, and we do have Gensan Clan with the 3-star against Tompinai, so keeping that tied up. RVNT obviously down by a star, as is War and Glory over Absolute Zero. So interesting to see that there are some leads starting off, a little bit of pressure showing from these teams, but War and Glory isn't too far behind on percent. They could find the defense coming in, but again, we had Absolute Zero with that 14-star war against Queen Walkers, and that's what War and Glory has to worry about.
Yeah, I think at this stage, all of those teams have the capability of getting those really high-scoring matches. And now we are going to see a Sui Lalo. That's something which Aphelion Esports did quite a bit when I watched their matches, or I casted their matches as well. It seems to be like just a cheap blimp for that town hall with probably some Seeky Goblins. Blimp has to be opened. Perfect timing. The Seeky Goblins are getting taken down. And with that, we have that town hall following shortly. Baby Dragon I'm not sure yet if he's trying. Okay, he's just trying to funnel. I wasn't sure if he's trying to take down the lava out with that. Some people are trying to do that. Add a wizard, add some archers to make sure the lava is sticking around with that baby dragon. In that case, Queen is doing that in a nice and easy way. And now the heroes have to take a huge chunk of that base, and then he's starting with that lava.
Yeah, so Skelly's down to help protect the push coming in. This is going to provide a little bit more power and tank coming through and distraction. So this gives the King more push deeper inside with the Queen working her way behind. I like the position of this Royal Champ to come in for that scatter shot position. She's flinging all those spring traps along the way, but we've got the Skellies coming out. So she gets a little bit distracted before making her way through, but we do have an invisibility spell to help carry her along with that rage just to keep her going strong.
Yeah, really creative use with that rage, making sure the Royal Champ is taking all of the value she needs. And that's something which I kind of learned and listened from people like Stefan, who tried okay, I want to mention and really highlight, they tried to teach me Suilalo. And that's like the approach, having this creativity and flexibility of using the spells. Sometimes you're using like 2 rages, skeleton spells, freezes, everything just for the entry, and sometimes nothing. So that's like really the fancy thing. Right there we can see how the defending Queen is just getting obliterated by those rage up headhunters. Now the Lalo Power does not have to worry about too much with the Queen, which is still alive at this stage of the attack.
Yeah, the Queen had her ability reserved in the core to take down the defending King, takes down the Air Sweeper. Just a beautiful charge through with that additional wall break to carry her along, but this Lalo pathing is absolutely superb from Gandalf. And this is exactly why we wanted to watch this match from Aphelion, knowing not only their creativity, but the beauty of the Lalos and the attacks that they do come in with. I mean, if you don't believe in the power of Lalo, look at what he has left over here with the loons, with the minions, with the Queen still alive. And that wasn't even a Queen charge. She managed to survive that test of time coming through. So a successful triple coming in, which is going to keep Aphelion Esports in the lead for now over RVNT, unless we can see the tables turn.
Yeah, for now, they keep the lead. But I mean, as you said, table can turn anytime because it is only the third attack of the match out of 10 attacks. So anything can still happen. I'm looking forward to see the stats in just a second of the other matches, because right now we have only 3 matches going on, and the winner of every single match is going to get to the next stage, to the playoff stage, while every single team which is not getting that victory in this last match, they're dropping out of this first tournament for the Clash of Clans World Championship. And a lot money is on the line, a lot of chances, a lot of promotion obviously for those teams and for those esports organizations. So I'm super excited to see what is up next. RVNT should strike next, and hopefully they're getting some nice 3 stars to make this match close. And there we have it. So far, Champion Knight 2 out of 2. That's really impressive. We're already in the next attack, and this means another smash.
So we've got Trotino coming in. Someone was asking earlier, where is Trotino? He has been playing, and he is coming in with a Super P.E.K.K.A smash. Now we do have the log launcher to open up the course of the base, and what we do often see with this style of smash attack is coming from the opposite side of the town hall. The log launcher does open up a position to clear open those walls and give us a pathing coming in, but we often bring an extra jump just in case we don't get the full push and opening into the wall, but it can easily connect us into some of the outlying compartments where we do tend to have these scatter shots coming through. But the Warden leading the pass coming through, and we really need to shape up the funnel to shift it to another direction so we get a straight line forcing along and we don't have too much stray through the core of the base or away from it.
The Queen nicely going to this far left side, and there's now the log launcher coming in. The wall break is perfectly happening. The Golem taking everything. There's now the P.E.K.K.A coming in. The Super Wizards protected behind. Let's see how long he can keep those Super Wizards alive. It's sometimes a bit tricky, to be honest, to keep them really alive. And the jump in the core is opening up pretty much everything. So now the question is, how are those loons splitting? And when is he going to use the Warden ability? Because, I mean, the multi-fern tower is on his healers.
Yeah, he's got to get this going. Typically, you want it going through the core of the base where you have the majority of the traps and where you have to worry about those healers getting targeted. Does manage to keep everything safe. Yeti's open up to help out with the Town Hall. And again, the jump you mentioned gives the access, but we could just reach over the wall to take it on as a Royal Champ sneaks through from the opposite side under Rage to take down the entire back end compartment. Still a lot of power left on the back end with the Tesla farm that they have to burn their way through. But King's got his ability, Queen's got her ability, and Royal Champ just about to set off and launch hers as well.
Yeah, that is the Tesla with the top side.
Ooh.
It's time. It's really time at this point. I mean, it's 45 seconds left. Royal Champ, can she save her ability? Yes, she can. So those tests are a one-shot. It's all about time. The Queen has to go through another wall. And let's see. Tesla, no, there's a lot of damage. I mean, I'm always surprised how much damage a cannon or an arch tower can do.
Yeah, so Royal Champ does get that regenerative boost, not quite enough, and the Queen is going to suffer unless the archers can take the lead. But again, you mentioned the time, it's a storages to get through. Queen's just behind those archers as the cannon fires away. 8 seconds left to go. 6 seconds, and it's down to the final 2 remaining structures. He throws his hands down knowing it's the 99%. Lost so much through that Town Hall poison bomb. And this is a bit of a heartbreaker for Tritino, getting so close, but not quite enough to get the 3-star that they so desperately needed.
Yeah, they really needed a 3-star, especially after this start from Aphelion Esports. So far, it is looking rough for them. It's really looking rough for them. But let's take a look at the other matches we have seen now. FZ0 having the lead in the match versus War and Glory. And then on the other side, we have Tompinai. There we have just the new results coming in. Tompinai leading with 1-star and pretty good percentage. And the same thing on the other match side with the FZ0 match. And then we have RVNT really far behind, unfortunately, right now. So not Camille now coming in. Can he push the Aphelion Esports even further ahead? And he's coming in with the Suilalo, but he's bringing the Golem to the party. So let's see how much value he can get with this Golem and the Queen and the King all in this one compartment.
Ooh, and the Royal Champ coming from the outskirts, going for that scatter shot position. Now, we have no jump. We have no super wall breaker to power this through. Royal Champ has the added distraction of those Skelly spells to try and keep her through, but does have to drop the invisibility to ensure that she gets past those Skellies, gets a scatter shot taken down, and clears out that compartment. Log Launcher, though, is what is going to open up the core of this base, leading to the multi and shaping up everything that Camille needs to come in. But the Town Hall is still going to remain open on this one, which means we're going to have to lalo straight through that. Rocket Loons just go for the King and miss a Queen.
Yeah, the Super Blade dealing a lot of damage at the same time though, but those Yetis, oh my goodness. With those Yeti Mites, he's going to easily take down the Multi-Inferno Tower, the Sweeper, maybe even the second Sweeper, depending on where the Yeti Mites are going. No, they're going for the Warden. He is getting the Warden down as well. The Queen is still alive with her ability. That's just madness, how much he took down just with his heroes. That's just insanity. Queen ability, there we go. Can he even get down the Royal Champion is the question, but so far it does not look like it. He has a ton of spells at this point left, but needs to keep freezing that Town Hall. Another freeze. Is he not going to use it? No, no more freezes. But now, 9 loons to overcome this backend. Another haste to get out of the poison. Now it's all about this backend.
This heal, the Skelly spell combination to get through the defending Royal Champion, and the multi is amazing. The surround of loons coming in for the scatter shot, for the Wizard Tower, for all that splash that comes in. Camille keeping this going strong, and you can see the split of the loons. This helps in these splash areas, which is why you want to spread out your loons and get this coming in. Headhunters coming down for the cleanup. We've got minions spread around on the storages, and there is nothing stopping this one. Itsu, Camille coming in. for Aphelion Esports with yet another 3-star to drop on the board and try and claim their way into one of the final 3 spots into this playoff.
Yeah, Aphelion Esports looking incredibly strong right there. I mean, it's kind of cool as well because it's a German team, and I know, like, streaming them from the beginning, like years ago, kind of. I know those players, and just seeing the journey which they had over their Clash of Clans player career, it is kind of crazy. Now seeing them over here completely smashing those bases, that's just super cool to see. And let's see if they can keep going and just secure this last, or like one of the last spots in the playoffs. But at the same time, we can see Zero, another 3-star, is getting harder and harder for War and Glory. I mean, as well, we have so many of those teams. For example, RVNT, they were one of the first teams who were at this 2-0 mark. They were 1 star away from getting one of those playoff spots versus Perumania. But, I mean, they were so close, yet it's not looking good for them, and they might get out of this tournament after this match. It's really unfortunate.
It is, especially after such a long day. We are in round 5, and you mentioned it before. These teams, these players get tired after a while. It takes a huge toll on them, especially with the emotional ups and downs of the way these attacks can go. But let's see what Joker can do for RVNT. Joker, you see the AF there, part of Andros Fighters, former Italian team, where we do see a lot of the Italian players coming from, opting to go for the hero dive coming in, the queen charge with a log launcher to set up for this charge. But we don't even just have that. We've got a jump to connect through, so it looks, I was going to say, it looks like he's going for a deep dive, but the queen does have the opening in the wall to make her connection back in. And if we see the Yetis coming out, they will help quite a bit with that multi in the center of the base.
Yeah, I don't think he wanted to have the queen going in there. I think he just wanted to take down the eagle because he was not able to reach it. But at the same time, I think Yetis would have been way better choice, because then he could have maybe taken down the multi-inferno tower, because I think the multi-inferno tower was on the menu as well. You can get so much with those queen charges. I'm trying to play kind of the same style with this lock launcher, and with Yetis inside you can get like above 90% with just this queen charge in your heroes, which is just beyond crazy if you get this lock launcher right. And I think he went for something similar, taking down the core, taking down the multi-inferno tower. Now he has to adapt though, because he has not used the warden, so he wants to take down the tunnel with his Lado, but still he has a long way ahead of him. And I mean, there's still a lot of on the back end, so this queen needs to do her job. And now he needs to pray that there's no red bombs behind this multi-inferno tower, because otherwise those healers are gone.
Oh, but he's gotten so much value. Taking on the Air Sweepers World Champ, also helping alongside, but loses out to the single targeting Inferno. So we need to get these loons working his way through. Queen's raged up, but has already burned through the ability, has taken down the defending AQ, and for now, distracting the scatter shot, which is huge for this loon push coming out of the town hall. Beats her way through the wall, and actually might recover with the invisibility spell, keeping her alive. Joker's in a good spot to carry this through.
Oh, the scatter shot is trying to find a target, and it's going for the last loon in this loon parade. And as long as this is going to be fine on time, I think he's already celebrating. He knows it's going to be a 3-star, and this means that Joker is getting that first 3-star on the board for RVNT. Really cool idea with the lock launcher, trying to not only create the funnel for the queen to walk into that direction, but as well taking down the eagle. Still not 100% sure. Maybe he just invested this Dragon Rider with those loons just to make sure that if there's any red mines in this core, he's going to trigger them. So overall, getting the 3-star, all what you want, and this means a nice 3-star as well. But one thing which did I see this just right? I think in this clan castle there was 1 minion, 3 loons, and 1 Dragon Rider. This means the clan castle was not 100% filled. I'm just confused, but either way, it's a 3-star, that's what counts. And yeah, the first 3-star for RVNT. And the other matches are looking still close, because Tompinite just had their first fail. But on the other side, Zero and War and Glory are still within 1 star of each other.
But I like that pickup on the fact that he brought in those air troops rather than the Yetis, because the Queen ultimately was meant to jump into the core to take on that multi and clear out the core of the base. So essentially you were worried about the traps along the way. So very, very smart move, because even though the Yetis are the choice where you know you can pick up the value of taking down the multi, it doesn't necessarily give you the pathing that you want at the end of the day. So yeah, smart 200 IQ move coming in there. But it's not enough to keep them in on the board. They're still 2 stars behind. They need to find some defenses. And will it rely with Eyewitness as he comes in with more Lalo? Blimp carrying along the way into this multi-compartment, stuck with a tornado trap, but can still open up, get those Yetis down. We've got the Rage set to go. And looking to clean up the majority of this push and setting the Queen on course to lead towards that Eagle compartment.
And one thing which is crazy is he's having 22 loons in a Queen Charge Lado. I think he had like even more, obviously invested already a couple of them in coconut loons and everything. That's quite a bit. No funnel troops whatsoever except that. And he has to rage. Okay, he kind of gambled there. He wanted to not use the Queen ability just yet and not use the rage just yet. Well, let's see how that's going to work now that he lost that Queen ability. He's going to come into a lot of heavy damage. There's the King, there's the Warden, there's the Royal Champ, and a Ground Expo. He needs to be super careful, otherwise he might lose that Queen without any ability left anymore at this point.
Yeah, especially coming into a compartment with the Eagle, with the King, and with the Warden Tower. That Rage might not be enough to secure it. He does have an invisibility spell to try and keep her alive. Headhunter to help push through the King, but we talk about why we invest those abilities a little bit later through, and it's because of all the heavy incoming damage. Expo firing away, and at some point the scatter shot is too. So Royal Champ's not going to benefit from having the invisibility spell now to try and work deeper inside the core of the base to get to that multi. So it is sacrificed coming into this, and it's a widespread for the Lalo to now have to push through. This could be the defense potentially that RVNT was waiting to see. They need more than this, but it could be a start if he doesn't play his cards right with the Lalo.
Yeah, and again, the Lalo through the tunnel. That's always to me so scary, because there is so many things that can go wrong with the tornado trap or things like that. But so far, it's looking good. The loons are leading the tunnel poison kind of quick. I want to say the multi-front on the core is still standing. It's 40 or like 45 seconds left, and the Queen should get forced into that core. That means another 3 stars. Aphelion Titans really showing off today in this last match. Really, I have to say I'm really surprised in a good way how well they're handling this pressure. It is crazy. Nicely done. Eyewitness getting this 3 star and smashing this base with a really beautiful Queen Judge Lado.
That smile on his face, you gotta love it. One of the riskiest approaches to come in. I mean, the minute he waited to drop that rage, like you said, it's a trade-off, but a lot of these players like to play it very loosey-goosey with their rages, and it can cost in the end. This is not a match that you really want to leave that to chance, but he did recover it very nicely and had at least the know-with-all that they were still 2 stars up. So this still secures them in a perfect position to carry forward. But looking at the remaining stats, we've got Absolute Zero who's gone perfect so far. They are 4 for 4 on the board, and they are just dominating over War and Glory now. V and Tomp and I with the 8 stars on the board, they claim a 1-star lead over Gensen Clan. So they have been held back at least 1 attack now. So Gensen can maybe find the opportunity to sneak in. However, that's a huge percentage differential between them.
Yeah, but you have to think about this, like for Absolute Zero. It is so crazy to me, just the journey of them through the system. First match, they faced Strat, where they had 14 stars, which is not a bad result at all, but Strat had 15. So they lost that 14 to 15 against Strat. In the second match, then they played versus another GB2 and lost that 13 to 14. So another 13 stars, which isn't bad. And then they had to win every single match. First off, facing against Queen Walkers, one of the best teams right now in the world. And that was from that point on only do or die. And really, they really turned things around. And so far, they're looking really good. But coming back to the match which we're seeing right now, RVNT coming in with another Queen Charge Lalo. Queen Charge Lalo seems like to be the favorite strategy from pro players. I think that's today the most used strategy, I think, for us in the stream. What do you think? I think Queen Charge Lalo was for sure up there.
Absolutely. I think in general you see this from a lot of the top teams, especially because it's so versatile, especially when you have players who are well versed in Queen Charges. But look at the pathing that we're already setting up. We do have the log launcher to connect this Queen and King opening into the core of the base, charging the Queen along. We're going to meet everything together. Warden already powering through. When we see this, we're going in for a deep dive in the core of the base, and we know that the loons, with only 18 and some that we might even additionally use as some Coco loons for support, are going to be used for the reinforcement on the backside of the base. But he's going to get all the way to the town hall here to make this connection and take the town hall down, because the loons don't have the support of the warden now.
Yeah, and again, this entry from the other side of the base, it's always quite risky. Let's see if he can make his queen follow the path which he's creating. And take a look at that. That's exactly what I mean. With those lock launcher entries from the other side of the base, that's what you can get. Take a look. I mean, there's barely any base left. He has 2 rages left. He has a freeze left. He can like keep freezing that single Fern Tower forever. And there is no base left at this point. It's only the scatter. It is just crazy how powerful those Queen Charges with the lock launcher are. And it's perfectly displayed right now in this attack. So I hope that he's not messing it up now after I said this.
Oh, the healer's getting, almost complete. Yep, picked off. Queen's down for the count. So the remaining spells need to be used for the Lalo, but he's got the support he needs, invisibility to boot as well, and plenty of time on the clock. Kingpen knows he's got this one in the bag with the swag, invisibility, and this puts them down for, dare I say it, a perfect war? A perfect war finish here, Itsu?
I mean, let's
I'm
say
sorry, RVNT. Sorry, RVNT coming in, getting the 3-star they needed. I'm thinking this is Aphelion coming in.
Okay, now I'm looking forward to the last attack
Getting
of Aphelion,
closer.
Because if they're failing now, God bless. I mean, that would be crazy. Well, let's see what Aphelion has come up with. But it's looking already really good. Let's take a look at the other matches. We have no new stats coming in, I think. Tom and I, 2 out of 4 on the other side. Genshin Clash can still catch up. Not percentage-wise, though. Like, even with a 3-star, that would be not on the same percentage level. Yeah, so let's wait for the stats to refresh. But either way, last attack now in for Aphelion in just a couple of seconds. And they have the chance of going for that perfect perfect one which you just mentioned. Let's see how that's going. And there we have the stats. Wait a second. Did Genshin just 1-star? I think so, right? Because they had 3 attacks, 7 stars, and now they have 4 attacks, 8 stars. Yeah, so Genshin Clash just 1-star, which means that match should be pretty much done as well. So Tom and I should get one of the playoff spots. And we have now a Queen Charge Lalo with the Dragon Rider. This strategy, which Exorcists use quite a bit from Tribe and Legends, and people started copying because this Dragon Rider can be a huge game changer with triggering red bombs and just reaching different buildings which are out of reach for that Queen. Let's see where exactly he's going to use that.
So Queen already set on her course, leading in. We've got the Sneaky Gob also helping to shape up the path, and 3 super wall breakers to just force our way along into this base. And again, we're looking at the strategy where we have not very many loons to actually come in. So is this another like deep dive to try and barrel our way along, get the access towards the town hall, work the heroes to take it on? And here comes that Drag Rider to take on the Eagle position. Nice, easy access coming in. And also continuing to force a Queen through. Rage down quick and freezes up. Ooh, those rocket loons keeping the Queen nice and safe without having to burn through the ability.
Yeah, there's another King into that Tessa form, and he has to invest the Royal Champion right away. There's the wall break right into that center, and again, those guys, really, my nerves cannot take that. Again, the Town Hall backend. What are you doing? You have to go for 2 stars, maybe even a 1-star high percentage, and he is again going. Okay, I just have to keep calm and hope that this is going to be at least a 2-star. There's the Slammer coming in, there's the Lalo starting. Let's hope that the second star is on the board, and maybe even the perfect.
And we've got the Warden to come in with this. So the Lalo should be fine carrying through on this. Queen's got such easy open access, and we've got an additional wall break to open up. But there's so much access for the Queen to weave her way inside and out of this base. Warden hanging on to this ability to carry through. We do have an invisibility spell. Actually carries those heroes through as a Royal Champ jumps across, leading her way to that scattershot position. This is where we could see the invisibility spell coming in nice and handy as a loon sweep across through the haze. And a nice surround from the remaining loons. Wow.
And that Dragon Rider is really coming in clutch to protect those loons from the back end. Royal Champion though, no ability left, but the Queen with her healers should easily finish those last 2 biddings. And actually, you did not jinx it. That's nice. Perfect war for Aphelion Esports is there. You can see Mark celebrating, getting that 3-star in. And, well, Aphelion Esports is going to be the next team which is going to make it into the playoff stage. And we have 2 more slots open. Tompinai looked like the next team on the list. And then we have to ask us the question, how is the match from Absolute Zero looking? I think we are going to have the attack refresh in just a couple of seconds. Absolute Zero, what their last attack looked like. Because if they're 3-star, it is done. Even for really high percentage 2-star, and it should be done. So let's see how that looks like. But yeah, Tompinai looking good as well.
Yeah, Tompinai, easy stars for them. 2-star, obviously, easy win war. I mean, 1-star, I think, at this point, with what we're seeing from Gensen. Aphelion coming in with the perfect war. I had to try and, level the playing field here. We can't be biased on one side or the other, so we have to try and jinx each side equally. But there you go. Absolute Zero coming in with that perfect war, leaving no mercy for War and Glory. So we do know our final teams coming through with the win here and joining the playoffs, which we'll talk about momentarily as Bombador finishes off the day for RBNT. Let's see if you can finish it off strong. Get the 13 stars on the board here with the Queen charge, Lalo. But we do have the Flame Flinger in as well.
Yeah, I'm super looking forward to see where he's using that. Most likely for that Slammer. That would be maybe my guess. Even though there's an Expo behind, so you need to be careful with coming into the Expo range. There's only a couple of defenses which can actually outrange a Flame Flinger. The Expo being one of them. And then, for example, Waters. So you have to be careful with those. And let's see now how he's maybe supporting that Flame Flinger later on. But now the Queen charges into this bottom area of this base. And he still has to get the Queen funneled into the multi-inferno tower because he has a jump in his army selection right now. Which means he wants to jump into the core. But the Tesla farm with the bottom side is giving him a big problem, really big struggle to funnel and push his Queen into that core. Otherwise, multi would just roast his healers.
Yeah, so forces that King ability to try and get her back on track, but it seems a struggle to get her back in. Freezes up the multi to keep the healers alive and well, but the Queen is not backtracking. And that jump, unfortunately, a bit too hasty. Healers are going to go down fast. It's up to the Royal Champ to try and carry this through, but there is no invisibility spell to keep her alive and well. Freezes might need to be used, but we also need to keep in consideration what we're going to use for the Lalo push coming into that Town Hall position. A bit unfortunate for Bombador to get this off course with what was looking so nice. But this was great placed in Tesla's to actually hold off this kind of push and path coming into the base.
And so far with the sweeper and maybe even the build-out going down. What about, yeah, there is it. Expo outranging that Flame Flinger. Queen meanwhile trying to take down the Skitter Shot, which is not looking good for him. Town Hall should be taken down. But yeah, just the Loon Wall getting put into that town. Warden ability in just a second. But there's the Tornado Trap of Doom rotating every single Loon away from the Town Hall. Town are going down either way, and this means that the second star is secure. Can you still push to the third star? Which I do not think so, because Town of Poison plus Scatter, never a good combination versus Lutz.
And definitely not with the Eagle, the Multi, and the Queen still in the core of the base here, even if they were able to make their way out of it. So 2-star remains on the board here for Bombador. A very nice effort from RVNT. We saw a beautiful power coming in from them. And as you mentioned, they were in that contention originally in the 2-0 spot and then slipped down and unfortunately met their demise against Aphelion Esports, who is now advancing on into the playoffs. So we have our official 8 teams that will be moving forward. This is absolutely incredible. But before we talk about that, let's take a look at this perfect war that came in from Aphelion. RVNT finishing off the day with 12 stars after an incredible performance. But Aphelion brought not only the right offense, but just the right defense to get them through.
Yeah, and that's just such an unfortunate storyline for RVNT, right? Because they were the first team, one of the first 4 teams to actually make it to this 2-0 stage, and then having those 3 chances of getting this playoff spot and falling short, unfortunately. And at the end, Aphelion Esports taking that spot, I think deserved. Like, I mean, take a look at that performance. 3 stars. All the way around, really nicely done, especially with a really fancy attacks, queen charges, blizzard. They do a blizzard Suilada for sure. So overall, nice ideas. And yeah, this means we have 2 more slots. I think we already know which teams made it, but this means 8 teams overall qualified, while 8 teams had to drop out of the tournament, unfortunately. So I think we're going to take a look at the bracket. There it is, and we can see Aphelion, Upset Zero, and Tompinai making it under the top 8. So we have all of the top 8 teams making it into the playoffs right there at the top side of your screen.
Yeah, so we've got Perumania, we've got X Team Esports, RPG, MS Esports, Strat, we've got Aphelion, Absolute Zero, and Tompanai that will all be moving on into those playoffs. But we do have to give a huge congratulations and shout out to the other 8 teams that fought their way hard through this Swiss stage new format bracket. Empire, Queen Walkers, SG Tristella, Torla Tavatan. We had another GB2, RVNT, War and Glory, and Gensen Clan. But this means these 8 teams that advance on now have the opportunity to face off in the playoffs next week. And they're going to battle it out for that $50,000 prize pool. But that's not it, because this is going to be split up for 3 teams, with 3rd place walking away with $5,000, 2nd place with $15,000, and first place not only walking away with $30,000, but the coveted first golden ticket. And you can see now what this bracket playoffs looks like and how the seeding is going to work. What are your thoughts on this, Itsu?
I think it's interesting. At the same time, it's obviously a huge benefit being the first 2 teams which qualified. That's kind of crazy. Fun. So X Team and Perumania both having a huge advantage going into this bracket. All of the other teams having to fight out of the way, with having few advantages, obviously, with qualifying in the 4th round. But overall, it's going to be, I cannot wait for it. It's like 1 week. It's like waiting for Christmas. So 1 week, and then we're going to have an action-packed Clash of Clans weekend with a ton of cool matches. And at the end of this weekend, we're going to have the first golden ticket winner. Is it going to be Strat again, or is it going to be a different team this time? They have to defend the title of being the first team always to get the golden ticket. Let's see if Strat can make that.
Yeah, 2 years in a row for Strat. We'll see if that streak continues on, but it is not going to be an easy task, as they have to start off from the beginning. And as we saw from today's matches, so many worthy opponents going at it, some unknowns and some familiar faces that we will get to see. And this will be a 2-day match next week, same time, same place, 1300 UTC. And we hope to see you all there and joining us. Any final words for the day for you, Itsu?
as I said, I'm just super excited. And one thing which I would love to hear is on Twitter, on Discord, wherever you would like to do. I would like to hear the opinion of the community about this Swiss format, because it's kind of new to the Clash scene. And I think it was kind of cool because it was not like this double elimination or like single elimination. Even like that would be probably the worst thing. I think it's really interesting, the idea with having like multiple lives, tournament lives pretty much going on. So I like the approach. I would love to hear the feedback of the community. Otherwise, as I said, next weekend, make sure to tune in. Set your alarm, because you do not want to miss that, right, Eddie?
Definitely not. We'll see you then. 1300 UTC, and cheer on your favorite teams. Thanks so much for tuning in, and thank you for Queso Cup and the amazing performances, and of course all the other streamers that helped carry through all the amazing, incredible action for today. We'll see you guys next week.